George Sand by Pearl Mary-Teresa Craigie from Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Lucy Kempton. Mauprat by George Sand, translated by Stanley Young. George Sand. Napoleon in exile declared that were he again on the throne, he should make a point of spending 2 hours a day in conversation with women, from whom there was much to be learnt. He had, no doubt, several types of women in mind, but it is more than probable that the banishment of Madame de Staël rose before him as one of the mistakes in his career. It was not that he showed lack of judgment merely by the persecution of a rare talent, but by failing to see that the rare talent was pointing out truths very valuable to his own safety. This is what happened in France when George Sand, the greatest woman writer the world has known or is ever likely to know, was attacked by the orthodox critics of her time. They feared her warnings, they detested her sincerity, a sincerity displayed as much in her life as in her works. The hypocrite's paradise was precisely her idea of hell. They resented, bitterly, an independence of spirit which in a man would have been in the highest degree distinguished, which remained under every test untamable. With a kind of bonhomie which one can only compare with Fielding's, with a passion as great as Montaigne's for acknowledging the truths of experience, with an absence of self-consciousness truly amazing in the artistic temperament of either sex, she wrote exactly as she thought, saw and felt. Humour was not her strong point. She had an exultant joy in living, but laughter, whether genial or sardonic, was not in her work. Irony she seldom, if ever, employed. Satire she never attempted. It was on the maternal, the sympathetic side that her femininity, and therefore her creative genius, was most strongly developed. She was masculine only in the deliberate libertinism of certain episodes in her own life. This was a characteristic, one on no account to be overlooked, or denied, or disguised, but it was not her character. The character was womanly, tender, exquisitely patient and good-natured. She would take cross humanity in her arms and carry it out into the sunshine of the fields. She would show it flowers and birds, sing songs to it, tell it stories, recall its original beauty. Even in her moods of depression and revolt, one recognizes the fatigue of the strong. It is never for a moment the lassitude of the feeble, the weary spite of a sick and ill-used soul. As she was free from personal vanity, she was also free from hysteria. On marriage, the one subject which drove her to a certain, though always disciplined, violence, she clearly felt more for others than they felt for themselves, and in observing certain households and life partnerships, she may have been afflicted with a dismay which the unreflecting sufferers did not share. No writer who was carried away by egoistic anger or disappointment could have told these stories of unhappiness, infidelity, and luckless love with such dispassionate lucidity. With the artist's dislike of all that is positive and arbitrary, she was, nevertheless, subject rather to her intellect than her emotions. An insult to her intelligence was the one thing she found it hard to pardon, and she allowed no external interference to disturb her relations with her own reasoning faculty. She followed caprices, no doubt, but she was never under any apprehension with regard to their true nature, displaying in this respect a detachment which is usually considered exclusively virile. Elle et lui, which perhaps because it is short and associated with actual facts, is the most frequently discussed in general conversation on her work, remains probably the sanest account of a sentimental experiment which was ever written. How far it may have seemed accurate to de Musset is not to the point. Her version of her grievance is at least convincing. Without fear and without hope she makes her statement, and it stands, therefore, unique of its kind among indictments. It has been said that her fault was an excess of emotionalism, that is to say, she attached too much importance to mere feeling and described it, in French of marvellous ease and beauty, with a good deal of something else which one can almost condemn as the high-flown. Not that the high-flown is of necessity unnatural, but it is misleading. It places the passing mood, the lyrical note, dependent on so many accidents, above the essential temperament and the dominant chord which depend on life only. Where she falls short of the very greatest masters is in this all but deliberate confusion of things which must change or can be changed with things which are unchangeable, incurable, and permanent. Shakespeare, it is true, makes all his villains talk poetry, but it is the poetry which a villain, were he a poet, would inevitably write. George Sand glorifies every mind with her own peculiar fire and tears. The fire is, fortunately, so much stronger than the tears that her passion never degenerates into the maudlin. All the same, she makes too universal a use of her own strongest gifts, and this is why she cannot be said to excel as a portrait painter. One merit, however, is certain. If her earliest writings were dangerous, it was because of her wonderful power of idealization, not because she filled her pages with the revolting and epicene sensuality of the new Italian, French, and English schools. Intellectual viciousness was not her failing, and she never made the modern mistake of confusing indecency with vigour. She loved nature, air, and light too well and too truly to go very far wrong in her imaginations. It may indeed be impossible for many of us to accept all her social and political views. They have no bearing, fortunately, on the quality of her literary art. They have to be considered under a different aspect. In politics, her judgment, as displayed in the letters to Mazzini, was profound. Her correspondence with Flaubert shows us a capacity for staunch, unblemished friendship unequalled, probably, in the biographies, whether published or unpublished, of the remarkable. With regard to her impiety, for such it should be called, it did not arise from arrogance, nor was it based in any way upon the higher learning of her period. Simply, she did not possess the religious instinct. She understood it sympathetically. In Spiridion, for instance, she describes an ascetic nature as it has never been done in any other work of fiction. Newman himself has not written passages of deeper or purer mysticism, of more sincere spirituality. Balzac, in Seraphita, attempted something of the kind, but the result was never more than a tour de force. He could invent, he could describe, but George Sand felt, and as she felt, she composed, living with and loving with an understanding love all her creations. But it has to be remembered always that she repudiated all religious restraint, that she believed in the human heart, that she acknowledged no higher law than its own impulses, that she saw love where others see only a cruel struggle for existence, that she found beauty where ordinary visions can detect little besides a selfishness worse than brutal and a squalor more pitiful than death. Everywhere she insists upon the purifying influence of affection, no matter how degraded in its circumstances or how illegal in its manifestation. No writer, not excepting the Brontes, has shown a deeper sympathy with uncommon temperaments, misunderstood aims, consciences with flickering lights, the discontented, the abnormal, or the unhappy. The great modern specialist for nervous diseases has not improved on her analysis of the neuropathic and hysterical. There is scarcely a novel of hers in which some character does not appear who is, in the usual phrase, out of the common run. Yet with this perfect understanding of the exceptional case, she never permits any science of cause and effect to obscure the rules and principles which, in the main, control life for the majority. It was, no doubt, this balance which made her a popular writer, even while she never ceased to keep in touch with the most acute minds of France. She possessed, in addition to creative genius of an order especially individual and charming, a capacity for the invention of ideas. There are in many of her chapters more ideas, more suggestions, than one would find in a whole volume of Flaubert. It is not possible that these surprising, admirable, and usually sound thoughts were the result of long hours of reflection. They belonged to her nature and a quality of judgment which, even in her most extravagant romances, is never for a moment swayed from that sane impartiality described by the unobservant as common sense. Her fairness to women was not the least astounding of her gifts. She is kind to the beautiful, the yielding, above all to the very young, and in none of her stories has she introduced any violently disagreeable female characters. Her villains are mostly men, and even these she invests with a picturesque fatality which drives them to errors, crimes, and scoundrelism with a certain plaintive, if relentless, grace. The inconstant lover is invariably pursued by the furies of remorse. The brutal has always some mitigating influence in his career. The libertine retains, through many vicissitudes, a seraphic love for some faithful Solveig. Humanity meant far more to her than art. She began her literary career by describing facts as she knew them. Critics drove her to examine their causes, and so she gradually changed from the chronicler with strong sympathies to the interpreter with a reasoned philosophy. She discovered that a great deal of the suffering in this world is due not so much to original sin, but to a kind of original stupidity, an unimaginative, stubborn stupidity. People were dishonest because they believed, wrongly, that dishonesty was somehow successful. They were cruel because they supposed that repulsive exhibitions of power inspired a prolonged fear. They were treacherous because they had never been taught the greater strength of candour. George Sand tried to point out the advantage of plain dealing, and the natural goodness of mankind when uncorrupted by a false education. She loved the wayward and the desolate. Pretentiousness in any disguise was the one thing she suspected and could not tolerate. It may be questioned whether she ever deceived herself, but it must be said that on the whole she flattered weakness, and excused by enchanting eloquence much which cannot always be justified merely on the ground that it is explicable. But to explain was something, all but everything at the time of her appearance in literature. Every novel she wrote made for charity, for a better acquaintance with our neighbours' woes and our own egoism. Such an attitude of mind is only possible in an absolutely frank, even Arcadian nature. She did what she wished to do. She said what she had to say, not because she wanted to provoke excitement or astonish the multitude, but because she had succeeded eminently in leading her own life according to her own lights. The terror of appearing inconsistent excited her scorn. Appearances never troubled that unashamed soul. This is the magic, the peculiar fascination of her books. We find ourselves in the presence of a freshness, a primeval vigour, which produces actually the effect of seeing new scenes, of facing a fresh climate. Her love of the soil, of flowers and the sky, for whatever was young and unspoilt, seems to animate every page. Even in her passages of rhetorical sentiment, we never suspect the burning pastille, the gauze tea-gown, or the depressed pink light. Rhetoric it may be, but it is the rhetoric of the sea and the wheat-field. It can be spoken in the open air and read by the light of day. George Sand never confined herself to any especial manner in her literary work. Her spontaneity of feeling, and the actual fecundity, as it were, of her imaginative gift, could not be restrained, concentrated, and formally arranged, as it was in the case of the two first masters of modern French novel-writing. Her work in this respect may be compared to a gold mine, while theirs is rather the goldsmith's craft. It must not be supposed, however, that she was a writer without very strong views with regard to the construction of a plot and the development of character. Her literary essays and reviews show a knowledge of technique which could be accepted at any time as a textbook for the critics and the criticised. She knew exactly how artistic effects were obtained, how and why certain things were done, why realism, so-called, could never be anything but caricature, and why over-elaboration of small matters can never be otherwise than disproportionate. Nothing could be more just than her saying about Balzac that he was such a logician that he invented things more truthful than the truth itself. No one knew better than she that the truth, as it is commonly understood, does not exist, that it cannot be logical because of its mystery, and that it is the knowledge of its contradictions which shows the real expert in psychology.
3 of her stories, La Petite Fadette, La Mort au Diable, and Les Maîtres Mosaïstes, are as neat in their workmanship as a Dutch painting.
Her brilliant powers of analysis, the intellectual atmosphere with which she surrounds the more complex characters in her longer romances, are entirely put aside, and we are given instead a series of pictures and dialogues in what has been called the purely objective style, so pure in its objectivity and detachment that it would be hard for anyone to decide, from internal evidence, that they were in reality her own composition. To those who seek for proportion and form, there is, without doubt, much that is unsymmetrical in her designs. Interesting she always is, but to the trained eye, scenes of minor importance are strictly speaking too long. Descriptions in musical language sometimes distract the reader from the progress of the story. But this arose from her own joy in writing. Much as she valued proportion, she liked expressing her mind better, not out of conceit or self-importance, but as the birds, whom she loved so well, sing. Good nature is what we need above all in reading George Sand. It is there, infectious enough in her own pages, and with it the courage which can only come from a heart at peace with itself. This is why neither fashion, nor new nor old criticism, can affect the title of George Sand among the greatest influences of the last century and the present one. Much that she has said still seems untried and unexpected. Writers so opposite as Ibsen and Anatole France have expanded her themes. She is quoted unconsciously today by hundreds who are ignorant of their real source of inspiration. No woman ever wrote with such force before, and no woman since has even approached her supreme accomplishments. Pearl Mary-Teresa Craigie. End of this section.
Section 1 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Mauprat by George Sand, translated by Stanley Young. Life of George Sand by E.G. George Sand, in whose life nothing was commonplace, was born in Paris, in the midst of roses to the sound of music, at a dance which her mother had somewhat rashly attended on the 5th of July 1804. Her maiden name was Armentine Lucille Aurore Dupin, and her ancestry was of a romantic character. She was, in fact, of royal blood, being the great-granddaughter of the Marshal Maurice du Saxe and a Mademoiselle Verrier. Her grandfather was Monsieur Dupin de Franceul, the charming friend of Rousseau and Madame de Epernay. Her father, Maurice Dupin, was a gay and brilliant soldier who married the pretty daughter of a bird fancier and died early. She was a child of the people on her mother's side, an aristocrat on her father's. In 1807 she was taken by her father, who was on Murat's staff, into Spain, from which she returned to the house of her grandmother at Nohant in Berry. This old lady adopted Aurore at the death of her father in 1808. Of her childhood, George Sand has given a most picturesque account in her Histoire de ma vie. In 1817, the girl was sent to the convent of the English Augustinians in Paris, where she passed through a state of religious mysticism. She returned to Nohant in 1820 and soon threw off her pietism in the outdoor exercises of a wholesome country life. Within a few months, Madame Dupin de Franceul died at a great age, and Aurore was tempted to return to Paris. Her relatives, however, were anxious that she should not do this, and they introduced to her the natural son of a retired colonel, the Baron Dudevant, whom in September 1822 she married. She brought him to live with her at Nohant, and she bore him 2 sons, Maurice and Solange, and a daughter. She quickly perceived, as her own intellectual nature developed, that her boorish husband was unsuited to her, but their early years of married life were not absolutely intolerable. In 1831, however, she could endure him no longer, and an amicable separation was agreed upon. She left Monsieur Dudevant at Nohant, resigning her fortune, and proceeded to Paris, where she was hard-pressed to find a living. She endeavoured, without success, to paint the lids of cigar-boxes, and in final desperation, under the influence of Jules Sandeau, who became her lover, and who invented the pseudonym of George Sand for her, she turned her attention to literature. Her earliest work was to help Sandeau in the composition of his novel Rosée Blanche. Her first independent novel, Indiana, appeared at the close of 1831, and her second, Valentine, 2 months later. These books produced a great and immediate sensation, and she felt that she had found her vocation. In 1833 she produced Lébia, in 1834 the Lettres d'un Voyageur and Jacques, in 1835 André and Léon Léonie. After this her works became too numerous and were produced with too monotonous a regularity to be chronicled here. But it should be said that Mauprat was written in 1836 at Nohant, while she was pleading for a legal separation from her husband, which was given her by the tribunal at Bourges, with full authority over the education of her children. These early novels all reflect in measure the personal sorrows of the author, though George Sand never ceased to protest against too strict a biographical interpretation of their incidents. Spiridion, 1839, composed under the influence of Lamennais, deals with questions of free thought in religion. But the novels of the first period of her literary activity, which came to a close in 1840, are mainly occupied with a lyrical individualism and are inspired by the wrongs and disillusions of the author's personal adventures. The years 1833 and 1834 were marked by her two celebrated relations with Alfred de Musset, with whom she lived in Paris and at Venice, and with whom she quarrelled at the last in circumstances deplorably infelicitous. Neither of these great creatures had the reticence to exclude the world from a narrative of their misfortunes and adventures. Of the two, it was fairly certainly the woman who came the less injured out of the furnace. In Elle et Louis, 1859, she gave long afterwards her version of the unhappy and undignified story. Her stay in Venice appears to have impressed her genius more deeply than any other section of her numerous foreign sojournings. The writings of George Sand's second period, which extended from 1840 to 1848, are of a more general character, and are tinged with a generous but not very enlightened ardour for social emancipation. Of these novels the earliest is Le Campignon du Tour de France, 1840, which is scarcely a masterpiece. In the pursuit of foreign modes of thought, and impelled by experiences of travel, George Sand rose to far greater heights in Jean, 1842, in Consuelo, 1842-43, and in La Comtesse de Rudolstadt, 1844. All these books were composed in her retirement at Nohant, where she definitively settled in 1839, having travelled for several months in Switzerland with Liszt and Madame d'Elgout, and having lived in the island of Majorca for some time with the dying Chopin, an episode which is enshrined in her Lucrezia Floriani, 1847. The Revolution of 1848 appeared to George Sand a realization of her utopian dreams and plunged her thoughts into a painful disorder. She soon, however, became dissatisfied with the result of her republican theories, and she turned to two new sources of success, the country story and the stage. Her delicious romance of François le Champy, 1850, attracted a new and enthusiastic audience to her, and her entire emancipation from problems was marked in the pages of La Petite Fadette and of La Mère au Diable. To the same period belong La Vision de la Nuit de la Campagne, Les Maîtres Sonneurs, and Cosina. From 1850 to 1864 she gave a great deal of attention to the theatre, and of her numerous pieces, several enjoyed a wide and considerable success, although it cannot be said that any of her plays have possessed the vitality of her best novels. The most solid of the former was her dramatization of her story, Le Marquis de Villemer, 1864, which was one of the latest, and next to it, Le Mariage de Victorine, 1851, which was one of the earliest. Her successes on the stage, such as they are, appear mainly due to collaboration with others. In her latest period, from 1860 to 1876, George Sand returned to her first lyrical manner, although with more reticence and a wider experience of life. Of the very abundant fruitage of these last years, not many rank with the masterpieces of her earlier periods, although such novels as Tamaris, 1862, La Confession d'une jeune fille, 1865, and Cadillo seem to her admirers to show no decline of force or fire. Still finer, perhaps, were Le Marquis de Villemer, 1861, and Jean de la Roche, 1860. Her latest production, which appeared after her death, was the Conte d'une Grand-Mère, a collection full of humanity and beauty. George Sand died at Nahant on the 8th of June, 1876. She had great qualities of soul, and in spite of naive irregularities in her conduct in early middle life, she cannot be regarded otherwise than as an excellent woman. She was brave, courageous, heroically industrious, a loyal friend, a tender and wise mother. Her principal fault has been wittily defined by Mr. Henry James, who has remarked that in affairs of the heart, George Sand never behaved like a gentleman. End of section 1. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Preface of Mauprat. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Mauprat by George Sand, translated by Stanley Young. Preface. When I wrote my novel Mauprat at Nohant, in 1846 if I remember rightly, I had just been suing for a separation. Hitherto I had written much against the abuses of marriage, and perhaps, though insufficiently explaining my views, had induced a belief that I failed to appreciate its essence. But it was at this time that marriage itself stood before me in all the moral beauty of its principle. Misfortune is not without its uses to the thoughtful mind. The more clearly I had realized the pain and pity of having to break a sacred bond, the more profoundly I felt that where marriage is wanting is in certain elements of happiness and justice of too lofty a nature to appeal to our actual society. Nay, more, society strives to take from the sanctity of the institution by treating it as a contract of material interests, attacking it on all sides at once, by the spirit of its manners, by its prejudices, by its hypocritical incredulity. While writing a novel as an occupation and distraction for my mind, I conceived the idea of portraying an exclusive and undying love, before, during, and after marriage. Thus I drew the hero of my book proclaiming, at the age of 80, his fidelity to the one woman he had ever loved. The ideal of love is assuredly eternal fidelity. Moral and religious laws have aimed at consecrating this ideal. Material facts obscure it. Civil laws are so framed as to make it impossible or illusory. Here, however, is not the place to prove this. Nor has Mauprat been burdened with a proof of the theory. Only the sentiment by which I was specially penetrated at the time of writing it is embodied in the words of Mauprat towards the end of the book. She was the only woman I loved in all my life. None other ever won a glance from me, or knew the pressure of my hand. Georges Sand, June 5th, 1857. To Gustave Papet. Though fashion may proscribe the patriarchal fashion of dedications, I would ask you, brother and friend, to accept this of a tale which is not new to you. I have drawn my materials in part from the cottages of our Noir Valley. May we live and die there, repeating every evening our beloved invocation. Sancta Simplicitas, Georges Sand. End of Preface.
Chapter 1 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact librivox.org. Read by Lucy Kempton. Mauprat by Georges Sand, translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 1. Mauprat. On the borders of La Marche and Berry, in the district known as Varennes, which is naught but a vast moor studded with forests of oak and chestnut, and in the most thickly wooded and wildest part of the country, may be found, crouching within a ravine, a little ruined chateau. The dilapidated turrets would not catch your eye until you were about 100 yards from the principal portcullis. The venerable trees around and the scattered rocks above bury it in everlasting obscurity, and you would experience the greatest difficulty, even in broad daylight, in crossing the deserted path leading to it, without stumbling against the gnarled trunks and rubbish that bar every step. The name given to this dark ravine and gloomy castle is Roche Mauprat. It was not so long ago that the last of the Mauprat, the heir to this property, had the roofing taken away and all the woodwork sold. Then, as if to give a kick to the memory of his ancestors, he ordered the entrance gate to be thrown down, the north tower to be gutted, and a breach to be made in the surrounding wall. This done, he departed with his workmen, shaking the dust from off his feet, and abandoning his domain to foxes and cormorants and vipers. Since then, whenever the woodcutters and charcoal burners from the huts in the neighbourhood pass along the top of the Roche Mauprat ravine, if it is in daytime they whistle with a defiant air or hurl a hearty curse at the ruins. But when day falls and the goat-sucker begins to screech from the top of the loopholes, woodcutter and charcoal burner pass by silently, with quickened step, and cross themselves from time to time to ward off the evil spirits that hold sway among the ruins. For myself, I own that I have never skirted the ravine at night without feeling a certain uneasiness, and I would not like to swear that on some stormy nights I have not given my horse a touch of the spur, in order to escape the more quickly from the disagreeable impression this neighbourhood made on me. The reason is that in childhood I classed the name of Mauprat with those of Cartouche and Bluebeard, and in the course of horrible dreams I often used to mix up the ancient legends of the ogre and the bogey with the quite recent events which in our province have given such a sinister lustre to this Mauprat family. Frequently out shooting, when my companions and I have left our posts to go and warm ourselves at the charcoal fires which the workmen keep up all night, I have heard this name dying away on their lips at our approach. But when they had recognized us and thoroughly satisfied themselves that the ghosts of none of these robbers were hiding in our midst, they would tell us in a whisper such stories as might make one's hair stand on end. Stories which I shall take good care not to pass on to you, grieved as I am that they should ever have darkened and pained my own memory. Not that the story I am about to tell is altogether pleasant and cheerful. On the contrary, I must ask your pardon for unfolding so sombre a tale. Yet in the impression which it has made on myself there is something so consoling, and, if I may venture the phrase, so healthful to the soul, that you will excuse me, I hope, for the sake of the result. Besides, this is a story which has just been told to me, and now you ask me for one. The opportunity is too good to be missed for one of my laziness or lack of invention. It was only last week that I met Bernard Mauprat, the last of the line, the man who, having long before severed himself from his infamous connections, determined to demolish his manor as a sign of the horror aroused in him by the recollections of childhood. This Bernard is one of the most respected men in the province. He lives in a pretty house near Châteauroux, in a flat country. Finding myself in the neighbourhood with a friend of mine who knows him, I expressed a wish to be introduced, and my friend, promising me a hearty welcome, took me to his house then and there. I already knew in outline the remarkable history of this old man, but I had always felt a keen desire to fill in the details, and above all to receive them from himself. For me, the strange destiny of the man was a philosophical problem to be solved. I therefore noticed his features, his manners, and his home with peculiar interest. Bernard Mauprat must be fully 84, though his robust health, his upright figure, his firm step, and the absence of any infirmity might indicate some 15 or 20 years less. His face would have appeared to me extremely handsome, had not a certain harshness of expression brought before my eyes, in spite of myself, the shades of his father's. I very much fear that, externally at all events, he must resemble them. This he alone could have told us, for neither my friend nor myself had known any other Mauprat. Naturally, however, we were very careful not to inquire. It struck us that his servants waited on him with a promptitude and punctuality quite marvellous in Berrichon domestics. Nevertheless, at the least semblance of delay, he raised his voice, knitted his eyebrows, which still showed very black under his white hair, and muttered a few expressions of impatience, which lent wings even to the slowest. At first I was somewhat shocked at this habit. It appeared to savour rather too strongly of the Mauprat, but the kindly and almost paternal manner in which he spoke to them a moment later, and their zeal, which seemed so distinct from fear, soon reconciled me to him. Towards us, moreover, he showed an exquisite politeness, and expressed himself in the choicest terms. Unfortunately, at the end of dinner, a door which had been left open and through which a cold air found its way to his venerable skull, drew from him such a frightful oath that my friend and I exchanged a look of surprise. He noticed it. "I beg your pardon, gentlemen," he said. "I am afraid you find me an odd mixture. Ah, you see but a short distance. I am an old branch happily torn from a vile trunk, and transplanted into good soil, but still knotted and rough like the wild holly of the original stock. I have, believe me, had no little trouble in reaching the state of comparative gentleness and calm in which you behold me. Alas, if I dared, I should reproach Providence with a great injustice, that of having allotted me a life as short as other men's. When one has to struggle for 40 or 50 years to transform oneself from a wolf into a man, one ought to live 100 years longer to enjoy one's victory. Yet what good would that do me?" he added in a tone of sadness. "The kind fairy who transformed me is here no more to take pleasure in her work. Bah! It is quite time to have done with it all." Then he turned towards me, and looking at me with big dark eyes still strangely animated, said, "Come, my dear young man, I know what brings you to see me. You are curious to hear my history. Draw nearer to the fire, then. Mauprat though I am, I will not make you do duty for a log. In listening, you are giving me the greatest pleasure you could give. Your friend will tell you, however, that I do not willingly talk of myself. I am generally afraid of having to deal with blockheads, but you I have already heard of. I know your character and your profession. You are an observer and narrator. In other words, pardon me, inquisitive and a chatterbox." He began to laugh, and I made an effort to laugh too, though with a rising suspicion that he was making game of us. Nor could I help thinking of the nasty tricks that his grandfather took a delight in playing on the imprudent busybodies who called upon him. But he put his arm through mine in a friendly way, and making me sit down in front of a good fire near a table covered with cups. "Don't be annoyed," he said. "At my age I cannot get rid of a hereditary sarcasm, but there is nothing spiteful in mine. To speak seriously, I am delighted to see you, and to confide in you the story of my life. A man as unfortunate as I have been deserves to find a faithful biographer, to clear his memory from all stain. Listen, then, and take some coffee." I offered him a cup in silence. He refused it with a wave of the arm and a smile which seemed to say, "That is rather for your effeminate generation." Then he began his narrative in these words. Chapter 1. You live not very far from Mauprat, and must have often passed by the ruins. Thus there is no need for me to describe them. All I can tell you is that the place has never been so attractive as it is now. On the day that I had the roof taken off, the sun for the first time brightened the damp walls within which my childhood was passed, and the lizards to which I have left them are much better housed there than I once was. They can at least behold the light of day, and warm their cold limbs in the rays of the sun at noon. There used to be an elder and a younger branch of the Mauprat. I belong to the elder. My grandfather was that old Tristan de Mauprat who ran through his fortune, dishonoured his name, and was such a blackguard that his memory is already surrounded by a halo of the marvellous. The peasants still believe that his ghost appears, either in the body of a wizard, who shows malefactors the way to the dwellings of Varennes, or in that of an old white hare, which reveals itself to people meditating some evil deed. When I came into the world, the only living member of the younger branch was Monsieur Hubert de Mauprat, known as the Chevalier, because he belonged to the order of the Knights of Malta, a man just as good as his cousin was bad. Being the youngest son of his family, he had taken the vow of celibacy, but when he found himself the sole survivor of several brothers and sisters, he obtained release from his vow, and took a wife the year before I was born. Rumour says that before changing his existence in this way, he made strenuous efforts to find some descendant of the elder branch worthy to restore the tarnished family name, and preserve the fortune which had accumulated in the hands of the younger branch. He had endeavoured to put his cousin Tristan's affairs in order, and had frequently paid off the latter's creditors. Seeing, however, that the only effect of his kindness was to encourage the vices of the family, and that instead of respect and gratitude he received nothing but secret hatred and churlish jealousy, he abandoned all attempts at friendship, broke with his cousins, and in spite of his advanced age, he was over 60, took a wife in order to have heirs of his own. He had one daughter, and there his hopes of posterity ended, for soon afterward his wife died of a violent illness, which the doctors called iliac passion. He then left that part of the country and returned but rarely to his estates. These were situated about 6 leagues from Mauprat, on the borders of the Varennes du Fromental. He was a prudent man and a just, because he was cultured, because his father had moved with the spirit of his century and had had him educated. None the less, he had preserved a firm character and an enterprising mind, and, like his ancestors, he was proud of hearing as a sort of surname the knightly title of Headbreaker, hereditary in the original Mauprat stock. As for the elder branch, it had turned out so badly, or rather had preserved from old feudal days such terrible habits of brigandage, that it won for itself the distinctive title of hamstringer. I hazard headbreaker and hamstringer as poor equivalents for the casse-tête and coupe-jarret of the French. Translator. Of the sons of Tristan, my father, the eldest, was the only one who married. I was his only child. Here it is necessary to mention a fact of which I was long ignorant. Hubert de Mauprat, on hearing of my birth, begged me of my parents, undertaking to make me his heir if he were allowed absolute control over my education. At a shooting party about this time, my father was killed by an accidental shot, and my grandfather refused the Chevalier's offer, declaring that his children were the sole legitimate heirs of the younger branch, and that consequently he would resist with all his might any substitution in my favour. It was then that Hubert's daughter was born. But when, 7 years later, his wife died, leaving him this one child, the desire, so strong in the nobles of that time to perpetuate their name, urged him to renew his request to my mother. What her answer was I do not know. She fell ill and died. The country doctors again brought in a verdict of iliac passion. My grandfather had spent the last 2 days she passed in this world with her. Pour me out a glass of Spanish wine, for I feel a cold shiver running through my body. It is nothing serious, merely the effect that these early recollections have on me when I begin to narrate them. It will soon pass off. He swallowed a large glass of wine, and we did the same, for a sensation of cold came upon us too, as we gazed at his stern face and listened to his brief, abrupt sentences. He continued, "Thus, at the age of 7, I found myself an orphan. My grandfather searched my mother's house and seized all the money and valuables he could carry away. Then, leaving the rest, and declaring he would have nothing to do with lawyers, he did not even wait for the funeral, but took me by the collar and flung me onto the crupper of his horse, saying, 'Now, my young ward, come home with me, and try to stop that crying soon, for I haven't much patience with brats.' In fact, after a few seconds he gave me such hard cuts with his whip that I stopped crying, and withdrawing myself like a tortoise into my shell, completed the journey without daring to breathe. He was a tall old man, bony and cross-eyed. I fancy I see him now as he was then. The impression that evening made on me can never be effaced. It was a sudden realization of all the horrors which my mother had foreshadowed when speaking of her execrable father-in-law and his brigands of sons. The moon, I remember, was shining here and there through the dense foliage of the forest. My grandfather's horse was lean, hardy, and bad-tempered like himself. It kicked at every cut of the whip, and its master gave it plenty. Swift as an arrow, it jumped the ravines and little torrents which everywhere intersect Varennes in all directions. At each jump I lost my balance, and clung in terror to the saddle or my grandfather's coat. As for him, he was so little concerned about me, that, had I fallen, I doubt whether he would have taken the trouble to pick me up. Sometimes, noticing my terror, he would jeer at me, and, to make me still more afraid, set his horse plunging again. 20 times, in a frenzy of despair, I was on the point of throwing myself off, but the instinctive love of life prevented me from giving way to the impulse. At last, about midnight, we suddenly stopped before a small pointed gate, and the drawbridge was soon lifted behind us. My grandfather took me, bathed in a cold sweat as I was, and threw me over to a great fellow, lame and horribly ugly, who carried me into the house. This was my Uncle John, and I was at Mauprat. At that time my grandfather, along with his 8 sons, formed the last relic in our province of that race of petty feudal tyrants by which France had been overrun and harassed for so many centuries. Civilization, already advancing rapidly towards the great convulsion of the Revolution, was gradually stamping out the systematic extortions of these robbers. The light of education, a species of good taste reflected however dimly from a polished court, and perhaps a presentiment of the impending terrible awakening of the people, was spreading through the castles, and even through the half-rustic manners of the lordlings. Even in our midland provinces, the most backward by reason of their situation, the sentiment of social equality was already driving out the customs of a barbarous age. More than one vile scapegrace had been forced to reform, in spite of his privileges, and in certain places where the peasants, driven to desperation, had rid themselves of their overlord, the law had not dreamt of interfering, nor had the relatives dared to demand redress. In spite of the prevailing tone of mind, my grandfather had long maintained his position in the country without experiencing any opposition. But having had a large family, endowed, like himself, with a goodly number of vices, he finally found himself pestered and besieged by creditors, who, instead of being frightened by his threats as of old, were themselves threatening to make him suffer. He was obliged to devise some means of avoiding the bailiffs on the one hand, and on the other, the fights which were continually taking place. In these fights the Mauprat no longer shone, despite their numbers, their complete union, and their Herculean strength, since the whole population of the district sided with their opponents and took upon itself the duty of stoning them. So, rallying his progeny around him as the wild boar gathers together its young after a hunt, Tristan withdrew into his castle, and ordered the drawbridge to be raised. Shut up with him were 10 or 12 peasants, his servants, all of them poachers or refugees, who like himself had some interest in retiring from the world, his own expression, and in finding a place of safety behind good stout walls. An enormous pile of hunting weapons, duck guns, carbines, blunderbusses, spears and cutlasses were raised on the platform, and the porter received orders never to let more than 2 persons at a time approach within range of his gun. From that day Mauprat and his sons broke with all civil laws, as they had already broken with all moral laws. They formed themselves into a band of adventurers. While their well-beloved and trusty poachers supplied the house with game, they levied illegal taxes on the small farms in the neighbourhood. Now, without being cowards, and they are far from that, the peasants of our province, as you know, are meek and timid, partly from listlessness, partly from distrust of the law, which they have never understood, and of which even to this day they have but a scanty knowledge. No province of France has preserved more old traditions or longer endured the abuses of feudalism. Nowhere else, perhaps, has the title of the Lord of the Manor been handed down, as hitherto with us, to the owners of certain estates, and nowhere is it so easy to frighten the people with reports of some absurd and impossible political event. At the time of which I speak, the Mauprat, being the only powerful family in the district, remote from towns and cut off from communication with the outside world, had little difficulty in persuading their vassals that serfdom was about to be re-established, and that it would go hard with all who resisted. The peasants hesitated, listened timorously to the few among themselves who preached independence, then thought the matter over and decided to submit. The Mauprat were clever enough not to demand money of them, for money is what the peasant in such a district obtains with the greatest difficulty, and parts from with the greatest reluctance. Money is dear, is one of his proverbs, because in his eyes money stands for something different from manual labour. It means traffic with men and things outside his world, an effort of foresight or circumspection, a bargain, a sort of intellectual struggle, which lifts him out of his ordinary heedless habits. It means, in a word, mental labour, and this for him is the most painful and the most wearing. The Mauprat, knowing how the ground lay, and having no particular need of money any longer, since they had repudiated their debts, demanded payments in kind only. They ruled that 1 man should contribute capons, another calves, a third corn, a fourth fodder, and so on. They were careful, too, to tax judiciously, to demand from each the commodity he could provide with least inconvenience to himself. In return they promised help and protection to all, and up to a certain point they kept their word. They cleared the land of wolves and foxes, gave a welcome and a hiding place to all deserters, and helped to defraud the state by intimidating the excise officers and tax collectors. They took advantage of their power to give the poor man a false notion of his real interests, and to corrupt the simple folk by undermining all sense of their dignity and natural liberty. They made the whole district combine in a sort of secession from the law, and they so frightened the functionaries appointed to enforce respect for it, that after a few years it fell into a veritable desuetude. Thus it happened that, while France, at a short distance from this region, was advancing with rapid strides towards the enfranchisement of the poorer classes, Varennes was executing a retrograde march, and returning at full speed to the ancient tyranny of the country squires. It was easy enough for the Mauprat to pervert these poor folk. They feigned a friendly interest in them to mark their difference from the other nobles in the province, whose manners still retained some of the haughtiness of their ancient power. Above all, my grandfather lost no opportunity of making the peasants share his own hatred of his own cousin, Hubert de Mauprat. The latter, whenever he interviewed his vassals, would remain seated in his armchair, while they stood before him bareheaded, whereas Tristan de Mauprat would make them sit down at his table, and drink some of the wine they had brought him as a sign of voluntary homage. He would then have them led home by his men in the middle of the night, all dead drunk, torches in hand, and making the forest resound with ribald songs. Libertinism completed the demoralization of the peasantry. In every family the Mauprats soon had their mistresses. This was tolerated partly because it was profitable, and partly, alas that it should have to be said, because it gratified vanity. The very isolation of the houses was favourable to the evil. No scandal, no denunciation were to be feared. The tiniest village would have been sufficient for the creation and maintenance of a public opinion. There, however, there were only scattered cottages and isolated farms. Wastes and woods so separated the families from one another that the exercise of any mutual control was impossible. Shame is stronger than conscience. I need not tell you of all the bonds of infamy that united masters and slaves. Debauchery, extortion, and fraud were both precept and example for my youth, and life went on merrily. All notions of justice were scoffed at. Creditors were defrauded of both interest and capital. Any law officer who ventured to serve a summons received a sound thrashing, and the mounted police were fired on if they approached too near the turrets. A plague on Parliament, starvation to all imbued with the new philosophy, and death to the younger branch of the Mauprat. Such were the watchwords of these men, who, to crown all, gave themselves the airs of knights-errant of the 12th century. My grandfather talked of nothing but his pedigree and the prowess of his ancestors. He regretted the good old days when every lordling had instruments of torture in his manor, and dungeons, and best of all, cannon. In ours we had only pitchforks and sticks, and a second-rate culverin, which my Uncle John used to point, and point very well in fact, and which was sufficient to keep at a respectful distance the military force of the district. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Joe Sela. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 2. Old Mauprat was a treacherous animal of carnivorous order, a cross between a lynx and a fox. Along with a copious and easy flow of language, he had a veneer of education which helped his cunning. He made a point of excessive politeness, and had great powers of persuasion, even with the objects of his vengeance. He knew how to entice them to his castle, where he would make them undergo frightful ill treatment, for which, however, having no witnesses, they were unable to obtain redress by law. All his villainies bore the stamp of such consummate skill that the country came to view them with a sort of awe akin to respect. No one could ever catch him out of his den, though he issued forth often enough, and apparently without taking many precautions. In truth, he was a man with a genius for evil, and his sons, bound to him by no ties of affection, in which, indeed, they were incapable, yet acknowledged the sway of this superior evil genius, and gave him a uniform and ready obedience, in which there was something almost fanatic. He was their deliverer in all desperate cases, and when the weariness of confinement under our chilly vaults began to fill them with ennui, his mind, brutal even in jest, would cure them by arranging for their pleasure shows worthy of a den of thieves. Sometimes poor mendicant monks collecting alms would be terrified or tortured for their benefit. Their beards would be burned off, or they would be lowered into a well and kept hanging between life and death, until they had sung some foul song or uttered some blasphemy. Everybody knows the story of the notary who was allowed to enter in company with his 4 clerks, and whom they received with all assiduity of pompous hospitality. My grandfather pretended to agree with the good grace to the execution of their warrant, and politely helped them to make an inventory of his furniture, of which the sale had been decreed. After this, when dinner was served and the king's men had taken their places at the table, he said to the notary, "Ah, mon Dieu, I was forgetting a poor hack of mine in the stable. It's a small matter, still you might be reprimanded for omitting it, and as I see that you are a worthy fellow, I should be sorry to mislead you. Come with me and see it. It won't take us a moment." The notary followed Mauprat unsuspectingly. Just as they were about to enter the stable together, Mauprat, who was leading the way, told him to put in his head only. The notary, anxious to show great consideration of the performance of his duties, and not to pry into things too closely, did as he was told. Then Mauprat suddenly pushed the door to, and squeezed his neck so violently between it and the wall that the wretched man could not breathe. Deeming him sufficiently punished, Tristan opened the door again, and asking pardon for his carelessness, with great civility offered the man his arm to take him back to dinner. This the notary did not consider it wise to refuse, but as soon as he re-entered the room where his colleagues were, he threw himself into a chair, and pointing to his livid face and mangled neck, demanded justice for the trap into which he had just been led. It was then that my grandfather, reveling in his rascally wit, went through a comedy scene of sublime audacity. He gravely reproached the notary with accusing him unjustly, and always addressing him kindly and with studied politeness, called the others to bear witness to his conduct, begging them to make allowances if his precarious position had forced him to give them such a poor reception, all the while doing the honors of the table in splendid style. The poor notary did not dare to press the matter, and was compelled to dine, although half dead. His companions were so completely duped by Mauprat's assurance that they ate and drank merrily, treating the notary as a lunatic and a bore. They left Roche Mauprat all drunk, singing the praises of their hosts, and laughing at the notary, who fell down dead upon the threshold of his house on dismounting from his horse. The 8 sons, the pride and strength of old Mauprat, all resembled him in physical vigor, brutality of manners, and to some extent in craftiness and jesting ill nature. The truth is, they were veritable brutes, capable of any evil and completely dead to any noble thought or generous sentiment. Nevertheless, they were endowed with a sort of reckless, dashing courage which now and then seemed to have in it an element of grandeur. But it is time that I told you about myself, and gave you some idea of the development of my character in the thick of this filthy mire into which it had pleased God to plunge me on leaving my cradle. I should be wrong if, in order to gain your sympathy in these early years of my life, I asserted that I was born with a noble nature, a pure and incorruptible soul. As to this I know nothing. Maybe there are no incorruptible souls, maybe there are. That is what neither you nor anyone will ever know. The great questions awaiting an answer are these. Are our innate tendencies invincible? If not, can they be modified merely or wholly destroyed by education? For myself, I would not dare to affirm. I am neither a metaphysician, nor a psychologist, nor a philosopher. But I have had a terrible life, gentlemen, and if I were a legislator, I would order that man to have his tongue torn out or his head cut off, who dared to preach or write that the nature of individuals is unchangeable, and that it is no more possible to reform the character of a man than the appetite of a tiger. God has preserved me from believing this. All I can tell you is that my mother instilled into me good principles, though, perhaps, I was not endowed by nature with her good qualities. Even with her I was of a violent disposition, but my violence was sullen and suppressed. I was blind and brutal in anger, nervous even to cowardice at the approach of danger, daring almost to foolhardiness when hand to hand with it, that is to say, at once timid and brave from my love of life. My obstinacy was revolting, yet my mother alone could conquer me, and without attempting to reason, for my mind developed very slowly, I used to obey her as if by a sort of magnetic necessity. This one guiding hand which I remember, and another woman's which I felt later, were and have been sufficient to lead me towards good. But I lost my mother before she had been able to teach me anything seriously. And when I was transplanted to Roche Mauprat, my feelings for the evil done there was merely an instinctive aversion, feeble enough, perhaps, if fear had not been mingled with it. But I thank heaven from the bottom of my heart for the cruelties heaped upon me there, and above all for the hatred which my Uncle John conceived for me. My ill fortune preserved me from indifference in the presence of evil, and my sufferings helped me to detest those who wrought it. This John was certainly the most detestable of his race. Ever since a fall from his horse had maimed him, his evil temper had developed in proportion to his inability to do as much harm as his companions. Compelled to remain at home when the others set out on their expeditions, for he could not bestride a horse, he found his only chance of pleasure in those fruitless little attacks which the mounted police sometimes made on the castle, as if to ease their conscience. Then, entrenched behind a rampart of freestone which he had built to suit himself, John, calmly seated near his culverin, would pick off a gentleman from time to time, and at once regain, as he said, his sleeping and eating power, which want of exercise had taken from him. And he would even climb up to his beloved platform without waiting for the excuse of an attack, and there, crouching down like a cat ready to spring, as soon as he saw anyone appear in the distance without giving the signal, he would try his skill upon the target, and make the man retrace his steps. This he called sweeping the path clean. As I was too young to accompany my uncles on their hunting and plundering expeditions, John naturally became my guardian and tutor, that is to say, my jailer and tormentor. I will not give you all the details of that infernal existence. For nearly 10 years I endured cold, hunger, insults, the dungeon, and blows according to the more or less savage caprices of this monster. His fierce hatred of me arose from the fact that he could not succeed in depraving me. My rugged, headstrong, and unsociable nature preserved me from his vile seductions. It is possible that I had not any strong tendencies to virtue. To hatred I luckily had. Rather than do the bidding of my tyrant, I would have suffered 1,000 deaths, and so I grew up without conceiving any affection for vice. However, my notions about society were so strange that my uncle's mode of life did not in itself cause me any repugnance. Seeing that I was brought up behind the walls of Roche-Maupas, and that I lived in a state of perpetual siege, you will understand that I had precisely such ideas as any armed retainer in the barbarous ages of feudalism might have had. What, outside our den, was termed by other men assassinating, plundering, and torturing, I was taught to call fighting, conquering, and subduing. My sole knowledge of history consisted of an acquaintance with certain legends and ballads of chivalry, which my grandfather used to repeat to me of an evening, when he had time to think of what he was pleased to call my education. Whenever I asked him any question about the present time, he used to answer that times had sadly changed, that all Frenchmen had become traitors and felons, that they had frightened their kings, and that these, like cravens, had deserted the nobles, who in their turn had been cowardly enough to renounce their privileges and let laws be made for them by clodhoppers. I listened with surprise, almost with indignation, to this account of the age of which I lived, for me an age of shadows and mysteries. My grandfather had but vague ideas of chronology. Not a book of any kind was to be found at Roche-Maupas, except, I should say, the history of the sons of Aymon, and a few chronicles of the same class brought by our servants from the country fairs. 3 names, and only 3, stood clear in the chaos of my ignorance: Charlemagne, Louis XI, and Louis XIV, because my grandfather would frequently introduce these into dissertations on the unrecognized rights of the nobles. In truth, I was so ignorant that I scarcely knew the difference between a reign and a race, and I was by no means sure that my grandfather had not seen Charlemagne, for he spoke of him more frequently and more gladly than of any other man. But while my native energy led me to admire the exploits of my uncles and filled me with a longing to share in them, the cold-blooded cruelty they perpetrated on returning from their expeditions, and the perfidious artifices by which they lured their dupes to the castle in order to torture them to extort ransom, roused in me strange and painful emotions, which, now that I am speaking in all sincerity, it would be difficult for me to account for exactly. In the absence of all ordinary moral principles, it might have been natural for me to accept the theory which I daily saw carried into practice, that makes it right. But the humiliation and suffering which my Uncle John inflicted on me in virtue of this theory taught me to be dissatisfied with it. I could appreciate the right of the bravest, and I genuinely despised those who, with death in their power, yet chose life at the price of such ignominy as they had to bear at Roche-Maupas. But I could only explain these insults and horrors heaped on prisoners, some of them women and mere children, as manifestations of bloodthirsty appetites. I do not know if I was sufficiently susceptible of a noble sentiment to be inspired with pity for the victim, but certain it is that I experienced that feeling of selfish commiseration which is common to all natures, and which, purified and ennobled, has become charity among civilized peoples. Under my coarse exterior, my heart no doubt merely felt passing shock of fear and disgust at the sight of punishments which I myself might have to endure any day at the caprice of my oppressors, especially as John, when he saw me turn pale at these frightful spectacles, had a habit of saying in a mocking tone, "That's what I'll do to you when you are disobedient." All I know is that in presence of such iniquitous acts I experienced a horrible uneasiness. My blood curdled in my veins, my throat began to close, and I had to rush away, so as not to repeat the cries which pierced my ears. In time, however, I became somewhat hardened to these terrible impressions. The fibers of feeling grew tougher, and habit gave me power to hide what they termed my cowardice. I even felt ashamed of the signs of weakness I showed, and forced my face into the hyena smile which I saw on the faces of my kinsmen. But I could never prevent convulsive shudders from running through my limbs, and the coldness as of death from falling on my heart, at the recollection of these scenes of agony. The women, dragged half willingly, half by force, under the roof of Roche-Maupas, caused me inconceivable agitation. I began to feel the fires of youth kindling within me, and even to look with envy on this part of my uncle's spoil. But with these new-born desires were mingled inexpressible pangs. To all around me women were merely objects of contempt, and vainly did I try to separate this idea from that of the pleasure which was luring me. My mind was bewildered, and my irritated nerves imparted a violent and sickly strain to all my temptations. In other matters I had as vile a disposition as my companions. If my heart was better than theirs, my manners were no less arrogant, and my jokes in no better taste. And here it may be well to give you an illustration of my youthful malice, especially as the results of these events have had an influence on the rest of my life. End of Chapter 2, recording by Joe Sela.
Chapter 3 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Ginny Rosario. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 3. Some 3 leagues from Roche-Mauprat, on your way to Fromental, you must have noticed an old tower standing by itself in the middle of the woods. It is famous for the tragic death of a prisoner about a century ago. The executioner, on his rounds, thought good to hang him without any further formality, merely to gratify an old Mauprat, his overlord. At the time of which I am speaking, Gazeau Tower was already deserted and falling into ruins. It was state property, and, more from negligence than kindness, the authorities had allowed a poor old fellow to take up his abode there. He was quite a character, used to live completely alone, and was known in the district as Gaffer Patience. "Yes," I interrupted, "I have heard my nurse's grandmother speak of him. She believed he was a sorcerer." "Exactly so, and while we are at this point, let me tell you what sort of a man this Patience really was, for I shall have to speak of him more than once in the course of my story. I had opportunities of studying him thoroughly. Patience, then, was a rustic philosopher. Heaven had endowed him with a keen intellect, but he had had little education. By a sort of strange fatality, his brain had doggedly resisted the little instruction he might have received. For instance, he had been to the Carmelite school at blank, and instead of showing any aptitude for work, he had played truant with a keener delight than any of his schoolfellows. His was an eminently contemplative nature, kindly and indolent, but proud and almost savage in its love of independence, religious, yet opposed to all authority, somewhat captious, very suspicious, and inexorable with hypocrites. The observances of the cloister inspired him but with little awe, and as a result of once or twice speaking his mind too freely to the monks, he was expelled from the school. From that time forth he was the sworn foe of what he called monkism, and declared openly for the cure of the Brigands, who was accused of being a Jansenist. In the instruction of Patience, however, the cure succeeded no better than the monks. The young peasant, endowed though he was with Herculean strength and a great desire for knowledge, displayed an unconquerable aversion for every kind of work, whether physical or mental. He professed a sort of artless philosophy, which the cure found it very difficult to argue against. There was, he said, no need for a man to work as long as he did not want money, and he was in no need of money as long as his wants were moderate. Patience practiced what he preached. During the years when passions are so powerful, he lived a life of austerity, drank nothing but water, never entered a tavern, and never joined in a dance. He was always very awkward and shy with women, who, it must be owned, found little to please in his eccentric character, stern face, and somewhat sarcastic wit. As if to avenge himself for this by showing his contempt, or to console himself by displaying his wisdom, he took a pleasure, like Diogenes of old, in decrying the vain pleasures of others. And if at times he was to be seen passing under the branches in the middle of the fêtes, it was merely to throw out some shaft of scorn, a flash from his inexorable good sense. Sometimes, too, his uncompromising morality found expression in biting words, which left clouds of sadness or fear hanging over agitated consciences. This naturally gained him violent enemies, and the efforts of impotent hatred, helped by the feeling of awe which his eccentric behavior produced, fastened upon him the reputation of a sorcerer. When I said that Patience was lacking in education, I expressed myself badly. Longing for a knowledge of the sublime mysteries of nature, his mind wished to soar to heaven on its first flight. From the very beginning, the Jansenist vicar was so perplexed and startled by the audacity of his pupil, he had to say so much to calm him into submission, he was obliged to sustain such assaults of bold questions and proud objections, that he had no leisure to teach him the alphabet, and at the end of 10 years of studies, broken off and taken up at the bidding of a whim or on compulsion, Patience could not even read. It was only with great difficulty, after poring over a book for some 2 hours, that he deciphered a single page, and even then he did not grasp the meaning of most of the words expressing abstract ideas. Yet these abstract ideas were undoubtedly in him. You felt their presence while watching and listening to him, and the way in which he managed to embody them in homely phrase, enlivened with a rude poetry, was so marvelous that one scarcely knew whether to feel astounded or amused. Always serious, always positive himself, he scorned dalliance with any dialectic. A Stoic by nature and on principle, enthusiastic in propagation of his doctrine of severance from false ideas, but resolute in the practice of resignation, he made many a breach in the poor cure's defenses, and it was in these discussions, as he often told me in his last years, that he acquired his knowledge of philosophy. In order to make a stand against the battering ram of natural logic, the worthy Jansenist was obliged to invoke the testimony of all the fathers of the Church, and to oppose these, often even to corroborate them, with the teaching of all the sages and scholars of antiquity. Then Patience, his round eyes starting from his head, this was his own expression, lapsed into silence and delighted to learn without having the bother of studying, would ask for long explanations of the doctrines of these men, and for an account of their lives. Noticing this attention and this silence, his adversary would exult. But just as he thought he had convinced this rebellious soul, Patience, hearing the village clock strike midnight, would rise, take an affectionate leave of his host, and on the very threshold of the vicarage would dismay the good man with some laconic and cutting comment that confounded St. Jerome and Plato alike, Eusebius equally with Seneca, Tertullian no less than Aristotle. The cure was not too ready to acknowledge the superiority of this untutored intellect. Still, he was quite astonished at passing so many winter evenings by his fireside with this peasant without feeling either bored or tired, and he would wonder how it was that the village schoolmaster and even the prior of the convent, in spite of their Greek and Latin, appeared to him, the one a bore, the other a sophist, in all their discussions. Knowing the perfect purity of the peasant's life, he attributed the ascendancy of his mind to the power of virtue and the charm it spreads over all things. Then, each evening, he would humbly accuse himself before God of not having disputed with his pupil from a sufficiently Christian point of view. He would confess to his guardian angel that pride in his own learning and joy at being listened to so devoutly had carried him somewhat beyond the bounds of religious instruction, that he had quoted profane writers too complacently, that he had even experienced a dangerous pleasure in roaming with his disciple through the fields of the past, plucking pagan flowers unsprinkled by the waters of baptism, flowers in whose fragrance a priest should not have found such delight. On his side, Patience loved the cure dearly. He was his only friend, his only bond of union with society, his only bond of union, through the light of knowledge, with God. The peasant largely overestimated his pastor's learning. He did not know that even the most enlightened men often draw wrong conclusions, or no conclusions at all, from the course of progress. Patience would have been spared great distress of mind if he could have seen for certain that his master was frequently mistaken, and that it was the man, not the truth, that was at fault. Not knowing this, and finding the experience of the ages at variance with his innate sense of justice, he was continually a prey to agonizing reveries, and living by himself and wandering through the country at all hours of the day and night, wrapped in thoughts undreamed of by his fellows, he gave more and more credit to the tales of sorcery reported against him. The convent did not like the pastor. A few monks whom Patience had unmasked hated Patience. Hence, both pastor and pupil were persecuted. The ignorant monks did not scruple to accuse the cure to his bishop of devoting himself to the occult sciences in concert with the magician Patience. A sort of religious war broke out in the village and neighborhood. All who were not for the convent were for the cure, and vice versa. Patience scorned to take part in this struggle. One morning he went to see his friend, with tears in his eyes, and said to him, "You are the one man in all the world that I love, and I will not have you persecuted on my account. Since, after you, I neither know nor care for a soul, I am going off to live in the woods, like the men of primitive times. I have inherited a field which brings me in 50 francs a year. It is the only land I have ever stirred with these hands, and half its wretched rent has gone to pay the tithe of labor I owe the Signor. I trust to die without ever doing duty as a beast of burden for others, and yet should they remove you from your office or rob you of your income, if you have a field that needs plowing, only send me word, and you will see that these arms have not grown altogether stiff in their idleness." It was in vain that the pastor opposed this resolve. Patience departed, carrying with him as his only belonging the coat he had on his back and an abridgment of the teachings of Epictetus. For this book he had a great affection, and, thanks to much study of it, could read as many as 3 of its pages a day without unduly tiring himself. The rustic anchorite went into the desert to live. At first he built himself a hut of branches in a wood. Then, as wolves attacked him, he took refuge in one of the lower halls of the Gazeau Tower, which he furnished luxuriously with a bed of moss and some stumps of trees. Wild roots, wild fruit, and goat's milk constituted a daily fare very little inferior to what he had had in the village. This is no exaggeration. You have to see the peasants in certain parts of Varennes to form an idea of the frugal diet on which a man can live and keep in good health. In the midst of these men of stoical habits all round him, Patience was still exceptional. Never had wine reddened his lips, and bread had seemed to him a superfluity. Besides, the doctrine of Pythagoras was not wholly displeasing to him, and in the rare interviews which he henceforth had with his friend, he would declare that, without exactly believing in metempsychosis, and without making it a rule to eat vegetables only, he felt a secret joy at being able to live thus, and at having no further occasion to see death dealt out every day to innocent animals. Patience had formed this curious resolution at the age of 40. He was 60 when I saw him for the first time, and he was then possessed of extraordinary physical vigor. In truth, he was in the habit of roaming about the country every year. However, in proportion as I tell you about my own life, I shall give you details of the hermit life of Patience. At the time of which I am about to speak, the forest rangers, more from fear of his casting a spell over them than out of compassion, had finally ceased their persecutions and given him full permission to live in Gazeau Tower, not, however, without warning him that it would probably fall about his head during the first gale of wind. To this, Patience had replied philosophically that if he was destined to be crushed to death, the first tree in the forest would do the work quite as well as the walls of Gazeau Tower. Before putting my actor Patience on the stage, and with many apologies for inflicting on you such a long preliminary biography, I have still to mention that during the 20 years of which I have spoken, the cure's mind had bowed to a new power. He loved philosophy, and in spite of himself, dear man, could not prevent this love from embracing the philosophers too, even the least orthodox. The works of Jean-Jacques Rousseau carried him away into new regions, in spite of all his efforts at resistance. And when one morning, when returning from a visit to some sick folk, he came across Patience gathering his dinner of herbs from the rocks of Crevant, he sat down near him on one of the druidical stones and made, without knowing it, the profession of faith of the Savoyard vicar. Patience drank more willingly of this poetic religion than of the ancient orthodoxy. The pleasure with which he listened to a summary of the new doctrines led the cure to arrange secret meetings with him in isolated parts of Varennes, where they agreed to come upon each other as if by chance. At these mysterious interviews, the imagination of Patience, fresh and ardent from long solitude, was fired with all the magic of the thoughts and hopes which were then fermenting in France, from the court of Versailles to the most uninhabitable heath. He became enamored of Jean-Jacques and made the cure read as much of him as he possibly could without neglecting his duties. Then he begged a copy of the Contrôle Social and hastened to Gazeau Tower to spell his way through it feverishly. At first, the cure had given him of this manna only with a sparing hand, and while making him admire the lofty thoughts and noble sentiments of the philosopher, had thought to put him on his guard against the poison of anarchy. But all the old learning, all the happy texts of bygone days, in a word, all the theology of the worthy priest, was swept away like a fragile bridge by the torrent of wild eloquence and ungovernable enthusiasm which Patience had accumulated in his desert. The vicar had to give way and fall back terrified upon himself. There he discovered that the shrine of his own science was everywhere, cracking and crumbling to ruin. The new sun which was rising on the political horizon and making havoc in so many minds melted his own like a light snow under the first breath of spring. The sublime enthusiasm of Patience, the strange poetic life of the man which seemed to reveal him as one inspired, the romantic turn which their mysterious relations were taking, the ignoble persecutions of the convent making it noble to revolt, all this so worked upon the priest that by 1770 he had already traveled far from Jansenism and was vainly searching all the religious heresies for some spot on which he might rest before falling into the abyss of philosophy so often opened at his feet by Patience, so often hidden in vain by the exorcisms of Roman theology. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Ginny Rosario. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 4. After this account of the philosophical life of Patience, set forth by me now in manhood, continued Bernard after a pause, it is not altogether easy to return to the very different impressions I received in boyhood on meeting the wizard of Gazeau Tower. I will make an effort, however, to reproduce my recollections faithfully. It was one summer evening, as I was returning from bird snaring with several peasant boys, that I passed Gazeau Tower for the first time. My age was about 13, and I was bigger and stronger than any of my comrades. Besides, I exercised over them, sternly enough, the authority I drew from my noble birth. In fact, the mixture of familiarity and etiquette in our intercourse was rather fantastic. Sometimes, when the excitement of sport or the fatigue of the day had greater powers over them than I, they used to have their own way. And I already knew how to yield at the right moment, as tyrants do, so as always to avoid the appearance of being compelled. However, I generally found a chance for revenge, and soon saw them trembling before the hated name of my family. Well, night was coming on, and we were walking along gaily, whistling, knocking down crab-apples with stones, imitating the notes of birds, when the boy who was ahead suddenly stopped, and coming back to us, declared that he was not going by the Gazeau Tower path, but would rather cut across the wood. This idea was favored by 2 others. A third objected that we ran the risk of losing ourselves if we left the path, that night was near, and that there were plenty of wolves about. "Come on, you funks," I cried in a princely tone, pushing forward the guide. "Follow the path and have done with this nonsense." "Not me," said the youngster. "I've just seen the sorcerer at his door saying magic words, and I don't want to have a fever all the year." "Bah," said another. "He doesn't do harm to everybody. He never hurts children, and besides, we have only to pass by very quietly without saying anything to him. What do you suppose he'll do to us?" "Oh, it would be all right if we were alone," answered the first. "But M. Bernard is here. We're sure to have a spell cast on us." "What do you say, you fool?" I cried, doubling my fist. "It's not my fault, my lord," replied the boy. "That old wretch doesn't like the gentry, and he has said he would be glad to see M. Tristan and all his sons hanging from the same bough." "He said that, did he?" "Good," I answered. "Come on, and you shall see. All who are my friends will follow. Anyone that leaves me is a coward." 2 of my companions, out of vanity, let themselves be drawn on. The others pretended to imitate them, but after a few steps they had all taken flight and disappeared into the copse. However, I went on proudly, escorted by my 2 acolytes. Little Sylvain, who was in the front, took off his hat as soon as he saw Patience in the distance, and when we arrived opposite him, though the man was looking on the ground without appearing to notice us, he was seized with terror and said in a trembling voice, "Good evening, Master Patience. A good night's rest to you." The sorcerer, roused out of his reverie, started like a man waked from sleep, and I saw, not without a certain emotion, his weather-beaten face half covered with a thick grey beard. His big head was quite bald, and the bareness of his forehead only served to make his bushy eyebrows more prominent. Behind these, his round, deep-set eyes seemed to flash like lightning at the end of summer behind the fading foliage. He was of small stature, but very broad-shouldered, in fact built like a gladiator. The rags in which he was clad were defiantly filthy. His face was short and of a vulgar type, like that of Socrates, and if the fire of genius glowed in his strongly marked features, I certainly could not perceive it. He appeared to me a wild beast, an unclean animal, filled with a sense of loathing, and determined to avenge the insult he had offered to my name. I put a stone in my sling, and without further ado hurled it at him with all my might. At the moment the stone flew out, Patience was in the act of replying to the boy's greeting. "Good evening, lads. God be with you," he was saying, when the stone whistled past his ear and struck a tame owl of which Patience had made a pet, and which at the approach of night was beginning to rouse itself in the ivy above the door. The owl gave a piercing cry and fell bleeding at the feet of its master, who answered it with a roar of anger. For a few seconds he stood motionless with surprise and fury. Then, suddenly taking the palpitating victim by the feet, he lifted it up, and coming towards us, cried in a voice of thunder, "Which of you wretches threw that stone?" The boy, who had been walking behind, flew with the swiftness of the wind, but Sylvain, seized by the great hand of the sorcerer, fell upon his knees, swearing by the Holy Virgin and by Saint Solange, the patroness of Berry, that he was innocent of the death of the bird. I felt, I confess, a strong inclination to let him get out of the scrape as best he could, and make my escape into the thicket. I had expected to see a decrepit old juggler, not to fall into the hands of a robust enemy, but pride held me back. "If you did this," said Patience to my trembling comrade, "I pity you, for you are a wicked child, and you will grow into a dishonest man. You have done a bad deed. You have made it your pleasure to cause pain to an old man who never did you any harm, and you have done this treacherously, like a coward, while feigning politeness and bidding him good evening. You are a liar, a miscreant. You have robbed me of my only society, my only riches. You have taken delight in evil. God preserve you from living, if you are going on in this way." "Oh, Monsieur Patience," cried the boy, clasping his hands, "do not curse me, do not bewitch me, do not give me any illness. It wasn't I. May God strike me dead if it was." "If it wasn't you, it was this one then," said Patience, seizing me by the coat collar and shaking me like a young tree to be uprooted. "Yes, I did it," I replied haughtily, "and if you wish to know my name, learn that I am called Bernard Mauprat, and that a peasant who lays a hand on a nobleman deserves death." "Death! You! You would put me to death, Mauprat!" cried the old man, petrified with surprise and indignation. "And what would God be, then, if a brat like you had a right to threaten a man of my age? Death! Ah, you are a genuine Mauprat, and you bite like your breed, cursed whelp. Such things as they talk of putting to death the very moment they are born. Death, my wolf cub! Do you know it is yourself who deserves death, not for what you have just done, but for being the son of your father and the nephew of your uncles? Ah, I am glad to hold a Mauprat in the hollow of my hand and see whether a cur of a nobleman weighs as much as a Christian." As he spoke, he lifted me from the ground as he would have lifted a hare. "Little one," he said to my comrade, "you can run home. You needn't be afraid. Patience rarely gets angry with his equals, and he always pardons his brothers, because his brothers are ignorant like himself, and know not what they do. But a Mauprat, look you, is a thing that knows how to read and write, and is only the viler for it all. Run away then, but no, stay. I should like you once in your life to see a nobleman receive a thrashing from the hand of a peasant. And that is what you are going to see, and I ask you not to forget it, little one, and to tell your parents about it. Livid and gnashing my teeth with rage, I made desperate efforts to resist. Patience, with hideous calmness, bound me to a tree with an osier shoot. At the touch of his great horny hand, I bent like a reed, and yet I was remarkably strong for my age. He fixed the owl to a branch above my head, and the bird's blood, as it fell on me drop by drop, caused me unspeakable horror. For though this was only the correction we administer to sporting dogs that worry game, my brain, bewildered by rage, despair, and my comrades' cries, began to imagine some frightful witchcraft. However, I really think I would rather have been metamorphosed into an owl at once than undergo the punishment he inflicted on me. In vain did I fling threats at him. In vain did I take terrible vows of vengeance. In vain did the peasant child throw himself on his knees again and supplicate, "Monsieur Patience, for God's sake, for your own sake, don't harm him. The Mauprats will kill you." He laughed and shrugged his shoulders. Then taking a handful of holly twigs, he flogged me in a manner, I must own, more humiliating than cruel, for no sooner did he see a few drops of my blood appear than he stopped and threw down the rod. I even noticed a sudden softening of his features and voice, as if he were sorry for his severity. "Mauprat," he said, crossing his arms on his breast and looking at me fixedly, "you have now been punished. You have now been insulted, my fine gentleman. That is enough for me. As you see, I might easily prevent you from ever harming me by stopping your breath with a touch of my finger and burying you under the stone at my door. Who would think of coming to Gaffer Patience to look for this fine child of noble blood? But, as you may also see, I am not fond of vengeance. At the first cry of pain that escaped you, I stopped. No, I don't like to cause suffering. I am not a Mauprat. Still, it was well for you to learn by experience what is to be a victim. May this disgust you of the hangman's trade, which had been handed down from father to son in your family. Good evening. You can go now. I no longer bear you malice. The justice of God is satisfied. You can tell your uncles to put me on their gridiron. They will have a tough morsel to eat, and they will swallow flesh that will come to life again in their gullets and choke them." Then he picked up the dead owl, and looking at it sadly, "A peasant's child would not have done this," he said. "This is sport for gentle blood." As he retired to his door, he gave utterance to an exclamation which escaped him only on solemn occasions, and from which he derived his curious surname. "Patience, patience," he cried. This, according to the gossips, was a cabalistic formula of his, and whenever he had been heard to pronounce it, some misfortune had happened to the individual who had offended him. Sylvain crossed himself to ward off the evil spirit. The terrible words resounded through the tower, into which Patience had just withdrawn. Then the door closed behind him with a bang. My comrade was so eager to be off that he was within an ace of leaving me there, bound to the tree. As soon as he had released me, he exclaimed, "A sign of the cross! For God's sake, a sign of the cross! If you don't cross yourself, you are bewitched. We shall be devoured by wolves as we go, or else we shall meet the great monster." "Idiot!" I said. "I have something else to think about. Listen, if you are ever unlucky enough to tell a single soul of what has happened, I will strangle you." "Alas, sir, what am I to do?" he replied with a mixture of innocence and malice. "The sorcerer said I was to tell my parents." I raised my fist to strike him, but my strength failed. Choking with rage at the treatment I had just undergone, I fell down almost in a faint, and Sylvain seized the opportunity for flight. When I came to, I found myself alone. I did not know this part of Varennes. I had never been here before, and it was horribly wild. All through the day I had seen tracks of wolves and wild boars in the sand, and now night had come, and I was still 2 leagues from Roche-Mauprat. The gate would be shut, the drawbridge up, and I should get a bullet through me if I tried to enter after 9 o'clock. As I did not know the way, it was 100 to 1 against my doing the 2 leagues in an hour. However, I would have preferred to die 1,000 deaths rather than ask shelter of the man in Gazeau Tower, even had he granted it gracefully. My pride was bleeding more than my flesh. I started off at a run, heedless of all risks. The path made 1,000 turns. 1,000 other paths kept crossing it. When I reached the plain, I found myself in a pasture surrounded by hedges. There, every trace of the path disappeared. I jumped the hedge at a venture and fell into a field. The night was pitch dark. Even had it been day, it would have been impossible to ascertain my way in the midst of little properties buried between high banks bristling with thorns. Finally, I reached a heath, then some woods, and my fears, which had been somewhat subdued, now grew intense. Yes, I own I was a prey to mortal terrors. Trained to bravery as a dog is to sport, I bore myself well enough before others. Spurred by vanity, indeed, I was foolishly bold when I had spectators, but left to myself, in the middle of the night, exhausted by toil and hunger, though with no longing for food, unhinged by the emotions I had just experienced, certain that my uncles would beat me when I returned, yet as anxious to return as if I were going to find paradise on earth at Mauprat, I wandered about until daybreak, suffering indescribable agonies. The howls of the wolves, happily far off, more than once reached my ears and froze the blood in my veins. And, as if my position had not been perilous enough in reality, my overwrought imagination must needs add to it 1,000 extravagant fantasies. Patience had the reputation of being a wolf-rearer. This, as you know, is a cabalistic specialty accredited in all countries. I kept on fancying, therefore, that I saw this devilish little greybeard escorted by his ravening pack, and himself in the form of a demi-wolf, pursuing me through the woods. Several times when rabbits got up at my feet, I almost fell backwards from the shock. And now, as I was certain that nobody could see, I made many a sign of the cross. For while affecting incredulity, I was, of course, at heart filled with all the superstitions born of fear. At last, at daybreak, I reached Mauprat. I waited in a moat until the gates were opened, and then slipped up to my room without being seen by anybody. As it was not altogether an unfailing tenderness that watched over me at Mauprat, my absence had not been noticed during the night. Meeting my Uncle John on the stairs, I led him to believe that I had just got up, and as the artifice proved successful, I went off to the hayloft and slept for the rest of the day. End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 5. As I had nothing further to fear for myself, it would have been easy to take vengeance on my enemy. Everything was favorable. The words he had uttered against my family would have been sufficient without any mention of the outrage done to my own person, which, in truth, I hardly cared to make known. I had only to say a word, and in a quarter of an hour 7 Mauprats would have been in the saddle. Delighted at the opportunity of making an example of a man who paid them no dues, such a man would have seemed to them good for nothing, by hanging as warning to others. But even if things had not been likely to reach this pitch, I somehow felt an unconquerable aversion to asking 8 men to avenge me on a single one. Just as I was about to ask them, for in my anger I had firmly resolved to do so, I was held back by some instinct for fair dealing which I had hitherto been a stranger, and whose presence in myself I could hardly explain. Perhaps, too, the words of Patience had, unknown to myself, aroused in me a healthy sense of shame. Perhaps his righteous maledictions on the nobles had given me glimpses of the idea of justice. Perhaps, in short, what I had hitherto despised in myself as impulses of weakness and compassion, henceforth began dimly to take a more solemn and less contemptible shape. Be that as it may, I kept silent. I contented myself with thrashing Sylvan as a punishment for having deserted me, and to impress upon him that he was not to breathe a word about my unfortunate adventure. The bitterness of the recollection was intensified by an incident toward the end of autumn, when I was out with him beating the woods for game. The poor boy was genuinely attached to me, for my brutality notwithstanding, he always used to be at my heels the instant I was outside the castle. When any of his companions spoke ill of me, he would take up my cause and declare that I was merely somewhat hasty, and not really bad at heart. Ah, it is the gentle, resigned souls of the humble that keep up the pride and roughness of the great. Well, we were trying to trap larks when my Sabosha page, who always hunted about ahead of me, came back, saying in his rude dialect, "I can see the wolf driver and the mole catcher." This announcement sent a shudder through all my limbs. However, the longing for revenge produced a reaction, and I marched straight on to meet the sorcerer. Perhaps, too, I felt somewhat reassured by the presence of his companion, who was a frequenter of Rocher Mauprat, and would be likely to show me respect and afford me assistance. Marcas, the mole catcher, as he was called, professed to rid the dwellings and fields of the district of polecats, weasels, rats, and other vermin. Nor did he confine his good offices to Berry. Every year, he went the round of La Marche, Nervins, Limousin, and Saint-Auge, visiting alone and on foot, all the places that had the good sense to appreciate his talents. He was well received everywhere, in the castle no less than in the cottage, for his was a trade that had been carried on successfully and honestly in his family for generations. Indeed, his descendants still carry it on. Thus he had work and a home awaiting him for every day in the year. As regular in his round as the earth in her rotation, he would reappear on a given day at the very place where he had appeared the year before, and always with the same dog and with the same long sword. This personage was as curious as the sorcerer, Patience, perhaps more comic in his way than the sorcerer. He was a bilious, melancholy man, tall, lean, angular, full of languor, dignity, and deliberation in his speech and action. So little did he like talking, that he answered all question in monosyllables, and yet he never failed to obey the laws of the most scrupulous politeness, and rarely said a word without raising his hand to the corner of his hat as a sign of respect and civility. Was he thus by nature, or in his itinerant trade? Had this wise reserve arisen from a fear of alienating some of his numerous clients by incautious chatter? No one knew. In all houses, he was allowed a free hand. During the day, he had the key of every granary. In the evening, a place at the fireside of every kitchen. He knew everything that happened, for his dreamy, absorbed air led people to talk freely in his presence. Yet he had never been known to inform any household of the doings of another. If you wish to know how I had become struck by this strange character, I may tell you that I had been a witness of my uncle's and grandfather's efforts to make him talk. They hoped to draw from him some information about the chateau of Saint-Sever, the home of a man they hated and envied, M. Hubert de Mauprat. Although Don Marquez, they called him Don because he seemed to have the bearing and pride of a ruined hidalgo. Although Don Marquez, I say, had shown himself as incomprehensible here as elsewhere, the coup Gébaré Mauprat never failed to squeeze him a little more in the hope of extracting some details about the Cassette de Mauprats. Nobody, then, could discover Marquez's opinions about anything. It would have been simplest to suppose that he did not take the trouble to have any. Yet the attraction which Patience seemed to feel towards him, so great that he could accompany him on his travels for several weeks altogether, led one to believe that there was some witchery in the man's mysterious air, and that it was not solely the length of his sword and the skill of his dog which played such wonderful havoc with the moles and weasels. There were whispered rumors of the enchanted herbs that he employed to lure these suspicious animals from their holes into his nets. However, as people found themselves better off for his magic, no one dreamt of denouncing it as criminal. I do not know if you have ever seen one of the rat hunts. It is a curious sight, especially in a fodder loft. the man and dog climbing up ladders and running along beams with marvelous assurance and agility, the dog sniffing every hole in the wall, playing the cat, crouching down and lying in wait until the game comes out for his master's rapier. The man thrusting through bundles of straw and putting the enemy to the sword. All this, when arranged and carried out with gravity and dignity by Don Marquez, was, I assure you, a most singular and interesting performance. When I saw this trusty fellow, I felt equal to braving the sorcerer, and advanced boldly. Sylvain stared at me in admiration, and I noticed that Patience himself was not prepared for such audacity. I pretended to go up to Marquez and speak to him, as though quite unconcerned about the presence of my enemy. Seeing this, he gently thrust aside the mole catcher, and laying his heavy hand on my head, said very quietly, "You have grown of late, my fine gentleman." The blood rushed to my face, and drawing back scornfully, I answered, "Take care what you are doing, clodhopper. You should remember that if you still have your 2 ears, it is to my kindness that you owe them." "My 2 ears," said Patience with a bitter laugh. Then, making an allusion to the nickname of my family, he added, "Perhaps you mean my 2 hamstrings. Patience, Patience. The time maybe is not far distant when clodhoppers will rid the nobles of neither ears nor hamstrings, but of their heads and their purses." "Silence, Master Patience," said the mole catcher solemnly. "These are not the words of a philosopher." "You are quite right, replied the sorcerer, "and in truth, I don't know why I allow myself to argue with this lad. He might have had me made into pap by his uncles. I whipped him in the summer for playing me a stupid trick, and I don't know what happened to the family, but the Mauprat lost a fine chance of injuring a neighbor." "Learn, peasant," I said, "that a nobleman always takes vengeance nobly. I did not want my wrongs avenged by people more powerful than yourself, but wait a couple years. I promise I will hang you with my own hands on a certain tree that I shall easily recognize, not very far from the Dole of Gauzet Tower. If I don't, I will renounce my birthright. If I spare you, I will take the title of Wolf Driver." Patience smiled. Then suddenly becoming serious, he fixed on me that searching look which rendered his physiognomy so striking, then turned to the weasel hunter. "It is strange," he said. "There must be something in blood. Take the vilest noble, and you will find that in certain things he has more spirit than the bravest of us. Ah, it is simple enough," he added, speaking to himself. "They are brought up like that, whilst we, they tell us, are born to obey. Patience." He was silent for an instant. Then, rousing himself from his reverie, he said to me in a kindly, though somewhat mocking tone, "And so you want to hang me, Monseigneur Straw-Stock? You will have to eat a lot of beef, then, for you are not yet tall enough to reach the branch which is to bear me. And before then, perhaps many things will happen that are not dreamt of in your little philosophy." "Nonsense! Why talk nonsense?" said the mole catcher with a serious air. "Come make peace, Monseigneur Bernard. I ask pardon for Patience. He is an old man, a fool." No, said Patience. "I want him to hang me. He is right. This is merely my due, and in fact it may come more quickly than all the rest. You must not make too much haste to grow, monsieur, for I am making more haste to grow old than I would wish. And you, who are so brave, you would not attack a man no longer able to defend himself." "You didn't hesitate to use your strength against me," I cried. "Confess now, didn't you treat me brutally? Wasn't it a coward's work, that?" "Oh, children, he said. "See how the thing reasons. Out of the mouths of children cometh truth." And he moved away dreamily, and muttering to himself as was his wont. Marquez took off his hat to me, and said in impassive tone, "He is wrong. Live at peace." pardon, peace, farewell. They disappeared, and there ended my relations with Patience. I did not come in contact with him again until long afterward. End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6, Part 1 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Ginny Rosario. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 6, Part 1. I was 15 when my grandfather died. At Roche Mauprat his death caused no sorrow, but infinite consternation. He was the soul of every vice that reigned therein, and it is certain that he was more cruel, though less vile, than his sons. On his death, the sort of glory which his audacity had won for us grew dim. His sons, hitherto held under firm control, became more and more drunken and debauched. Moreover, each day added some new peril to their expeditions. Except for the few trusty vassals whom we treated well, and who were all devoted to us, we were becoming more and more isolated and resourceless. People had left the neighboring country in consequence of our violent depredations. The terror that we inspired pushed back daily the bounds of the desert around us. In making our ventures, we had to go farther afield, even to the borders of the plain. There we had not the upper hand, and my Uncle Lawrence, the boldest of us all, was dangerously wounded in a skirmish. Other schemes had to be devised. John suggested them. One was that we should slip into the fairs under various disguises and exercise our skill in thieving. From brigands we became pickpockets, and our detested names sank lower and lower in infamy. We formed a fellowship with the most noisome characters our province concealed, and by an exchange of rascally services, once again managed to avoid destitution. I say we, for I was beginning to take a place in this band of cutthroats when my grandfather died. He had yielded to my entreaties and allowed me to join in some of the last expeditions he attempted. I shall make no apologies, but here, gentlemen, you behold a man who has followed the profession of a bandit. I feel no remorse at the recollection, no more than a soldier would feel at having served a campaign under orders from his general. I thought that I was still living in the Middle Ages. The laws of the land, with all their strength and wisdom, were to me words devoid of meaning. I felt brave and full of vigor. Fighting was a joy. Truly, the results of our victories often made me blush, but as they in no way profited myself, I washed my hands of them. Nay, I remember with pleasure that I helped more than one victim who had been knocked down to get up and escape. This existence, with its movement, its dangers, and its fatigues, had a numbing effect on me. It took me away from any painful reflections which might have arisen in my mind. Besides, it freed me from the immediate tyranny of John. However, after the death of my grandfather, when our band degraded itself to exploits of a different nature, I fell back under his odious sway. I was by no means fitted for lying and fraud. I displayed not only aversion, but also incapacity for this new industry. Consequently, my uncle looked upon me as useless, and began to maltreat me again. They would have driven me away had they not been afraid that I might make my peace with society and become a dangerous enemy to themselves. While they were in doubt as to whether it was wiser to feed me or to live in fear of me, they often thought, as I have since learned, of picking a quarrel with me and forcing a fight in which I might be got rid of. This was John's suggestion. Antony, however, who retained more of Tristan's energy and love of fair play at home than any of his brothers, proved clearly that I did more good than harm. I was, he declared, a brave fighter, and there was no knowing when they might need an extra hand. I might also be shaped into a swindler. I was very young and very ignorant, but John perhaps would endeavor to win me over by kindness and make my lot less wretched. Above all, he might enlighten me as to my true position by explaining that I was an outcast from society and could not return to it without being hanged immediately. Then, perhaps, my obstinacy and pride would give way out of regard to my own well-being on the one hand, and from necessity on the other. At all events, they should try this before getting rid of me. For, said Antony, to round off his homily, We were 10 Mauprats last year. Our father is dead, and if we kill Bernard, we shall only be 8. This argument gained the day. They brought me forth from the species of dungeon in which I had languished for several months. They gave me new clothes. They exchanged my old gun for a beautiful carbine that I had always coveted. They explained to me my position in the world. They honored me with the best wine at meals. I promised to reflect, and meanwhile became rather more brutalized by inaction and drunkenness than I had been by brigandage. However, my captivity had made such a terrible impression on me that I took a secret oath to dare any dangers that might assail me on the territories of the King of France, rather than endure a repetition of that hideous experience. Nothing but a miserable point of honor now kept me at Roche-Mauprat. It was evident that a storm was gathering over our heads. The peasants were discontented, in spite of all our efforts to attach them to us. Doctrines of independence were secretly insinuating themselves into their midst. Our most faithful retainers were growing tired of merely having their fill of bread and meat. They were demanding money, and we had none. We had received more than one serious summons to pay our fiscal dues to the state, and as our private creditors had joined hands with the crown officers and the recalcitrant peasants, everything was threatening us with a catastrophe like that which had just overtaken the Seigneur de Plumartin in our province. Footnote. The reputation which the Seigneur de Plumartin has left behind him in the province will preserve the story of Mauprat from the reproach of exaggeration. Penn would refuse to trace the savage obscenities and refinements of cruelty which marked the life of this madman, and which perpetuated the traditions of feudal brigandage in Berry down to the last days of the ancient monarchy. His chateau was besieged, and after a stubborn resistance he was taken and hanged. There are many people still living, nor yet very advanced in years, who knew the man. End of footnote. My uncles had long thought of making common cause with this country squire in his marauding expeditions and his resistance to authority. However, just as Plumartin, about to fall into the hands of his enemies, had given his word of honor that he would welcome us as friends and allies if we went to his assistance, we had heard of his defeat and tragic end. Thus we ourselves were now on our guard night and day. It was a question of either fleeing the country or bracing ourselves for a decisive struggle. Some counseled the former alternative, the others declared their resolve to follow the advice of their dying father and to find a grave under the ruins of the keep. Any suggestion of flight or compromise they denounced as contemptible cowardice. The fear, then, of incurring such a reproach, and perhaps in some measure an instinctive love of danger, still kept me back. However, my aversion to this odious existence was only lying dormant, ready to break out violently at any moment. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Ginny Rosario. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 6, Part 2. One evening, after a heavy supper, we remained at table, drinking and conversing, God knows in what words and on what subject. It was frightful weather. The rain, driven through the broken windows, was running in streams across the stone floor of the hall, and the old walls were trembling in the storm. The night wind was whistling through chinks in the roof and making the flames of our resin torches flicker weirdly. During the meal, my uncles had rallied me very much on what they called my virtue. They had treated my shyness, in the presence of women, as a sign of continence, and it was especially in this matter that they urged me to evil by ridiculing my modesty. While parrying these coarse jibes and making thrusts in the same strain, I had been drinking enormously. Consequently, my wild imagination had become inflamed, and I boasted that I would be bolder and more successful with the first woman brought to Roche-Mauprat than any of my uncles. The challenge was accepted amid roars of laughter. Peals of thunder sent back an answer to the infernal merriment. All at once the horn was heard at the portcullis. Everybody stopped talking. The blast just blown was the signal used by the Maupras to summon each other or make themselves known. It was my Uncle Lawrence, who had been absent all day and who was now asking to be let in. We had so little confidence in others that we acted as our own turnkeys in the fortress. John rose and took down the keys, but he stopped immediately on hearing a second blast of the horn. This meant that Lawrence was bringing in a prize, and that we were to go and meet him. In the twinkling of an eye, all the Maupras were at the portcullis, torch in hand, except myself, whose indifference at this moment was profound, and whose legs were seriously conscious of wine. "If it is a woman," cried Antony as he went out, "I swear by the soul of my father that she shall be handed over to you, my valiant young man, and we'll see if your courage comes up to your conceit." I remained with my elbows on the table, sunk in an uncomfortable stupor. When the door opened again, I saw a woman in a strange costume entering with a confident step. It required an effort to keep my mind from wandering and to grasp what one of the Maupras came and whispered to me. In the middle of a wolf hunt, at which several of the nobles in the neighborhood had been present with their wives, this young lady's horse had taken fright and bolted away from the rest of the field. When it had pulled up after a gallop of about a league, she had tried to find her way back, but, not knowing the Varennes district, where all the landmarks are so much alike, she had gone farther and farther astray. The storm and the advent of night had completed her perplexity. Lawrence, happening to meet her, had offered to escort her to the chateau of Rochemaure, which, as a fact, was more than 6 leagues distant, but he had declared that it was quite near and had pretended to be the gamekeeper there. She did not actually know the lady of Rochemaure, but being a distant connection of hers, she counted upon a welcome. Never having seen the face of a single Mauprat, and little dreaming that she was so near their haunt, she had followed her guide confidingly, and as she had never in her life caught a glimpse of Rochemaure, whether in the distance or close at hand, she was led upon the scene of our orgies without having the least suspicion of the trap into which she had fallen. When I rubbed my heavy eyes and beheld this woman, so young and so beautiful, with her expression of calm sincerity and of goodness, the like of which I had never seen on the brow of any other, for all those who had passed the portcullis of our abode were either insolent prostitutes or stupid victims, I could not but think I was dreaming. Remembering how prominently fairies figured in my legends of chivalry, I almost fancied that Morgana or Urganda had come among us to administer justice, and for the moment I felt an inclination to throw myself on my knees and protest against any judgment which should confound me with my uncle's. Antony, to whom Lawrence had quickly given the cue, approached her with as much politeness as he had in his composition, and begged her to excuse his hunting costume, likewise that of his friends. They were all nephews or cousins of the Lady of Rochemaure, whom they were now awaiting before sitting down to table. Being very religious, she was at present in the chapel, in pious conference with the chaplain. The air of simple confidence with which the stranger listened to these absurd lies went to my heart, but I had not a very clear idea of what I felt. "Please," she said to my Uncle John, who was dancing attendance on her with the leer of a satyr, "please do not let me disturb this lady. I am so troubled about the anxiety I must be causing my father and my friends at the present moment, that I could not really stop here. All I ask is that she will be kind enough to lend me a fresh horse and a guide, so that I may return to the place where I presume my people have gone to wait for me." "Madame," replied John with assurance, "it is impossible for you to start again in such weather as this. Besides, if you did, that would only serve to delay the hour of rejoining those who are looking for you. 10 of our men, well mounted and provided with torches, shall set out this very moment in 10 different directions, and scour every corner of Varennes. Thus, in 2 hours at the most, your relatives will be certain to have news of you, and you will soon see them arriving here, where we will entertain them as best we can. Please, then, set your mind at rest, and take some cordial to restore you, for you must be wet through and quite exhausted." "Were it not for the anxiety I feel," she answered with a smile, "I should be famished. I will try to eat something, but do not put yourselves to any inconvenience on my account. You have been far too good already." Approaching the table, where I was still resting on my elbows, She took some fruit that was by my side without noticing me. I turned and stared at her insolently with a besotted expression. She returned my gaze haughtily, at least so it appeared to me then. I have since learned that she did not even see me, for, while making a great effort to appear calm and to reply with an air of confidence to the offers of hospitality, she was at heart very much disturbed by the unexpected presence of so many strange men with their forbidding mien and rough garb. However, she did not suspect anything. I overheard one of the Mauprats near me saying to John, "Good, it's all right. She's falling into the trap. Let us make her drink. Then she will begin to talk." "One moment," replied John. "Watch her carefully. This is a serious matter. There is something better to be had out of this than a little passing pleasure. I am going to talk it over with the others. You will be sent for to give your opinion. Meanwhile, keep an eye on Bernard." "What is the matter?" I said abruptly as I faced him. "Does not this girl belong to me? Did not Antony swear it by the soul of my grandfather?" "Yes, confound it, that's true," said Antony, approaching our group, whilst the other Mauprats surrounded the lady. "Listen, Bernard, I will keep my word on one condition." "What is that?" "It is quite simple, that you won't within the next 10 minutes tell this wench that she is not at old Rochemore's." "What do you take me for?" I answered, pulling my hat over my eyes. "Do you think that I am an idiot? Wait a minute. Would you like me to go and get my grandmother's dress, which is upstairs, and pass myself off for the same lady of Rochemore?" "A splendid idea," replied Lawrence. "But before anything is done," said John, "I want to speak to you all." And making signs to the others, he drew them out of the hall. Just as they were going out, I thought I noticed that John was trying to persuade Antony to keep watch over me, but Antony, with a firmness which I could not understand, insisted on following the rest. I was left alone with the stranger. For a moment I remained bewildered, almost stupefied, and more embarrassed than pleased at the tete-a-tete. Then I endeavored to think of some explanation of these mysterious things that were happening around me, and succeeded, as far as the fumes of the wine would allow me, in imagining something fairly probable, though indeed remote enough from the actual truth. I thought I could account for everything I had just seen and heard by supposing, first, that the lady, quiet and richly dressed though she was one of those daughters of Bohemia that I had sometimes seen at fairs. Secondly, that Lawrence, having met her in the country, had brought her here to amuse the company. And thirdly, that they had told her of my condition of swaggering drunkenness, and had prevailed on her to put my gallantry to the proof, whilst they were to watch me through the keyhole. My first movement, as soon as these ideas had taken possession of me, was to rise and go straight to the door. This I locked with a double turn and then bolted. When I had done this, I returned to the lady, determined that I would not, at all events, give her cause to laugh at my bashfulness. She was sitting close to the fire, and as she was occupied in drying her wet garments, leaning forward over the hearth, she had not taken any notice of what I was doing. But when I approached her, the strange expression on my face caused her to start. I had made up my mind to kiss her, as a beginning, but I know not by what miracle, as soon as she raised her eyes to mine, this familiarity became impossible. I only had sufficient courage to say, "Upon my word, mademoiselle, you are a charming creature, and I love you, as true as my name is Bernard Mauprat." "Bernard Mauprat?" she cried, springing up. "You are Bernard Mauprat? You? In that case, change your manner and learn to whom you are talking. Have they not told you?" "No one has told me, but I can guess," I replied with a grin, while trying hard to trample down the feeling of respect with which her sudden pallor and imperious attitude inspired me. "If you can guess," she said, "how is it possible that you allow yourself to speak to me in this way? But they were right when they said you were ill-mannered, and yet I always had a wish to meet you." "Really?" I said, with the same hideous grin. "You, a princess of the king's highway, who have known so many men in your life? But let my lips meet your own, my sweet, and you shall see if I am not as nicely mannered as those uncles of mine, whom you were listening to so willingly just now." "Your uncles!" she cried, suddenly seizing her chair and placing it between us as if from some instinct of self-defense. "Oh, mon Dieu, mon Dieu! Then I am not at Madame de Rochemore's?" "Our name certainly begins in the same way, and we come of as good a rock as anybody." "Roche Mauprat? she muttered, trembling from head to foot, like a hind when it hears the howl of wolves. And her lips grew quite white. Her agony was manifest in every gesture. From an involuntary feeling of sympathy, I shuddered myself, and I was on the point of changing my manner and language forthwith. What can there be in this to astound her so? I asked myself. Is she not merely acting a part? And even if the Mauprats are not hidden behind some wainscot listening to us, is she not sure to give them an account of everything that takes place? And yet she is trembling like an aspen leaf. But what if she is acting? I once saw an actress play Genevieve de Brabant, and she wept so that one might have been deceived. I was in a state of great perplexity, and I cast harassed glances now at her, now at the doors, which I fancied every moment would be thrown wide open amid roars of laughter from my uncles. This woman was beautiful as the day. I do not believe there has ever lived a woman as lovely as she. It is not I alone who say so. She has left a reputation for beauty which has not yet died out in her province. She was rather tall, slender, and remarkable for the easy grace of her movements. Her complexion was very fair, while her eyes were dark and her hair like ebony. Her glance and her smile showed a union of goodness and acuteness which it was almost impossible to conceive. It was as if heaven had given her two souls, one wholly of intellect, the other wholly of feeling. She was naturally cheerful and brave, an angel indeed, whom the sorrows of humanity had not yet dared to touch. She knew not what it was to suffer. She knew not what it was to distrust and dread. This, indeed, was the first trial of her life, and it was I, brute that I was, who made her undergo it. I took her for a gypsy, and she was an angel of purity. She was my young cousin, or aunt, after the Breton fashion, Edmee de Mauprat, the daughter of M. Hubert, my great-uncle, again in the Breton fashion, known as the Chevalier, he who had sought release from the order of Malta that he might marry, though already somewhat advanced in years. My cousin was the same age as myself, at least there was a difference of only a few months between us. Both of us were now 17, and this was our first interview. She, whom I ought to have protected at the peril of my life against the world, was now standing before me, trembling and terror-stricken, like a victim before the executioner. She made a great effort, and approaching me as I walked about the hall deep in thought, she explained who she was, adding, "It is impossible that you can be an infamous creature like all these brigands whom I have just seen, and of whose hideous life I have often heard. You are young. Your mother was good and wise. My father wanted to adopt you and bring you up as his son. Even today he is still full of grief at not being able to draw you out of the abyss in which you lie. Have you not often received messages from him? Bernard, you and I are of the same family. Think of the ties of blood. Why would you insult me? Do they intend to assassinate me here or torture me? Why did they deceive me by saying that I was at Rochemaure? Why did they withdraw in this mysterious way? What are they preparing? What is going to happen?" Her words were cut short by the report of a gun outside. A shot from the culverin replied to it, and the alarm trumpet shook the gloomy walls of the keep with its dismal note. Mademoiselle de Mauprat fell back into her chair. I remained where I was, wondering whether this was some new scene in the comedy they were enjoying at my expense. However, I resolved not to let the alarm cause me any uneasiness until I had certain proof that it was not a trick. "Come now," I said, going up to her again, "own that all this is a joke. You are not Mademoiselle de Mauprat at all, and you merely want to discover if I am an apprentice capable of making love." "I swear by Christ," she answered, taking my hands in her own, which were cold as death, "that I am Edmee, your cousin, your prisoner, yes, and your friend, for I have always felt an interest in you. I have always implored my father not to cease his efforts for you. But listen, Bernard, they are fighting, and fighting with guns. It must be my father who has come to look for me, and they are going to kill him. Ah!" she cried, falling on her knees before me. "Go and prevent that, Bernard. Tell your uncles to respect my father, the best of men. If you but knew, tell them that. If they hate our family, if they must have blood, they may kill me. Let them tear my heart out, but let them respect my father." Someone outside called me in a violent voice. "Where is the coward? Where is that wretched boy?" shouted my Uncle Lawrence. Then he shook the door, but I had fastened it so securely that it resisted all his furious blows. That miserable cur is amusing himself by making love while our throats are being cut. Bernard, the mounted police are attacking us. Your Uncle Louis had just been killed. Come and help us. For God's sake, come, Bernard. May the devil take the lot of you, I cried, and may you be killed yourself. If I believe a single word of all this, I am not such a fool as you imagine. The only cowards here are those who lie. Didn't I swear that the woman should be mine? I'm not going to give her up until I choose. To hell with you, replied Lawrence. You are pretending. The shots rang out faster. Frightful cries were heard. Lawrence left the door and ran in the direction of the noise. His eagerness proved him so much in earnest that I could no longer refuse to believe him. The thought that they would accuse me of cowardice overcame me. I advanced toward the door. Oh, Bernard! Oh, Monsieur de Mauprat! Cried Edmee, staggering after me. Let me go with you. I will throw myself at your uncle's feet. I will make them stop the fight. I will give them all I possess, my life if they wish, if only they will spare my father. Wait a moment, I said, turning towards her. I am by no means certain that this is not a joke at my expense. I have a suspicion that my uncles are there, behind that door, and that, while our whippers-in are firing off guns in the courtyard, they are waiting with a blanket to toss me. Now, either you are my cousin, or you are a... You must make me a solemn promise, and I will make you one in return. If you are one of these wandering charmers, and I quit this room the dupe of your pretty acting, you must swear to be my mistress, and to allow none other near you until I have had my rights. Otherwise, for my part, I swear that you shall be chastised, even as my spotted dog Flora was chastised this morning. If, on the other hand, you are Edmee, and I swear to intervene between your father and those who would kill him, what promise will you make me? What will you swear? If you save my father, she cried, I swear to you that I will marry you. I swear it. Ho, ho, indeed, I said, emboldened by her enthusiasm, the sublimity of which I did not understand. Give me a pledge, then, so that in any case I do not go out from here like a fool. I took her in my arms and kissed her. She did not attempt to resist. Her cheeks were like ice. Mechanically, she began to follow me as I moved to the door. I was obliged to push her back. I did so without roughness, but she fell as one in a faint. I began to grasp the gravity of my position, for there was nobody in the corridor, and the tumult outside was becoming more and more alarming. I was about to run and get my weapons, when a last feeling of distrust, or it may have been another sentiment, prompted me to go back and double-lock the door of the hall where I was leaving Edmee. I put the key into my belt and hastened to the ramparts, armed with a gun which I loaded as I ran. It was simply an attack made by the mounted police, and had nothing whatever to do with Mademoiselle de Mauprat. A little while before, our creditors had obtained a writ of arrest against us. The law officers, beaten and otherwise severely handled, had demanded of the king's advocate at the provincial court of Bourges another warrant of arrest. This the armed police were now doing their best to execute. They had hoped to effect an easy capture by means of a night surprise, but we were in a better state of defense than they had anticipated. Our men were brave and well armed, and then we were fighting for our very existence. We had the courage of despair, and this was an immense advantage. Our band amounted to 24 all told, theirs to more than 50 soldiers, in addition to a score or more of peasants who were slinging stones from the flanks. These, however, did more harm to their allies than they did to us. For half an hour the fighting was most desperate. At the end of this time the enemy had become so dismayed by our resistance that they fell back, and hostilities were suspended. However, they soon returned to the attack, and again were repulsed with loss. Hostilities were once more suspended. They then, for the third time, called upon us to surrender, promising that our lives should be spared. Antony Mauprat replied with an obscene jest. They remained undecided, but did not withdraw. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Chapter 6, Part 3 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. read by Ginny Rosario. Mauprat by George Sand, translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 6, Part 3. I had fought bravely. I had done what I called my duty. There was a long lull. It was impossible to judge the distance of the enemy, and we dared not fire at random into the darkness, for our ammunition was too precious. All my uncles remained riveted on the ramparts, in case of fresh attack. My Uncle Louis was dangerously wounded. Thoughts of my prisoner returned to my mind. At the beginning of the fight, I had heard John Mauprat saying that if our defeat seemed imminent, we must offer to hand her over to the enemy on condition that they should raise the siege, that if they refused, we must hang her before their eyes. I had no longer any doubts about the truth of what she had told me. When victory appeared to declare for us, they forgot the captive. But I noticed the crafty John quitting the culverin which he so loved to fire, and creeping away like a cat into the darkness. A feeling of ungovernable jealousy seized me. I threw down my gun and dashed after him, knife in hand, resolved, I believe, to stab him if he attempted to touch what I considered my booty. I saw him approach the door, try to open it, peer attentively through the keyhole to assure himself that his prey had not escaped him. Suddenly, shots were heard again. He sprang to his maimed feet with that marvelous agility of his and limped off to the ramparts. For myself, hidden as I was by the darkness, I let him pass and did not follow. A passion other than the love of slaughter had just taken possession of me. A flash of jealousy had fired my senses. The smell of powder, the sight of blood, the noise, the danger, and the many bumpers of brandy we had passed round to keep up our strength had strangely heated my brain. I took the key from my belt and opened the door noisily. And now, as I stood before my captive again, I was no longer the suspicious and clumsy novice she had so easily moved to pity. I was the wild outlaw of Mauprat, 100 times more dangerous than at first. She rushed towards me eagerly. I opened my arms to catch her. Instead of being frightened, she threw herself into them, exclaiming, "Well, and my father?" "Your father," I said, kissing her, "is not there. At the present moment there is no question either of him or of you. We have brought down a dozen gendarmes, that is all. Victory, as usual, is declaring for us, so don't trouble yourself any more about your father, and I won't trouble myself further about the king's men. Let us live in peace and rejoice in love." With these words I raised to my lips a goblet of wine which had been left on the table, but she took it out of my hands with an air of authority that made me all the bolder. "Don't drink any more," she said. "Think seriously of what you are saying. Is what you tell me true? Will you answer for it on your honor, on the soul of your mother?" "Every word is true. I swear it by your pretty rosy lips," I replied, trying to kiss her again. But she drew back in terror. "Oh, mon Dieu!" she exclaimed. "He is drunk! Bernard! Bernard! Remember what you promised. Do not break your word. You have not forgotten, have you, that I am your kinswoman, your sister?" "You are my mistress or my wife," I answered, still pursuing her. "You are a contemptible creature," she rejoined, repulsing me with her riding whip. "What have you done that I should be aught to you? Have you helped my father?" "I swore to help him, and I would have helped him if he had been there. It is just the same, therefore, as if I really had. But had he been there, and had I tried to save him and failed, do you know that for this treachery Mauprat could not have provided any instrument of torture cruel enough and slow enough to drag the life out of me inch by inch? For all I know, they may actually have heard my vow. I proclaimed it loudly enough. But what do I care? I set little store by a couple of days more or less of life. But I do set some store by your favor, my beauty. I don't want to be the languishing knight that everyone laughs at. Come, now, love me at once. Or, my word, I will return to the fight, and if I am killed, so much the worse for you. You will no longer have a knight to help you, and you will still have 7 Mauprats to keep at bay. I'm afraid you are not strong enough for that rough work, my pretty little lovebird." These words, which I threw out at random, merely to distract her attention, so that I might seize her hands or her waist, made a deep impression on her. She fled to the other end of the hall and tried to force open the window, but her little hands could not even move the heavy leaden sash in the rusty ironwork. Her efforts made me laugh. She clasped her hands in terror and remained motionless. Then, all at once, the expression of her face changed. She seemed to have resolved how to act, and came toward me smiling and with outstretched hand. So beautiful was she thus that a mist came over my eyes, and for a moment I saw her not. Ah, gentlemen, forgive my childishness. I must tell you how she was dressed. After that weird night she never wore that costume again, and yet I can remember it so exactly. It is a long, long time ago, but were I to live as long as I have already lived again, I should not forget a single detail. So much was I struck by it amid the tumult that was raging within me and without, amid the din of shots striking the ramparts, the lightning flashes ripping the sky, and the violent palpitations which sent my blood surging from my heart to my brain and from my head to my breast. Oh, how lovely she was! It seems as if her shade were even now passing before my eyes. Yes, I fancy I see her in the same dress, the riding habit which used to be worn in those days. The skirt of it was of cloth and very full. Round the waist was a red sash, while a waistcoat of pearl-gray satin, fastened with buttons, fitted closely to the figure. Over this was a hunting jacket, trimmed with lace, short and open in front. The hat of gray felt with a broad brim, turned up in front, was crowned with 6 red feathers. The hair, which was not powdered, was drawn back from the face and fell down in 2 long plaits, like those of the Bernese women. Edmee's were so long that they almost reached the ground. Her garb, to me so strangely fascinating, her youth and beauty, and the favor with which she now seemed to regard my pretensions, combined to make me mad with love and joy. I could imagine nothing more beautiful than a lovely woman yielding without coarse words and without tears of shame. My first impulse was to take her in my arms, but, as if overcome by that irresistible longing to worship which characterizes a first love, even with the grossest of beings, I fell down before her and pressed her knees to my breast. And yet, on my own supposition, it was to a shameless wanton that this homage was paid. I was none the less nigh to swooning from bliss. She took my head between her 2 beautiful hands and exclaimed, "Ah, I was right. I knew quite well that you were not one of those reprobates. You are going to save me, aren't you? Thank God! How I thank you, oh God! Must we jump from the window? Oh, I am not afraid. Come, come!" I seemed as if awakened from a dream, and, I confess, the awakening was not a little painful. "What does this mean?" I asked as I rose to my feet. "Are you still jesting with me? Do you not know where you are? Do you think that I am a child?" "I know that I am at Mauprat," she replied, turning pale again, "and that I shall be outraged and assassinated in a couple of hours, if meanwhile I do not succeed in inspiring you with some pity. But I shall succeed," she cried, falling at my feet in her turn. "You are not one of those men. You are too young to be a monster like them. I could see from your eyes that you pitied me. You will help me to escape, won't you? Won't you, my dear heart?" She took my hands and kissed them frenziedly, in the hope of moving me. I listened and looked at her with a sullen stupidity scarcely calculated to reassure her. My heart was naturally but little accessible to feelings of generosity and compassion, and at this moment a passion stronger than all the rest was keeping down the impulse she had striven to arouse. I devoured her with my eyes, and made no effort to understand her words. I only wished to discover whether I was pleasing to her, or whether she was trying to make use of me to effect her escape. "I see that you are afraid," I said. "You are wrong to be afraid of me. I shall certainly not do you any harm. You are too pretty for me to think of anything but caressing you." "Yes, but your uncles will kill me," she cried. "You know they will. Surely you would not have me killed. Since you love me, save me. I will love you afterwards." "Oh, yes, afterwards, afterwards," I answered, laughing with a silly, unbelieving air. "After you have had me hanged by those gendarmes to whom I have just given such a drubbing? Come now, prove that you love me at once. I will save you afterwards. You see, I can talk about afterwards too." I pursued her round the room, though she fled from me. She gave no signs of anger, and still appealed to me with soft words. In me, the poor girl was husbanding her one hope, and was fearful of losing it. Ah, if I had only been able to realize what such a woman as she was, and what my own position meant! But I was unable then. I had but one fixed idea, the idea which a wolf may have on a like occasion. At last, as my only answer to all her entreaties was, "Do you love me, or are you fooling me?" she saw what a brute she had to deal with, and making up her mind accordingly, she came towards me, threw her arms round my neck, hid her face in my bosom, and let me kiss her hair. Then she put me gently from her, saying, "Ah, mon Dieu, don't you see how I love you? How I could not help loving you from the very first moment I saw you? But don't you understand that I hate your uncles, and that I would be yours alone?" "Yes," I replied obstinately, "because you say to yourself, 'This is a booby whom I shall persuade to do anything I wish by telling him that I love him. He will believe it, and I will take him away to be hanged.' Come, there is only one word which will serve if you love me." She looked at me with an agonized air. I sought to press my lips to hers whenever her head was not turned away. I held her hands in mine. She was powerless now to do more than delay the hour of her defeat. Suddenly the color rushed back to the pale face. She began to smile, and with an expression of angelic coquetry, she asked, "And you? Do you love me?" From this moment the victory was hers. I no longer had power to will what I wished. The lynx in me was subdued. The man rose in its place, and I believed that my voice had a human ring as I cried for the first time in my life, "Yes, I love you. Yes, I love you." "Well then," she said distractedly and in a caressing tone, "let us love each other and escape together." "Yes, let us escape," I answered. "I loathe this house, and I loathe my uncles. I have long wanted to escape, and yet I shall only be hanged, you know." "They won't hang you," she rejoined with a laugh. "My betrothed is a lieutenant general." "Your betrothed?" I cried in a fresh fit of jealousy, more violent than the first. "You are going to be married?" "And why not?" she replied, watching me attentively. I turned pale and clinched my teeth. "In that case," I said, trying to carry her off in my arms. "In that case," she answered, giving me a little tap on the cheek, "I see that you are jealous. But his must be a particular jealousy who at 10 o'clock yearns for his mistress, only to hand her over at midnight to 8 drunken men who will return her to him on the morrow as foul as the mud on the roads." "Ah, you are right," I exclaimed. "Go, then, go. I would defend you to the last drop of my blood. But I should be vanquished by numbers, and I should die with the knowledge that you were left to them. How horrible! I shudder to think of it. Come, you must go." "Yes, yes, my angel," she cried, kissing me passionately on the cheek. These caresses, the first a woman had given me since my childhood, recalled, I know not how or why, my mother's last kiss, and instead of pleasure, caused me profound sadness. I felt my eyes filling with tears. Noticing this, she kissed my tears, repeating the while, "Save me, save me." "And your marriage?" I asked. "Oh, listen, swear that you will not marry before I die. You will not have to wait long, for my uncles administer sound justice, and swift, as they say." "You are not going to follow me, then?" she asked. "Follow you? No. It is as well to be hanged here for helping you to escape, as to be hanged yonder for being a bandit. Here, at least, I avoid a twofold shame. I shall not be accounted an informer, and shall not be hanged in a public place." "I will not leave you here," she cried, "though I die myself. Fly with me. You run no risk, believe me. Before God, I declare you are safe. Kill me if I lie. But let us start. Quickly. Oh God, I hear them singing. They are coming this way. Ah, if you will not defend me, kill me at once." She threw herself into my arms. Love and jealousy were gradually overpowering me. Indeed, I even thought seriously of killing her, and I kept my hand on my hunting knife as long as I heard any noise or voices near the hall. They were exulting in their victory. I cursed heaven for not giving it to our foes. I clasped Edmee to my breast, and we remained motionless in each other's arms, until a fresh report announced that the fight was beginning again. Then I pressed her passionately to my heart. "You remind me," I said, "of a poor little dove which one day flew into my jacket to escape from a kite, and tried to hide itself in my bosom." "And you did not give it up to the kite, did you?" asked Edmee. "No, by all the devils, not any more than I shall give you up. You, the prettiest of all the birds in the woods, to these vile night birds that are threatening you." "But how shall we escape?" she cried, terror-stricken by the volleys they were firing. "Easily," I said. "Follow me." I seized a torch, and lifting a trap-door, I made her descend with me to the cellar. Thence we passed into a subterranean passage hollowed out of the rock. This, in bygone days, had enabled the garrison, then more numerous, to venture upon an important move in case of an attack. Some of the besieged would emerge into the open country on the side opposite the portcullis and fall on the rear of the besiegers, who were thus caught between two fires. But many years had passed since the garrison of Mauprat was large enough to be divided into two bodies, and besides, during the night it would have been folly to venture beyond the walls. We arrived, therefore, at the exit of the passage without meeting with any obstacle. But at the last moment I was seized with a fit of madness. I threw down my torch and leaned against the door. "You shall not go out from here," I said to the trembling Edmee, "without promising to be mine." We were in darkness. The noise of the fight no longer reached us. Before anyone could surprise us here, we had ample time to escape. Everything was in my favor. Edmee was now at the mercy of my caprice. When she saw that the seductions of her beauty could no longer rouse me to ecstasy, she ceased to implore and drew backward a few steps. "Open the door," she said, "and go out first, or I will kill myself. See, I have your hunting knife. You left it by the side of the trap-door. To return to your uncle's, you will have to walk through my blood." Her resolute manner frightened me. "Give me that knife," I said, "or, be the consequences what they may, I will take it from you by force." "Do you think I am afraid to die?" she said calmly. "If this knife had only been in my hand yonder in the chateau, I should not have humbled myself before you." "Confound it!" I cried. "You have deceived me. Your love is a sham. Begone! I despise you. I will not follow such as you." At the same time I opened the door. "I would not go without you," she cried, "and you would not have me go without dishonor. Which of us is the more generous?" "You are mad," I said. "You have lied to me, and you do not know what to do to make a fool of me. However, you shall not go out from here without swearing that your marriage with the Lieutenant General or any other man shall not take place before you have been my mistress." "Your mistress," she said. "Are you dreaming? Could you not at least soften the insult by saying your wife?" "That is what any one of my uncles would say in my place, because they would care only about your dowry. But I yearn for nothing but your beauty. Swear, then, that you will be mine first. Afterwards you shall be free, on my honor. And if my jealousy proves so fierce that it may not be borne, well, since a man may not go from his word, I will blow my brains out." "I swear," said Edmee, "to be no man's before being yours." "That is not it. Swear to be mine before being any other's." "It is the same thing," she answered. "Yes, I swear it. On the gospel, on the name of Christ, by the salvation of your soul, by the memory of your mother?" "On the gospel, in the name of Christ, by the salvation of my soul, by the memory of my mother." "Good. One moment," she rejoined. "I want you to swear that my promise and its fulfillment shall remain a secret, that my father shall never know it, or any person who might tell him. No one in the world shall hear it from me. Why should I want others to know, provided only that you keep your word?" She made me repeat the formula of an oath. Then we hurried forth into the open, holding each other's hands as a sign of mutual trust. But now our flight became dangerous. Edmee feared the besiegers almost as much as the besieged. We were fortunate enough not to meet any. Still, it was by no means easy to move quickly. The night was so dark that we were continually running against trees, and the ground was so slippery that we were unable to avoid falls. A sudden noise made us start, but from the rattle of the chain fixed on its foot, I immediately recognized my grandfather's horse, an animal of an extraordinary age, but still strong and spirited. It was the very horse that had brought me to Mauprat 10 years before. At present, the only thing that would serve as a bridle was the rope round its neck. I passed this through its mouth, and I threw my jacket over the crupper and helped my companion to mount. I undid the chain, sprang on the animal's back, and urging it on desperately, made it set off at a gallop, happen what might. Luckily for us, it knew the paths better than I, and as if by instinct followed their windings without knocking against any trees. However, it frequently slipped, and in recovering itself gave us such jolts that we should have lost our seats 1,000 times, equipped as we were, had we not been hanging between life and death. In such a strait, desperate ventures are best, and God protects those whom man pursues. We were congratulating ourselves on being out of danger, when all at once the horse struck against a stump, and catching his hoof in a root on the ground, fell down. Before we were up, he had made off into the darkness, and I could hear him galloping farther and farther away. As we fell, I had caught Edmee in my arms. She was unhurt. My own ankle, however, was sprained so severely that it was impossible for me to move a step. Edmee thought that my leg had been broken. I was inclined to think so myself, so great was the pain, but soon I thought no further either of my agony or my anxiety. Edmee's tender solicitude made me forget everything. It was in vain that I urged her to continue her flight without me. I pointed out that she could now escape alone, that we were some distance from the chateau, that day would soon be breaking, that she would be certain to find some house, and that everywhere the people would protect her against the Mauprats. "I will not leave you," she persisted in answering. "You have devoted yourself to me. I will show the same devotion to you. We will both escape, or we will die together." "I am not mistaken," I cried. "It is a light that I see between the branches, Edmee. There is a house yonder. Go and knock at the door. You need not feel anxious about leaving me here, and you will find a guide to take you home." "Whatever happens," she said, "I will not leave you, but I will try to find someone to help you." "Yet no," I said. "I will not let you knock at that door alone. That light in the middle of the night in a house situated in the heart of the woods may be a lure." I dragged myself as far as the door. It felt cold, as if of metal. The walls were covered with ivy. "Who is there?" cried someone within, before we had knocked. "We are saved," cried Edmee. "It is Patience's voice." "We are lost," I said. "He and I are mortal enemies." "Fear nothing," she said. "Follow me. It was God that led us here." "Yes, it was God that led you here, daughter of heaven, morning star," said Patience, opening the door, "and whoever is with you is welcome too at Gazeau Tower." We entered under a surbaced vault, in the middle of which hung an iron lamp. By the light of this dismal luminary and of a handful of brushwood which was blazing on the hearth, we saw, not without surprise, that Gazeau Tower was exceptionally honored with visitors. On one side, the light fell upon the pale and serious face of a man in clerical garb. On the other, a broad-brimmed hat overshadowed a sort of olive-green cone terminating in a scanty beard, and on the wall could be seen the shadow of a nose so distinctly tapered that nothing in the world might compare with it, except perhaps a long rapier lying across the knees of the personage in question, and a little dog's face which, from its pointed shape, might have been mistaken for that of a gigantic rat. In fact, it seemed as if a mysterious harmony reigned between these three salient points: the nose of Don Marcas, his dog's snout, and the blade of his sword. He got up slowly and raised his hand to his hat. The Jansenist cure did the same. The dog thrust its head forward between its master's legs, and, silent like him, showed its teeth and put back its ears without barking. "Quiet, Blaireau," said Marcas to it. End of Chapter 6, Part 3.
Chapter 7 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Joe Sela. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 7. No sooner had the cure recognized Edmee than he started back with an exclamation of surprise. But this was nothing to the stupefaction of Patience when he had examined my features by the light of the burning brand that served him as a torch. "The lamb in the company of the wolf," he cried. "What has happened, then?" "My friend," replied Edmee, putting to my infinite astonishment her little white hand into the sorcerer's big rough palm, "welcome him as you welcome me. I was a prisoner at Roche-Maupas, and it was he who rescued me." "May the sins of his fathers be forgiven him for this act," said the cure. Patience took me by the arm without saying anything and led me nearer to the fire. They seated me on the only chair in the house, and the cure took upon himself the task of attending to my leg, while Edmee gave an account up to a certain point of our adventure. Then she asked for information about the hunt and about her father. Patience, however, could give her no news. He had heard the horn in the woods, and the firing at the wolves had disturbed his tranquillity several times during the day. But since the storm broke over them, the noise of the wind had drowned all other sounds, and he knew nothing of what was taking place in Varennes, Marchese, meanwhile, had very nimbly climbed a ladder which served as an approach to the upper stories of the house, now that the staircase was broken. His dog followed him with marvelous skill. Soon they came down again, and we learned that a red light could be distinguished on the horizon in the direction of Roche-Maupas. In spite of the loathing I had for this place and its owners, I could not repress a feeling very much like consternation on hearing that the hereditary manor which bore my own name had apparently been taken and set on fire. It meant disgrace, defeat, and this fire was a seal of vassalage affixed to my arms by those I called clodhoppers and serfs. I sprang up from my chair, and had I not been held back by the violent pain in my foot, I believe I should have rushed out. "What is the matter?" said Edmee, who was by my side at the time. "The matter is," I answered abruptly, "that I must return yonder, for it is my duty to get killed rather than let my uncles parley with the rabble." "The rabble?" cried Patience, addressing me for the first time since I arrived. "Who dares to talk of rabble here? I myself am of the rabble. It is my title, and I shall know how to make it respected." "By Jove, not by me," I said, pushing away the cure who had made me sit down again. "And yet it would not be for the first time," replied Patience with a contemptuous smile. "You remind me," I answered, "that we too have some old accounts to settle." And heedless of the frightful agony caused by my sprain, I rose again, and with a backhander I sent Don Marchese, who was endeavoring to play the cure's part of peacemaker, head over heels in the middle of the ashes. I did not mean him any harm, but my movements were somewhat rough, and the poor man was so frail that to my hand he was but as a weasel would have been to his own. Patience was standing before me with his arms crossed, in the attitude of a stoic philosopher, but the fire was flashing in his eyes. Conscious of his position as my host, he was evidently waiting until I struck the first blow before attempting to crush me. I should not have kept him waiting long had not Edmee, scorning the danger of interfering with a madman, seized my arm and said in an authoritative tone, "Sit down again and be quiet, I command you." So much boldness and confidence surprised and pleased me at the same time. The rights which she arrogated to herself over me were, in some measure, a sanction of those I claimed to have over her. "You are right," I answered, sitting down, and I added with a glance at Patience, "Some other time." "Amen," he answered, shrugging his shoulders. Marchese had picked himself up with much composure, and shaking off the ashes with which he was covered, instead of finding fault with me, he tried, after his fashion, to lecture Patience. This was in reality by no means easy to do. Yet nothing could have been less irritating than that monosyllabic censure throwing out its little note in the thick of a quarrel like an echo in a storm. "At your age," he said to his host, "not patient at all. Wholly to blame. Yes, wrong, you." "How naughty you are," Edmee said to me, putting her hand on my shoulder. "Do not begin again, or I shall go away and leave you." I willingly let myself be scolded by her, nor did I realize that during the last minutes we had exchanged parts. The moment we crossed the threshold of Gazo Tower, she had given evidence of that superiority over me which was really hers. This wild place, too, these strange witnesses, this fierce host, had already furnished a taste of the society into which I had entered, and whose fetters I was soon to feel. "Come," she said, turning to Patience, "we do not understand each other here, and for my part I am devoured by anxiety about my poor father, who is no doubt searching for me, and wringing his hands at this very moment. My good Patience, do find me some means of rejoining him with this unfortunate boy, whom I dare not leave to your care, since you have not sufficient love for me to be patient and compassionate with him." "What do you say?" said Patience, putting his hand to his brow as if waking from a dream. "Yes, you are right. I am an old brute, an old fool. Daughter of God, tell this boy, this nobleman, that I ask his pardon for the past, and that, for the present, my poor cell is at his disposal. Is that well said?" "Yes, Patience," answered the curé. "Besides, everything may be managed. My horse is quiet and steady, and Mademoiselle de Maupas can ride it, while you and Marchese lead it by the bridle. For myself, I will remain here with our invalid. I promise to take good care of him and not to annoy him in any way. That will do, won't it, Monsieur Bernard? You don't bear me any ill will, and you may be very sure that I am not your enemy." "I know nothing about it," I answered. "It is as you please. Look after my cousin, take her home safely. For my own part, I need nothing and care for no one. A bundle of straw and a glass of wine, that is all I should like, if it were possible to have them." "You shall have both," said Marchese, handing me his flask. "But first of all, here is something to cheer you up. I am going to the stable to get the horse ready." "No, I will go myself," said Patience. "You see to the wants of this young man." And he passed into another lower hall, which served as a stable for the curé's horse during the visits which the good priest paid him. They brought the animal through the room where we were, and Patience, after arranging the cure's cloak on the saddle, with fatherly care helped Edmee to mount. "One moment," she said, before letting them lead her out. "Monsieur le cure, will you promise me on the salvation of your soul not to leave my cousin before I return with my father to fetch him?" "I promise solemnly," replied the cure. "And you, Bernard," said Edmee, "will you give me your word of honor to wait for me here?" "I can't say," I answered. "That will depend on the length of your absence and on my patience. But you know quite well, cousin, that we shall meet again, even if it be in hell. And for my part, the sooner the better." By the light of the brand which Patience was holding to examine the horse's harness, I saw her beautiful face flush and then turn pale. Then she raised her eyes, which had been lowered in sorrow, and looked at me fixedly with a strange expression. "Are we ready to start?" said Marchese, opening the door. "Yes, forward," said Patience, taking the bridle. "Edmee, my child, take care to bend down while passing under the door." "What is the matter, Blaireau?" said Marchese, stopping on the threshold and thrusting out the point of his sword, gloriously rusted by the blood of the rodent tribe. Blaireau did not stir, and if he had not been born dumb, as his master said, he would have barked, but he gave warning as usual by a sort of dry cough. This was his most emphatic sign of anger and uneasiness. "There must be something down there," said Marchese, and he boldly advanced into the darkness after making a sign to the rider not to follow. The report of firearms made us all start. Edmee jumped down lightly from her horse, and I did not fail to notice that some impulse at once prompted her to come and stand behind my chair. Patience rushed out of the tower. The cure ran to the frightened horse, which was rearing and backing towards us. Blaireau managed to bark. I forgot my sprain, and in a single bound I was outside. A man covered with wounds, and with the blood streaming from him, was lying across the doorway. It was my Uncle Lawrence. He had been mortally wounded at the siege at Mauprat, and had come to die under our eyes. With him was his brother Leonard, who had just fired his last pistol shot at random, luckily without hitting anyone. Patience's first impulse was to prepare to defend himself. On recognizing Marchese, however, the fugitives, far from showing themselves hostile, asked for shelter and help. As their situation was so desperate, no one thought that assistance should be refused. The police were pursuing them. Roche-Maupas was in flames. Louis and Peter had died fighting. Anthony, John, and Walter had fled in another direction, and perhaps were already prisoners. No words would paint the horror of Lawrence's last moments. His agony was brief but terrible. His blasphemy made the cure turn pale. Scarce had the door been shut and the dying man laid on the floor than the horrible death rattle was heard. Leonard, who knew of no remedy but brandy, snatched Marchese's flask out of my hand, not without swearing and scornfully reproaching me for my flight, forced open his brother's clenched teeth with the blade of his hunting knife, and, in spite of our warning, poured half the flask down his throat. The wretched man bounded into the air, brandished his arms in desperate convulsions, drew himself up to his full height, and fell back stone dead upon the blood-stained floor. There was no time to offer up a prayer over the body, for the door resounded under the furious blows of our assailants. "Open in the king's name!" cried several voices. "Open to the police!" "Help! Help!" cried Leonard, seizing his knife and rushing towards the door. "Peasants, prove yourself nobles, and you, Bernard, atone for your fault. Wash out your shame. Do not let a Maupas fall into the hands of the gendarmes alive." Urged on by native courage and by pride, I was about to follow his example, when Patience rushed at him, and exerting his Herculean strength, threw him to the ground. Putting one knee on his chest, he called to Marchese to open the door. This was done before I could take my uncle's part against his terrible assailant. 6 gendarmes at once rushed into the tower and, with their guns pointed, bade us move at our own peril. "Stay, gentlemen," said Patience. "Don't harm anyone. This is your prisoner. Had I been alone with him, I should either have defended him or helped him to escape. But there are honest people here who ought not to suffer for a knave. And I did not wish to expose them to a fight. Here is Maupas. Your duty, as you know, is to deliver him safe and sound into the hands of justice. The other is dead." "Monsieur, surrender," said the sergeant of the gendarmes, laying his hand on Leonard. "Never shall Maupas drag his name into the dock of a police court," replied Leonard with a sullen expression. "I surrender, but you will get nothing but my skin." And he allowed himself to be placed in a chair without making any resistance. But while they were preparing to bind him, he said to the cure, "Do me one last kindness, father. Give me what is left in the flask. I am dying of thirst and exhaustion." The good cure handed him the flask, which he emptied at a draught. His distorted face took on an expression of awful calm. He seemed absorbed, stunned, incapable of resistance. But as soon as they were engaged in binding his feet, He snatched a pistol from the belt of one of the gendarmes and blew his brains out. This frightful spectacle completely unnerved me. Sunk in a dull stupor, no longer conscious of what was happening around me, I stood there as if turned to stone, and it was only after some minutes that I realized that I was the subject of a serious discussion between the police and my hosts. One of the gendarmes declared that he recognized me as a hamstringer Mauprat. Patience declared that I was nothing but M. Hubert du Mauprat's gamekeeper, in charge of his daughter. Annoyed at the discussion, I was about to make myself known when I saw a ghost rise by my side. It was Edmee. She had taken refuge between the wall and the cure's poor frightened horse, which, with outstretched legs and eyes of fire, made her a sort of rampart with his body. She was as pale as death, and her lips were so compressed with horror that at first, in spite of desperate efforts to speak, she was unable to express herself otherwise than by signs. The sergeant, moved by her youth and her painful situation, waited with deference until she could manage to make herself understood. At last she persuaded them not to treat me as a prisoner, but to take me with her to her father's chateau, where she gave her word of honor that satisfactory explanations and guarantees would be furnished on my account. The cure and the other witnesses having pledged their words to this, we set out all together, Edmee on the sergeant's horse, he on an animal belonging to one of his men, myself on the cure's, Patience and the cure afoot between us, the police on either side, and Marquise in front, still impassive amid the general terror and consternation. 2 of the gendarmes remained behind to guard the bodies and prepare a report. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Joe Sela.
Chapter 8 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Danielle Wolfe. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 8. We had traveled about a league through the woods. Wherever other paths had crossed our own, we had stopped to call aloud. For Edmee, convinced that her father would not return home without finding her, had implored her companions to help her rejoin him. To this shouting, the gendarmes had been very averse, as they were afraid of being discovered and attacked by bodies of the fugitives from Roche-Mauprat. On our way, they informed us that this den had been captured at the third assault. Until then, the assailants had husbanded their forces. The officer in command of the gendarmes was anxious to get possession of the keep without destroying it, and above all, to take the defenders alive. This, however, was impossible, on account of the desperate resistance they made. The besiegers suffered so severely in their second attempt that they found themselves compelled to adopt extreme measures or to retreat. They therefore set the outer buildings on fire, and in the ensuing assault put forth all their strength. 2 Mauprats were killed while fighting on the ruins of their bastion. The other 5 disappeared. 6 men were dispatched in pursuit of them in one direction, 6 in another. Traces of the fugitives had been discovered immediately, and the men who gave us these details had followed Laurence and Leonard so close that several of their shots had hit the former only a short distance from Gazeau Tower. They had heard him cry that he was done for, and as far as they could see, Leonard had carried him to the sorcerer's door. This Leonard was the only one of my uncles who deserved any pity, for he was the only one who might, perhaps, have been encouraged to a better kind of life. At times, there was a touch of chivalry in his brigandage, and his savage heart was capable of affection. I was deeply moved, therefore, by his tragic death, and let myself be carried along mechanically, plunged in gloomy thoughts, and determined to end my days in the same manner should I ever be condemned to the disgrace he had scorned to endure. All at once the sound of horns and the baying of hounds announced the approach of a party of huntsmen. While we, on our side, were answering with shouts, Patience ran to meet them. Edmee, longing to see her father again, and forgetting all the horrors of this bloody night, whipped up her horse and reached the hunters first. As soon as we came up with them, I saw Edmee in the arms of a tall man with a venerable face. He was richly dressed. His hunting coat, with gold lace over all the seams, and the magnificent Norman horse, which a groom was holding behind him, so struck me that I thought I was in the presence of a prince. The signs of love which he was showing his daughter were so new to me that I was inclined to deem them exaggerated and unworthy of the dignity of a man. At the same time, they filled me with a sort of brute jealousy, for it did not occur to my mind that a man so splendidly dressed could be my uncle. Edmee was speaking to him in a low voice, but with great animation. Their conversation lasted a few moments. At the end of it, the old man came and embraced me cordially. Everything about these manners seemed so new to me that I responded neither by word nor gesture to the protestations and caresses of which I was the object. A tall young man, with a handsome face, as elegantly dressed as Monsieur Herbert, also came and shook my hand and proffered thanks. Why, I could not understand. He next entered into a discussion with the gendarmes, and I gathered that he was the lieutenant general of the province, and that he was ordering them to set me at liberty for the present, that I might accompany my uncle to his chateau, where he undertook to be responsible for me. The gendarmes then left us, for the chevalier and the lieutenant general were sufficiently well escorted by their own men not to fear attack from anyone. A fresh cause of astonishment for me was to see the chevalier bestowing marks of warm friendship on Patience and Marcasse. As for the curé, he was upon a footing of equality with these seigneurs. For some months he had been chaplain at the Château of Saint-Sèvres, having previously been compelled to give up his living by the persecutions of the diocesan clergy. All this tenderness, of which Edmee was the object, this family affection so completely new to me, the genuinely cordial relations existing between respectful plebeians and kindly patricians, everything that I now saw and heard seemed like a dream. I looked on with a sensation that it was all unintelligible to me. However, soon after our caravan started, my brain began to work, for I then saw the lieutenant general, Monsieur de la Marche, thrust his horse between Edmee's and my own, as if he had a right to be next to her. I remembered her telling me at Roche-Mauprat that he was her betrothed. Hatred and anger at once surged up within me, and I know not what absurdity I should have committed, had not Edmee, apparently divining the workings of my unruly soul, told him that she wanted to speak to me, and thus restored me to my place by her side. "What have you to say to me?" I asked, with more eagerness than politeness. "Nothing," she answered, in an undertone. "I shall have much to say later. Until then, will you do everything I ask of you?" "And why the devil should I do everything you ask of me, cousin?" For a moment she hesitated to reply. Then, making an effort, she said, "Because it is thus that a man proves to a woman that he loves her." "Do you believe that I don't love you?" I replied abruptly. "How should I know?" she said. This doubt astonished me very much, and I tried to combat it after my fashion. "Are you not beautiful?" I said, "and am I not a young man? Perhaps you think I am too much of a boy to notice a woman's beauty, but now that my head is calm, and I am sad and quite serious, I can assure you that I am even more deeply in love with you than I thought. The more I look at you, the more beautiful you seem. I did not think that a woman could be so lovely. I tell you, I shall not sleep till—" "Hold your tongue," she said sharply. "Oh, I suppose you are afraid that man will hear me," I answered, pointing to Monsieur de la Marche. "Have no fear. I know how to keep my word, and, as you are the daughter of a noble house, I hope you know how to keep yours." She did not reply. We had reached a part of the road where it was only possible for two to walk abreast. The darkness was profound, and although the chevalier and the lieutenant general were at our heels, I was going to make bold to put my arm round her waist, when she said to me, in a sad and weary voice, "Cousin, forgive me for not talking to you. I am afraid I did not quite understand what you said. I am so exhausted that I feel as if I were going to die. Luckily, we have reached home now. Promise me that you will love my father, that you will yield to all his wishes, that you will decide nothing without consulting me. Promise me this if you would have me believe in your friendship." "Oh, my friendship? You are welcome not to believe in that," I answered. "But you must believe in my love. I promise everything you wish. And you, will you not promise me anything? Do now, with a good grace." "What can I promise that is not yours?" she said in a serious tone. "You saved my honor. My life belongs to you." The first glimmerings of dawn were now beginning to light the horizon. We had reached the village of Saint-Sever, and soon afterward we entered the courtyard of the chateau. On dismounting from her horse, Edmee fell into her father's arms. She was as pale as death. Monsieur de la Marche uttered a cry and helped to carry her away. She had fainted. The curé took charge of me. I was very uneasy about my fate. The natural distrust of the brigands sprang up again as soon as I ceased to be under the spell of her who had managed to lure me from my den. I was like a wounded wolf. I cast sullen glances about me, ready to rush at the first being who should stir my suspicions by a doubtful word or deed. I was taken into a splendid room, and a meal, prepared with a luxury far beyond anything I could have conceived, was immediately served. The cure displayed the kindest interest in me, and, having succeeded in reassuring me a little, he went to attend to his friend Patience. The disturbed state of my mind and my remnant of uneasiness were not proof against the generous appetite of youth. Had it not been for the respectful assiduity of a valet much better dressed than myself, who stood behind my chair, and whose politeness I could not help returning whenever he hastened to anticipate my wants, I should have made a terrific breakfast. As it was, the green coat and silk breeches embarrassed me considerably. It was much worse when, going down on his knees, he set about taking off my boots, preparatory to putting me to bed. For the moment I thought he was playing a trick upon me, and came very near giving him a good blow on the head. But his manner was so serious as he went through this task that I sat and stared at him in amazement. At first, at finding myself in bed without arms, and with people entering and leaving my room always on tiptoe, I again began to feel suspicious. I took advantage of a moment when I was alone to get out of bed and take from the table, which was only half cleared, the longest knife I could find. Feeling easier in my mind, I returned to bed and fell into a sound sleep, with the knife firmly clasped in my hand. When I awoke again, the rays of the setting sun, softened by my red damask curtains, were falling on my beautifully fine sheets and lighting up the golden pomegranates that adorned the corners of the bed. This bed was so handsome and soft that I felt inclined to make it my apologies for having slept in it. As I was about to get up, I saw a kindly, venerable face looking through the half-drawn curtains and smiling. It was the Chevalier Hubert de Mauprat. He inquired anxiously about the state of my health. I endeavored to be polite and to express my gratitude, but the language I used seemed so different from his that I was disconcerted and pained at my awkwardness, without being able to realize why. To crown my misery, a movement that I made caused the knife, which I had taken as bedfellow, to fall at Monsieur de Mauprat's feet. He picked it up, looked at it, and then at myself with extreme surprise. I turned as red as fire and stammered out I know not what. I expected he would reprove me for this insult to his hospitality. However, he was too polite to insist upon a more complete explanation. He quietly placed the knife on the mantelpiece, and returning to me, spoke as follows. Bernard, I now know that I owe to you the life that I hold dearest in the world. All my own life shall be devoted to giving you proofs of my gratitude and esteem. My daughter also is sacredly indebted to you. You need then have no anxiety about your future. I know what persecution and vengeance you exposed yourself to in coming to us, but I know, too, from what a frightful existence my friendship and devotion will be able to deliver you. You are an orphan, and I have no son. Will you have me for your father? I stared at the Chevalier with wild eyes. I could not believe my ears. All feeling within me seemed paralyzed by astonishment and timidity. I was unable to answer a word. The Chevalier himself evidently felt some astonishment. He had not expected to find a nature so brutishly ill-conditioned. Come, he said, I hope that you will grow accustomed to us. At all events, shake hands to show that you trust me. I will send up your servant. Give him your orders. He is at your disposal. I have only one promise to exact from you, and that is that you will not go beyond the walls of the park until I have taken steps to make you safe from the pursuit of justice. At present, it is possible that the charges which have been hanging over your uncle's heads might be made to fall on your own. My uncles, I exclaimed, putting my hand to my brow. Is this all a hideous dream? Where are they? What has become of Rochemauprat? Rochemauprat, he answered, has been saved from the flames. Only a few of the outer buildings have been destroyed. But I undertake to repair the house, and to redeem your fee from the creditors who claim it. As to your uncles, you are probably the sole heir of a name that it behooves you to rehabilitate. The sole heir, I cried. 4 Mauprats fell last night, but the other 3? The 5th, Walter, perished in his attempt to escape. His body was discovered this morning in the Pont de l'Effroi. Neither John nor Antony has been caught, but the horse belonging to one, and a cloak of the others, found near the spot where Walter's body was lying, seemed to hint darkly that their fate was as his. Even if one of them manages to escape, he will never dare make himself known again, for there would be no hope for him. And since they have drawn down upon their heads the inevitable storm, it is best, both for themselves and for us, who unfortunately bear the same name, that they should have come to this tragic end. Better to have fallen, weapon in hand, than to have suffered an infamous death upon the gallows. Let us bow to what God has ordained for them. It is a stern judgment. 7 men in the pride of youth and strength summoned in a single night to their terrible reckoning. We must pray for them, Bernard, and by dint of good works try to make good the evil they have done, and remove the stains they have left on our escutcheon. These concluding words summed up the Chevalier's whole character. He was pious, just, and full of charity, but with him, as with most nobles, the precepts of Christian humility were wont to fall before the pride of rank. He would gladly have had a poor man at his table, and on Good Friday. Indeed, he used to wash the feet of 12 beggars, but he was none the less attached to all the prejudices of our caste. In trampling underfoot the dignity of man, my cousins, he considered had, as noblemen, been much more culpable than they would have been as plebeians. On the latter hypothesis, according to him, their crimes would not have been half so grave. For a long time I shared the conviction myself. It was in my blood, if I may use the expression. I lost it only in the stern lessons of my destiny. He then confirmed what his daughter had told me. From my birth he had earnestly desired to undertake my education, but his brother Tristan had always stubbornly opposed this desire. There the Chevalier's brow darkened. You do not know, he said, how baneful have been the consequences of that simple wish of mine. Baneful for me and for you too. But that must remain wrapped in mystery, a hideous mystery, the blood of the Atridae. He took my hand and added in a broken voice, Bernard, we are both of us victims of a vicious family. This is not the moment to pile up charges against those who in this very hour are standing before the terrible tribunal of God. But they have done me an irreparable wrong. They have broken my heart. The wrong they have done you shall be repaired. I swear it by the memory of your mother. They have deprived you of education. They have made you a partner in their brigandage. Yet your soul has remained great and pure, as was the soul of the angel who gave you birth. You will correct the mistakes which others made in your childhood. You will receive an education suitable to your rank. And then, Bernard, you will restore the honor of your family. You will, won't you? Promise me this, Bernard. Is the one thing I long for. I will throw myself at your knees, if so I may win your confidence. And I shall win it, for Providence has destined you to be my son. Ah, once it was my dream that you should be more completely mine. If, when I made my second petition, they had granted you to my loving care, you would have been brought up with my daughter, and you would certainly have become her husband. But God would not have it so. You have now to begin your education, whereas hers is almost finished. She is of an age to marry, and, besides, her choice is already made. She loves Monsieur de la Marche. In fact, their marriage is soon to take place. Probably, she has told you. I stammered out a few confused words. The affection and generous ideas of this noble man had moved me profoundly, and I was conscious of a new nature, as it were, awakening within me. But when he pronounced the name of his future son-in-law, all my savage instincts rose up again, and I felt that no principle of social loyalty would make me renounce my claim to her, whom I regarded as my fairly won prize. I grew pale. I grew red. I gasped for breath. Luckily, we were interrupted by the Abbé Aubert, the Jansenist cure, who came to inquire how I was after my fall. Then, for the first time, the Chevalier heard of my accident, an incident that had escaped him amid the press of so many more serious matters. He sent for his doctor at once, and I was overwhelmed with kind attentions, which seemed to me rather childish, but to which I submitted from a sense of gratitude. I had not dared to ask the Chevalier for any news of his daughter. With the Abbé, however, I was bolder. He informed me that the length and uneasiness of her sleep were causing some anxiety, and the doctor, when he returned in the evening to dress my ankle, told me that she was very feverish, and that he was afraid she was going to have some serious illness. For a few days, indeed, she was ill enough to cause anxiety. In the terrible experience she had gone through, she had displayed great energy, but the reaction was correspondingly violent. For myself, I was also kept to my bed. I could not take a step without feeling considerable pain, and the doctor threatened that I should be laid up for several months if I did not submit to inaction for a few days. As I was otherwise in vigorous health, and had never been ill in my life, The change from any active habits to this sluggish captivity caused me indescribable ennui. Only those who have lived in the depths of woods and experienced all the hardships of a rough life can understand the kind of horror and despair I felt on finding myself shut up for more than a week between 4 silk curtains. The luxuriousness of my room, the gilding of my bed, the minute attentions of the lackeys, everything, even to the excellence of the food, trifles which I had somewhat appreciated the first day, became odious to me at the end of 24 hours. The Chevalier paid me affectionate but short visits, for he was absorbed by the illness of his darling daughter. The abbé was all kindness. To neither did I dare confess how wretched I felt, but when I was alone, I felt inclined to roar like a caged lion, and at night I had dreams in which the moss in the woods, the curtain of forest trees, and even the gloomy battlements of Mauprat appeared to me like an earthly paradise. At other times, the tragic scenes that had accompanied and followed my escape were reproduced so vividly by my memory that even when awake, I was a prey to a sort of delirium. A visit from M. de la Marche stirred my ideas to still wilder disorder. He displayed the deepest interest in me, shook me by the hand again and again, and implored my friendship, vowed a dozen times that he would lay down his life for me, and made I don't know how many other protestations, which I scarcely heard, for his voice was like a raging torrent in my ears, and if I had had my hunting knife, I believe I should have thrown myself upon him. My rough manners and sullen looks astonished him very much, but the abbé having explained that my mind was disturbed by the terrible events which had happened in my family, he renewed his protestations and took leave of me in the most affectionate and courteous manner. This politeness, which I found common to everybody, from the master of the house to the meanest of his servants, though it struck me with admiration, yet made me feel strangely ill at ease, for even if it had not been inspired by goodwill towards me, I could never have brought myself to understand that it might be something very different from real goodness. It bore so little resemblance to the facetious braggadocio of the Mauprats that it seemed to me like an entirely new language, which I understood but could not speak. However, I recovered the power of speech when the abbé announced that he was to have charge of my education, and began questioning me about my attainments. My ignorance was so far beyond anything he could have imagined that I was getting ashamed to lay it all bare, and, my savage pride getting the upper hand, I declared that I was a gentleman and had no desire to become a clerk. His only answer was a burst of laughter, which offended me greatly. He tapped me quickly on the shoulder with a good-natured smile, saying that I should change my mind in time, but that I was certainly a funny fellow. I was purple with rage when the Chevalier entered. The abbé told him of our conversation and of my little speech. Monsieur Hubert suppressed a smile. "My boy," he said in a kind tone, "I trust I may never do anything to annoy you, even from affection. Let us talk no more about work today. Before conceiving a taste for it, you must first realize its necessity. Since you have a noble heart, you cannot have but a sound mind. The desire for knowledge will come to you of itself. And now to supper. I expect you are hungry. Do you like wine?" "Much better than Latin," I replied. "Come, abbé," he continued laughingly, "as a punishment for having played the pedant, you must drink with us. Edmee is now quite out of danger. The doctor has said that Bernard can get up and walk a few steps. We will have supper served in this room." The supper and wine were so good, indeed, that I was not long in getting tipsy, according to the Mauprat custom. I even saw they aided and abetted, in order to make me talk, and show at once what species of boor they had to deal with. My lack of education surpassed anything they had anticipated, but I suppose they augured well from my native powers, for, instead of giving me up, they labored at the rough block with a zeal which showed at least that they were not without hope. As soon as I was able to leave my room, I lost the feeling of ennui. The abbé was my inseparable companion through the whole first day. The length of the second was diminished by the hope they gave me of seeing Edmee on the morrow, and by the kindness I experienced from everyone. I began to feel the charm of these gentle manners in proportion as I ceased to be astonished at them. The never-failing goodness of the Chevalier could not but overcome my boorishness. Nay, more, it rapidly won my heart. This was the first affection of my life. It took up its abode in me, side by side, with a violent love for his daughter. nor did I even dream of pitting one of these feelings against the other. I was all yearning, all instinct, all desire. I had the passions of a man in the soul of a child. End of chapter 8, read by Danielle Wolfe.
Chapter 9, Part 1 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Ginny Rosario. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 9, Part 1. At last, one morning after breakfast, Mr. Hubert took me to see his daughter. When the door of her room was opened, I felt almost suffocated by the warm, scented air which met me. The room itself was charming in its simplicity, the curtains and coverings of chintz, with a white ground. Large china vases filled with flowers exhaled a delicate perfume. African birds were sporting in a gilded cage, and singing their sweet little love songs. The carpet was softer to the feet than is the moss of the woods in the month of March. I was in such a state of agitation that my eyes grew more and more dim every moment. My feet caught in one another most awkwardly, and I kept stumbling against the furniture without being able to advance. Edmee was lying on a long white chair, carelessly fingering a mother-of-pearl fan. She seemed to me even more beautiful than before, yet so changed that a feeling of apprehension chilled me in the middle of my ecstasy. She held out her hand to me. I did not like to kiss it in the presence of her father. I could not hear what she was saying to me. I believe her words were full of affection. Then, as if overcome with fatigue, she let her head fall back on the pillow and closed her eyes. "I have some work to do," said the Chevalier to me. "Stay here with her, but do not make her talk too much, for she is still very weak." This recommendation really seemed a sarcasm. Edmee was pretending to be sleepy, perhaps to conceal some of the embarrassment that weighed on her heart, and as for myself, I felt so incapable of overcoming her reserve that it was in reality a kindness to counsel silence. The Chevalier opened a door at one end of the room and closed it after him, but as I could hear him cough from time to time, I gathered that his study was separated from his daughter's room only by a wooden partition. Still, it was bliss to be alone with her for a few moments, as long as she appeared to be asleep. She did not see me, and I could gaze on her at will. So pale was she that she seemed as white as her muslin dressing-gown, or as her satin slippers with their trimming of swan's down. Her delicate transparent hand was to my eyes like some unknown jewel. Never before had I realized what a woman was. Beauty for me had hitherto meant youth and health, together with a sort of manly hardihood. Edmee, in her riding habit, as I first beheld her, had in a measure displayed such beauty, and I had understood her better then. Now, as I studied her afresh, my very ideas, which were beginning to get a little light from without, all helped to make this second tete-a-tete very different from the first. But the strange uneasy pleasure I experienced in gazing on her was disturbed by the arrival of a duenna, a certain Mademoiselle Leblanc, who performed the duties of lady's maid in Edmee's private apartments, and filled the post of companion in the drawing-room. Perhaps she had received orders from her mistress not to leave us. Certain it is that she took her place by the side of the invalid's chair in such a way as to present to my disappointed gaze her own long, meagre back instead of Edmee's beautiful face. Then she took some work out of her pocket and quietly began to knit. Meanwhile, the birds continued to warble, the Chevalier to cough, Edmee to sleep, or to pretend to sleep, while I remained at the other end of the room, with my head bent over the prints in a book that I was holding upside down. After some time, I became aware that Edmee was not asleep, and that she was talking to her attendant in a low voice. I fancied I noticed the latter glancing at me from time to time out of the corner of her eye in a somewhat stealthy manner. To escape the ordeal of such an examination, and also from an impulse of cunning which was by no means foreign to my nature, I let my head fall on the book, and the book on the pier table, and in this posture I remained as if buried in sleep or thought. Then little by little their voices grew louder until I could hear what they were saying about me. It's all the same. You certainly have chosen a funny sort of page, mademoiselle. A page Leblanc! Why do you talk such nonsense? As if one had pages nowadays. You are always imagining we are still in my grandmother's time. I tell you he is my father's adopted son. M. le Chevalier is undoubtedly quite right to adopt a son, but where on earth did he fish up such a creature as that? I gave a side glance at them and saw that Edmee was laughing behind her fan. She was enjoying the chatter of this old maid, who was supposed to be a wag and allowed perfect freedom of speech. I was very much hurt to see my cousin was making fun of me. He looks like a bear, a badger, a wolf, a kite, anything rather than a man, continued Leblanc. What hands, what legs, and now he has been cleaned up a little. He is nothing to what he was. You ought to have seen him the day he arrived with his smock and his leather gaiters. It was enough to take away one's breath. Do you think so? Answered Edmee. For my part, I preferred him in his poacher's garb. It suited his face and figure better. He looked like a bandit. You could not have looked at him properly, mademoiselle. Oh, yes, I did. The tone in which she pronounced these words, yes, I did, made me shudder, and somehow I again felt upon my lips the impress of the kiss she had given me at Roche-Mauprat. It would not be so bad if his hair were dressed properly, continued the duenna, but so far no one had been able to persuade him to have it powdered. Saint Jean told me that just as he was about to put the powder puff to his head, he got up in a rage and said, "Anything you like except that confounded flower. I want to be able to move my head about without coughing and sneezing." Heavens, what a savage! Yet in reality he is quite right. If fashion did not sanction the absurdity, everybody would perceive that it is both ugly and inconvenient. Look and see if it is not more becoming to have long black hair like his. Long hair like that? What a mane! It is enough to frighten one. Besides, boys do not have their hair powdered, and he is still a boy. A boy? My stars! What a brat! Boys? Why, he would eat them for his breakfast. He's a regular ogre. But where does the hulking dog spring from? I suppose M. le Chevalier brought him here from behind some plough. What is his name again? You did tell me his name, didn't you? Yes, inquisitive. I told you he is called Bernard. Bernard, and nothing else? Nothing for the present. What are you looking at? He is sleeping like a dormouse. Look at the booby. I was wondering whether he resembled M. le Chevalier. Perhaps it was a momentary error, a fit of forgetfulness with some milkmaid. Come, come, Leblanc, you are going too far. Goodness gracious, mademoiselle, has not M. le Chevalier been young like any other man? And that does not prevent virtue coming on with years, does it? Doubtless your own experience has shown you that this is possible. But listen, don't take upon yourself to make fun of this young man. It is possible that you have guessed right, but my father requires him to be treated as one of the family. Well, well, that must be pleasant for you, mademoiselle. As for myself, what does it matter to me? I have nothing to do with the gentleman. Ah, if you were 30 years younger. But did your father consult you, mademoiselle, before planting yon great brigand in your room? Why ask such a question? Is there anywhere in the world a better father than mine? But you are very good also. There are many young ladies who would have been by no means pleased. And why, I should like to know. There is nothing disagreeable about the fellow. When he has been polished a little, he will always be perfectly ugly. My dear Leblanc, he is far from ugly. You are too old. You are no longer a judge of young men. Their conversation was interrupted by the Chevalier, who came in to look for a book. Mademoiselle Leblanc is here, is she? He said in a very quiet tone. I thought you were alone with my son. Well, Edmee, have you had a talk with him? Did you tell him that you would be his sister? Are you pleased with her, Bernard? Such answers as I gave could compromise no one. As a rule, they consisted of 4 or 5 incoherent words crippled by shame. M. de Mauprat returned to his study, and I had sat down again, hoping that my cousin was going to send away her duenna and talk to me. But they exchanged a few words in a whisper. The duenna remained, and 2 mortal hours passed without my daring to stir from my chair. I believe Edmee really was asleep this time. When the bell rang for dinner, her father came in again to fetch me, and before leaving her room he said to her again, "Well, have you had a chat?" "Yes, father dear," she replied with an assurance that astounded me. My cousin's behavior seemed to me to prove beyond doubt that she had merely been trifling with me, and that she was not afraid of my reproaches. And yet hope sprang up again when I remembered the strain in which she had spoken of me to Mademoiselle Leblanc. I even succeeded in persuading myself that she feared arousing her father's suspicions, and that she was now feigning complete indifference only to draw me the more surely to her arms, as soon as the favorable moment had arrived. As it was impossible to ascertain the truth, I resigned myself to waiting. But days and nights passed without any explanation being sent, or any secret message bidding me be patient. She used to come down to the drawing-room for an hour in the morning. In the evening she was present at dinner, and then would play piquet or chess with her father. During all this time she was so well watched that I could not exchange a glance with her. For the rest of the day she remained in her own room, inaccessible. Noticing that I was chafing at the species of captivity in which I was compelled to live, the Chevalier frequently said to me, "Go and have a chat with Edmee. You can go to her room and tell her that I sent you." But it was in vain that I knocked. No doubt they had heard me coming and had recognized me by my heavy shuffling step. The door was never opened to me. I grew desperate, furious. Here I must interrupt the account of my personal impressions to tell you what was happening at this time in the luckless Mauprat family. John and Antony had really managed to escape, and though a very close search had been made for them, they had not as yet been captured. All their property was seized, and an order issued by the courts for the sale of the Roche Mauprat fief. As it proved, however, a sale was unnecessary. M. Hubert de Mauprat put an end to the proceedings by coming forward as purchaser. The creditors were paid off, and the title deeds of Roche Mauprat passed into his hands. The little garrison kept by the Mauprats, made up of adventurers of the lowest type, had met the same fate as their masters. As I have already said, the garrison had long been reduced to a few individuals. 2 or 3 of these were killed. Others took to flight. One only was captured. This man was tried and made to suffer for all. A serious question arose as to whether judgment should not also be given against John and Antony de Mauprat by default. There was apparently no doubt that they had fled. The pond in which Walter's body was found floating had been drained, yet no traces of the bodies had been discovered. The Chevalier, however, for the sake of the name he bore, strove to prevent the disgrace of an ignominious sentence, as if such a sentence could have added aught to the horror of the name of Mauprat. He brought to bear all M. de la Marche's influence and his own, which was very real in the province, especially on account of his high moral character, to hush up the affair, and he succeeded. As for myself, though I had certainly had a hand in more than one of my uncle's robberies, there was no thought of discussing me even at the bar of public opinion. In the storm of anger that my uncles had aroused, people were pleased to consider me simply as a young captive, a victim of their cruelty, and thoroughly well disposed towards everybody. Certainly, in his generous good nature and desire to rehabilitate the family, the Chevalier greatly exaggerated my merits, and spread a report everywhere that I was an angel of sweetness and intelligence. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Ginny Rosario. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 9, Part 2. On the day that M. Hubert became purchaser of the estate, he entered my room early in the morning, accompanied by his daughter and the abbé. Showing me the documents which bore witness to his sacrifice, Roche Mauprat was valued at about 200,000 francs. He declared that I was forthwith going to be put in possession not only of my share in the inheritance, which was by no means considerable, but also of half the revenue of the property. At the same time, he said the whole estate, lands and produce, should be secured to me by his will on one condition, namely, that I would consent to receive an education suitable to my position. The Chevalier had made all these arrangements in the kindness of his heart and without ostentation, partly out of gratitude for the service he knew I had rendered Edmee, and partly from family pride, but he had not expected that I should prove so stubborn on the question of education. I cannot tell you the irritation I felt at this word, condition, especially as I thought I detected in it signs of some plan that Edmee had formed to free herself from her promise to me. "Uncle," I answered, after listening to all his magnificent offers in absolute silence, "I thank you for all you wish to do for me, but it is not right that I should avail myself of your kindness. I have no need of a fortune. A man like myself wants nothing but a little bread, a gun, a hound, and the first inn he comes to on the edge of the wood. Since you are good enough to act as my guardian, pay me the income on my 8th of the fief, and do not ask me to learn that Latin bosh. A man of birth is sufficiently well educated when he knows how to bring down a snipe and sign his name. I have no desire to be seigneur of Mauprat. It is enough to have been a slave there. You are most kind, and on my honor I love you, but I have very little love for conditions. I have never done anything from interested motives. I would rather remain an ignoramus than develop a pretty wit for another's dole. Moreover, I could never consent to make such a hole in my cousin's fortune, though I know perfectly well that she would willingly sacrifice a part of her dowry to obtain release from—" Edmee, who until now had remained very pale and apparently heedless of my words, all at once cast a lightning glance at me and said with an air of unconcern, "To obtain a release from what, may I ask, Bernard?" I saw that, in spite of this show of courage, she was very much perturbed, for she broke her fan while shutting it. I answered her with a look in which the artless malice of the rustic must have been apparent. "To obtain release, cousin, from a certain promise you made me at Mauprat?" She grew paler than ever, and on her face I could see an expression of terror, but ill disguised by a smile of contempt. "What was the promise you made him, Edmee?" asked the Chevalier, turning towards her ingenuously. At the same time the abbé pressed my arm furtively, and I understood that my cousin's confessor was in possession of the secret. I shrugged my shoulders. Their fears did me an injustice, though they roused my pity. "She promised me," I replied with a smile, "that she would always look upon me as a brother and a friend. Were not those your words, Edmee? And do you think it is possible to make them good by mere money?" She rose, as if filled with new life, and, holding out her hand to me, said in a voice full of emotion, "You are right, Bernard. Yours is a noble heart, and I should never forgive myself if I doubted it for a moment." I caught sight of a tear on the edge of her eyelid, and I pressed her hand somewhat too roughly, no doubt, for she could not restrain a little cry, followed, however, by a charming smile. The Chevalier clasped me to his breast, and the abbé rocked about in his chair and exclaimed repeatedly, "How beautiful! How noble! How very beautiful! Ah!" he added, "that is something that cannot be learnt from books," turning to the Chevalier. "God writes his words and breathes forth his spirit upon the hearts of the young." "You will see," said the Chevalier, deeply moved, "that this Mauprat will yet build up the honor of the family again. And now, my dear Bernard, I will say no more about business. I know how I ought to act, and you cannot prevent me from taking such steps as I shall think fit to ensure the rehabilitation of my name by yourself. The only true rehabilitation is guaranteed by your noble sentiments, but there is still another which I know you will not refuse to attempt. The way to this lies through your talents and intelligence. You will make the effort out of love for us, I hope. However, we need not talk of this at present. I respect your proud spirit, and I gladly renew my offers without conditions. And now, Abbé, I shall be glad if you will accompany me to the town to see my lawyer. The carriage is waiting. As for you, children, you can have lunch together. Come, Bernard, offer your arm to your cousin, or rather to your sister. You must acquire some courtesy of manner, since in her case it will be but the expression of your heart. "That is true, uncle," I answered, taking hold of Edmee's arm somewhat roughly to lead her downstairs. I could feel her trembling, but the pink had returned to her cheeks, and a smile of affection was playing about her lips. As soon as we were seated opposite each other at table, our happy harmony was chilled in a very few moments. We both returned to our former state of embarrassment. Had we been alone, I should have got out of the difficulty by one of those abrupt sallies which I knew how to force from myself when I grew too much ashamed of my bashfulness. But the presence of Saint John, who was waiting upon us, condemned me to silence on the subject next to my heart. I decided, therefore, to talk about Patience. I asked her how it came to pass that she was on such good terms with him, and in what light I ought to look upon the pretended sorcerer. She gave me the main points in the history of the rustic philosopher, and explained that it was the Abbé Aubert who had taken her to Gazeau Tower. She had been much struck by the intelligence and wisdom of the Stoic hermit, and used to derive great pleasure from conversation with him. On his side, Patience had conceived such a friendship for her that for some time he had relaxed his strict habits, and would frequently pay her a visit when he came to see the abbey. As you may imagine, she had no little difficulty in making these explanations intelligible to me. I was very much surprised at the praise she bestowed on Patience, and at the sympathy she showed for his revolutionary ideas. This was the first time I had heard a peasant spoken of as a man. Besides, I had hitherto looked upon the sorcerer of Gazeau Tower as very much below the ordinary peasant, and here was Edmee praising him above most of the men she knew, and even siding with him against the nobles. From this I drew the comfortable conclusion that education was not so essential as the Chevalier and the Abbé would have me believe. I can scarcely read any better than Patience, I added, and I only wish you found as much pleasure in my society as in his, but it hardly appears so, cousin, for since I came here— We were then leaving the table, and I was rejoicing at the prospect of being alone with her at last, so that I might talk more freely, when on going into the drawing-room we found M. de la Marche there. He had just arrived, and was in the act of entering by the opposite door. In my heart I wished him at the devil. M. de la Marche was one of the fashionable young nobles of the day, smitten with the new philosophy, devoted to Voltaire, a great admirer of Franklin, more well-meaning than intelligent, understanding the oracles less than he desired or pretended to understand them. A pretty poor logician, since he found his ideas much less excellent and his political hopes much less sweet on the day that the French nation took it into its head to realize them. For the rest, full of fine sentiments, believing himself much more sanguine and romantic than he was in reality, rather more faithful to the prejudices of caste and considerably more sensitive to the opinion of the world than he flattered and prided himself on being. Such was the man. His face was certainly handsome, but I found it excessively dull, for I had conceived the most ridiculous animosity for him. His polished manners seemed to me abjectly servile with Edmee. I should have blushed to imitate them, and yet my sole aim was to surpass him in the little services he rendered her. We went out into the park. This was very large, and through it ran the Indre, here merely a pretty stream. During our walk he made himself agreeable in 1,000 ways. Not a violet did he see but he must pluck it to offer to my cousin. But when we arrived at the banks of the stream, we found that the plank which usually enabled one to cross at this particular spot had been broken and washed away by the storms of a few days before. Without asking permission, I immediately took Edmee in my arms and quietly walked through the stream. The water came up to my waist, but I carried my cousin at arm's length so securely and skillfully that she did not wet a single ribbon. M. de la Marche, unwilling to appear more delicate than myself, did not hesitate to wet his fine clothes and follow me, though with some rather poor efforts, the while to force a laugh. However, though he had not any burden to carry, he several times stumbled over the stones which covered the bed of the river, and rejoined us only with great difficulty. Edmee was far from laughing. I believe that this proof of my strength and daring, forced on her in spite of herself, terrified her as an evidence of the love she had stirred in me. She even appeared to be annoyed, and, as I set her down gently on the bank, said, "Bernard, I must request you never to play such a prank again." "That is all very well," I said. "You would not be angry if it were the other fellow." "He would not think of doing such a thing," she replied. "I quite believe it," I answered. "He would take very good care of that. Just look at the chap. And I did not ruffle a hair of your head. He is very good at picking violets, but, take my word for it, in a case of danger, don't make him your first choice." M. de la Marche paid me great compliments on this exploit. I had hoped that he would be jealous. He did not even appear to dream of it, but rather made merry over the pitiable state of his toilet. The day was excessively hot, and we were quite dry before the end of the walk. Edmee, however, remained sad and pensive. It seemed to me that she was making an effort to show me as much friendship as at luncheon. This affected me considerably, for I was not only enamored of her, I loved her. I could not make the distinction then, but both feelings were in me, passion and tenderness. The Chevalier and the Abbé returned in time for dinner. They conversed in a low voice with M. de la Marche about the settlement of my affairs, and, from the few words which I could not help overhearing, I gathered that they had just secured my future on the bright lines they had laid before me in the morning. I was too shy and proud to express my simple thanks. This generosity perplexed me. I could not understand it, and I almost suspected that it was a trap they were preparing to separate me from my cousin. I did not realize the advantage of a fortune. Mine were not the wants of a civilized being, and the prejudices of rank were with me a point of honor, and by no means a social vanity. Seeing that they did not speak to me openly, I played the somewhat ungracious part of feigning complete ignorance. Edmee grew more and more melancholy. I noticed that her eyes rested now on M. de la Marche, now on her father, with a vague uneasiness. Whenever I spoke to her, or even raised my voice in addressing others, she would start and then knit her brows slightly, as if my voice had caused her physical pain. She retired immediately after dinner. Her father followed her with evident anxiety. "Have you not noticed," said the Abbé, turning to M. de la Marche, as soon as they had left the room, "that Mademoiselle de Mauprat has very much changed of late?" "She has grown thinner," answered the Lieutenant General, "but in my opinion she is only the more beautiful for that." "Yes, but I fear she may be more seriously ill than she owns," replied the Abbé. "Her temperament seems no less changed than her face. She has grown quite sad." "Sad? Why, I don't think I ever saw her so gay as she was this morning. Don't you agree with me, Monsieur Bernard? It was only after our walk that she complained of a slight headache." "I assure you that she is really sad," rejoined the Abbé. "Nowadays, when she is gay, her gaiety is excessive. At such a time there seems to be something strange and forced about her, which is quite foreign to her usual manner. Then the next minute she relapses into a state of melancholy, which I never noticed before the famous night in the forest. You may be certain that night was a terrible experience." "True, she was obliged to witness a frightful scene at Gazeau Tower," said M. de la Marche, "and then she must have been very much exhausted and frightened when her horse bolted from the field and galloped right through the forest. Yet her pluck is so remarkable that— What do you think, my dear Monsieur Bernard? When you met her in the forest, did she seem very frightened?" "In the forest?" I said. "I did not meet her in the forest at all." "No, it was in Varennes that you met her, wasn't it?" The Abbé hastened to intervene. "By the by, Monsieur Bernard, can you spare me a minute to talk over a little matter connected with your property at—" Hereupon he drew me out of the drawing-room and said in a low voice, "There is no question of business. I only want to beg of you not to let a single soul, not even M. de la Marche, suspect that Mademoiselle de Mauprat was at Roche-Mauprat for the fraction of a second." "And why?" I asked. "Was she not under my protection there? Did she not leave it pure thanks to me? Must it not be well known to the neighborhood that she passed 2 hours there?" "At present no one knows," he answered. "At the very moment she left it, Roche-Mauprat fell before the attack of the police, and not one of its inmates will return from the grave or from exile to proclaim the fact. When you know the world better, you will understand how important it is for the reputation of a young lady that none should have reason to suppose that even a shadow of danger has fallen upon her honor. Meanwhile, I implore you, in the name of her father, in the name of the affection for her which you expressed this morning in so noble and touching a manner." "You are very clever, Monsieur l'Abbé," I said, interrupting him. "All your words have a hidden meaning which I can grasp perfectly well, clown as I am. Tell my cousin that she may set her mind at ease. I have nothing to say against her virtue, that is very certain, and I trust I am not capable of spoiling the marriage she desires. Tell her that I claim but one thing of her, the fulfillment of that promise of friendship which she made me at Mauprat." "In your eyes, then, that promise has a peculiar solemnity?" said the abbé. "If so, what grounds for distrusting it have you?" I looked at him fixedly, and as he appeared very much agitated, I took a pleasure in keeping him on the rack, hoping that he would repeat my words to Edmee. "None," I answered, "only I observe that you are afraid that M. de la Marche may break off the marriage, if he happens to hear of the adventure at Mauprat. If the gentleman is capable of suspecting Edmee and of grossly insulting her on the eve of his wedding, it seems to me that there is one very simple means of mending matters." "What would you suggest?" "Why, to challenge him and kill him. I trust you will do all you can to spare the venerable M. Hubert the necessity of facing such a hideous danger." "I will spare him this and many others by taking upon myself to avenge my cousin. In truth, this is my right, Monsieur l'Abbé. I know the duties of a gentleman quite as well as if I had learnt Latin. You may tell her this from me. Let her sleep in peace. I will keep silence, and if that is useless, I will fight." "But Bernard," replied the abbé in a gentle, insinuating tone, "have you thought of your cousin's affection for M. de la Marche?" "All the more reason that I should fight him," I cried in a fit of anger, and I turned my back on him abruptly. The abbé retailed the whole of our conversation to the penitent. The part that the worthy priest had to play was very embarrassing. Under the seal of confession, he had been entrusted with a secret to which, in his conversations with me, he could make only indirect allusions, to bring me to understand that my pertinacity was a crime, and that the only honorable course was to yield. He hoped too much of me. Virtue such as this was beyond my power, and equally beyond my understanding. End of Chapter 9, Part 2.
Chapter 10, Part 1 of Mauprat by George Sand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Jessica Hendra. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 10, Part 1. A few days passed in apparent calm. Edmee said she was unwell and rarely quitted her room. Monsieur de la Marche called nearly every day, his chateau being only a short distance off. My dislike for him grew stronger and stronger, in spite of all the politeness he showed me. I understood nothing whatever of his dabblings in philosophy, and I opposed all his opinions with the grossest prejudices and expressions at my command. What consoled me in a measure for my secret sufferings was to see that he was no more admitted than myself to Edmee's rooms. For a week, the sole event of note was that Patience took up his abode in a hut near the chateau. Ever since the Abbé Aubert had found a refuge from ecclesiastical persecution under the Chevalier's roof, he had no longer been obliged to arrange secret meetings with the hermit. He had, therefore, strongly urged him to give up his dwelling in the forest and to come nearer to himself. Patience had needed a great deal of persuasion. Long years of solitude had so attached him to his gazoo tower that he hesitated to desert it for the society of his friend. Besides, he declared that the abbé would assuredly be corrupted with commerce with the great, that soon, unknown to himself, he would come under the influence of the old ideas, and that his zeal for the sacred cause would grow cold. It is true that Edmee had won Patience's heart, and that, in offering him a little cottage belonging to her father, situated in a picturesque ravine near the park gate, she had gone to work with such grace and delicacy that not even his tetchy pride could feel wounded. In fact, it was to conclude these important negotiations that the abbé had betaken himself to the Gazoo Tower with Marcasse on that very evening when Edmee and myself sought shelter there. The terrible scene which followed our arrival put an end to any irresolution still left in Patience. Inclined to the Pythagorean doctrines, he had a horror of all bloodshed. The death of a deer drew tears from him, as from Shakespeare's Jacques. Still less could he bear to contemplate the murder of a human being. And the instant that Gazoo Tower had served as the scene of 2 tragic deaths, it stood defiled in his eyes, and nothing could have induced him to pass another night there. He followed us to Saint-Sèvres, and soon allowed his philosophical scruples to be overcome by Edmee's persuasive powers. The little cottage which he was prevailed on to accept was humble enough not to make him blush with shame at a too palpable compromise with civilization, and though the solitude he found there was less perfect than at Gazoo Tower, the frequent visits of the Abbé and of Edmee could hardly have given him a right to complain. Here the narrator interrupted his story again to expatiate on the development of Mademoiselle de Mauprat's character. Edmee, hidden away in her modest obscurity, was, and believe me, I do not speak from bias, one of the most perfect women to be found in France. Had she desired or been compelled to make herself known to the world, she would assuredly have been famous and extolled beyond all her sex. But she found her happiness in her own family, and the sweetest simplicity crowned her mental powers and lofty virtues. She was ignorant of her worth, as I myself was at that time, when, brute-like, I saw only with the eyes of the body, and believed I loved her only because she was beautiful. It should be said, too, that her fiancé, Monsieur de la Marche, understood her but little better. He had developed the weakly mind with which he was endowed in the frigid school of Voltaire and Helvetius. Edmee had fired her vast intellect with the burning declamations of Jean-Jacques. A day came when I could understand her. The day when Monsieur de la Marche could have understood her would never have come. Edmee, deprived of her mother from the very cradle, and left to her young devices by a father full of confidence and careless good nature, had shaped her character almost alone. The Abbé Aubert, who had confirmed her, had by no means forbidden her to read the philosophers by whom he himself had been lured from the paths of orthodoxy. Finding no one to oppose her ideas, or even to discuss them, for her father, who idolized her, allowed himself to be led wherever she wished, Edmee had drawn support from 2 sources apparently very antagonistic: the philosophy which was preparing the downfall of Christianity, and Christianity which was proscribing the spirit of inquiry. To account for this contradiction, you must recall what I told you about the effect produced on the Abbé Aubert by the Profession de foi de Vicary Savoyard. Moreover, you must be aware that, in poetic souls, mysticism and doubt often reign side by side. Jean-Jacques himself furnishes a striking example of this, and you know what sympathies he stirred among priests and nobles, even when he was chastising them so unmercifully. What miracles may not conviction work, when helped by sublime eloquence? Edmee had drunk of this living fount with all the eagerness of an ardent soul. In her rare visits to Paris she had sought for spirits in sympathy with her own. There, however, she had found so many shades of opinion, so little harmony, and, despite the prevailing fashion, so many ineradicable prejudices, that she had returned with a yet deeper love to her solitude and her poetic reveries under the old oaks in the park. She would even then speak of her illusions, and, with a good sense beyond her years, perhaps, too, beyond her sex, she refused all opportunities of direct intercourse with the philosophers whose writings made up her intellectual life. "I am somewhat of a sybarite," she would say with a smile. "I would rather have a bouquet of roses arranged for me in a vase in the early morning than to go and gather them myself from out their thorns in the heat of the sun." As a fact, this remark about her sybaritism was only a jest. Brought up in the country, she was strong, active, brave, and full of life. To all her charms of delicate beauty, she united the energy of physical and moral health. She was the proud-spirited and fearless girl, no less than the sweet and affable mistress of the house. I often found her haughty and disdainful. Patience and the poor of the district never found her anything but modest and good-natured. Edmee loved the poets almost as much as the transcendental philosophers. In her walks she always carried a book in her hand. One day when she had taken Tasso with her, she met Patience, who, as was his wont, inquired minutely into both author and subject. Edmee thereupon had to give him an account of the Crusades. This was not the most difficult part of her task. Thanks to the stores of information derived from the abbé and to his prodigious memory for facts, Patience had a passable knowledge of the outlines of universal history. But what he had great trouble in grasping was the connection and difference between epic poetry and history. At first he was indignant at the inventions of the poets, and declared that such impostures ought never to have been allowed. Then, when he realized that epic poetry, far from leading generations into error, only raised heroic deeds to vaster proportions and a more enduring glory, he asked how it was that all important events had not been sung by the bards, and why the history of man had not been embodied in a popular form capable of impressing itself on every mind without the help of letters. He begged Edmee to explain to him a stanza of Jerusalem Delivered. As he took a fancy to it, she read him a canto in French. A few days later she read him another, and soon Patience knew the whole poem. He rejoiced to hear that the heroic tale was popular in Italy, and bringing together his recollections of it, endeavored to give them an abridged form in rude prose. But he had no memory for words. Roused by his vivid impressions, he would call up 1,000 mighty images before his eyes. He would give utterance to them in improvisations wherein his genius triumphed over the uncouthness of his language. But he could never repeat what he had once said. One would have had to take it down from his dictation, and even that would have been of no use to him, for supposing he had managed to read it, his memory, accustomed to occupy itself solely with thoughts, had never been able to retain any fragment whatever in its precise words. And yet he was fond of quoting, and at times his language was almost biblical. Beyond, however, certain expressions that he loved, and a number of short sentences that he found means to make his own, he remembered nothing of the pages which had been read to him so often, and he always listened to them again with the same emotion as at first. It was a veritable pleasure to watch the effect of beautiful poetry on this powerful intellect. Little by little the abbé, Edmee, and subsequently I myself managed to familiarize him with Homer and Dante. He was so struck by the various incidents in the Divine Comedy that he could give an analysis of the poem from beginning to end without forgetting or misplacing the slightest detail in the journey, the encounters, and the emotions of the poet. There, however, his power ended. If he essayed to repeat some of the phrases which had so charmed him when they were read, he flung forth a mass of metaphors and images which savored of delirium. This initiation into the wonders of poetry marked an epoch in the life of Patience. In the realm of fancy, it supplied the action wanting to his real life. In his magic mirror, he beheld gigantic combats between heroes 10 cubits high. He understood love, which he himself had never known. He fought, he loved, he conquered, he enlightened nations, gave peace to the world, redressed the wrongs of mankind, and raised up temples to the mighty spirit of the universe. He saw in the starry firmament all the gods of Olympus, the fathers of primitive humanity. In the constellations, he read the story of the Golden Age and of the ages of brass. In the winter wind, he heard the songs of Morven, and in the storm clouds, he bowed to the ghosts of Fingal and Kamala. "Before I knew the poets," he said towards the end of his life, "I was a man lacking in one of the senses. I could see plainly that this sense was necessary, since there were so many things calling for its operation. In my solitary walks at night, I used to feel a strange uneasiness. I used to wonder why I could not sleep, why I should find such pleasure in gazing upon the stars that I could not tear myself from their presence, why my heart should suddenly beat with joy on seeing certain colors, or grow sad even to tears on hearing certain sounds. At times I was so alarmed on comparing my continual agitation with the indifference of other men of my class that I even began to imagine that I was mad. But I soon consoled myself with the reflection that such madness was sweet, and I would rather have ceased to exist than be cured of it. Now that I know these things have been thought beautiful in all times and by all intelligent beings, I understand what they are and how they are useful to man. I find joy in the thought that there is not a flower, not a color, not a breath of air, which has not absorbed the minds and stirred the hearts of other men till it has received a name sacred among all peoples. Since I have learnt that it is allowed to man, without degrading his reason, to people the universe and interpret it by his dreams, I live wholly in the contemplation of the universe, and when the sight of the misery and crime in the world bruises my heart and shakes my reason, I fall back upon my dreams. I say to myself that, since all men are united in their love of the works of God, some day they will also be united in their love of one another. I imagine that education grows more and more perfect from father to son. It may be that I am the first untutored man who has divined truths of which no glimpse was given him from without. It may be, too, that many others before myself have been perplexed by the workings of their hearts and brains, and have died without ever finding an answer to the riddle. Ah, we poor folk, added Patience, we are never forbidden excess in labor, or in wine, or in any of the debauches which may destroy our minds. There are some people who pay dearly for the work of our arms, so that the poor, in their eagerness to satisfy the wants of their families, may work beyond their strength. There are taverns and other places more dangerous still, from which, so it is said, the government draws a good profit. And there are priests, too, who get up in their pulpits to tell us what we owe to the Lord of our village, but never what the Lord owes to us. Nowhere is there a school where they teach us our real rights, where they show us how to distinguish our true and decent wants from the shameful and fatal ones, where, in short, they tell us what we can and ought to think about when we have borne the burden and heat of the day for the profit of others, and are sitting in the evening at the door of our huts, gazing on the red stars as they come out on the horizon. Thus would Patience reason, and believe me, in translating his words into our conventional language, I am robbing them of all their grace, all their fire, and all their vigor. But who could repeat the exact words of Patience? His was a language used by none but himself. It was a mixture of the limited, though forcible, vocabulary of the peasants, and of the boldest metaphors of the poets, whose poetic turns he would often make bolder still. To this mixed idiom his sympathetic mind gave order and logic, an incredible wealth of thought made up for the brevity of the phrases that clothed it. You should have seen how desperately his will and conviction strove to overcome the impotence of his language. Any other than he would have failed to come out of the struggle with honor. And I assure you that any one capable of something more serious than laughing at his solecisms and audacities of phrase would have found in this man material for the most important studies on the development of the human mind, and an incentive to the most tender admiration for primitive moral beauty. When, subsequently, I came to understand Patience thoroughly, I found a bond of sympathy with him in my own exceptional destiny. Like him, I had been without education. Like him, I had sought outside myself for an explanation of my being, just as one seeks the answer to a riddle. Thanks to the accidents of my birth and fortune, I had arrived at complete development, while Patience, to the hour of his death, remained groping in the darkness of an ignorance from which he neither would nor could emerge. To me, however, this was only an additional reason for recognizing the superiority of that powerful nature which held its course more boldly by the feeble light of instinct than I myself by all the brilliant lights of knowledge, and which, moreover, had not had a single evil inclination to subdue, while I had had all that a man may have.
End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10, Part 2 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Ginny Rosario. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 10, Part 2. At the time, however, at which I must take up my story, Patience was still, in my eyes, merely a grotesque character, an object of amusement for Edmee, and of kindly compassion for the Abbé Aubert. When they spoke to me about him in a serious tone, I no longer understood them, and I imagined they took this subject as a sort of text whereon to build a parable, proving to me the advantages of education, the necessity of devoting myself to study early in life, and the futility of regrets in after years. Yet this did not prevent me from prowling about the copses about his new abode, for I had seen Edmee crossing the park in that direction, and I hoped that if I took her by surprise as she was returning, I should get a conversation with her. But she was always accompanied by the abbé, and sometimes even by her father, and if she remained alone with the old peasant, he would escort her to the chateau afterwards. Frequently I have concealed myself in the foliage of a giant yew tree, which spread out its monstrous shoots and drooping branches to within a few yards of the cottage, and have seen Edmee sitting at the door with a book in her hand, while Patience was listening with his arms folded and his head sunk on his breast, as though he were overwhelmed by the effort of attention. At that time I imagined that Edmee was trying to teach him to read, and thought her mad to persist in attempting an impossible education. But how beautiful she seemed in the light of the setting sun, beneath the yellowing vine leaves that overhung the cottage door! I used to gaze on her and tell myself that she belonged to me, and vow never to yield to any force or persuasion which should endeavor to make me renounce my claim. For some days my agony of mind had been intense. My only method of escaping from it had been to drink heavily at supper, so that I might be almost stupefied at the hour, for me so painful and so galling, when she would leave the drawing-room after kissing her father, giving her hand to M. de la Marche, and saying, as she passed by me, "Good night, Bernard," in a tone which seemed to say, "Today has ended like yesterday, and tomorrow will end like today." In vain I would go and sit in the armchair nearest her door, so that she could not pass without at least her dress brushing against me. This was all I ever got from her. I would not put out my hand to beg her own, for she might have given it with an air of unconcern, and I verily believe I should have crushed it in my anger. Thanks to my large libations at supper, I generally succeeded in besotting myself, silently and sadly. I then used to sink into my favorite armchair and remain there, sullen and drowsy, until the fumes of the wine had passed away, and I could go and air my wild dreams and sinister plans in the park. None seemed to notice this gross habit of mine. They showed me such kindness and indulgence in the family that they seemed afraid to express disapproval, however much I deserved it. Nevertheless, they were well aware of my shameful passion for wine, and the abbé informed Edmee of it. One evening at supper she looked at me fixedly several times, and with a strange expression. I stared at her in return, hoping that she would say something to provoke me, but we got no further than an exchange of malevolent glances. On leaving the table she whispered to me very quickly, and in an imperious tone, "Break yourself of this drinking, and pay attention to what the abbé has to say to you." This order and tone of authority, so far from filling me with hope, seemed to me so revolting that all my timidity vanished in a moment. I waited for the hour when she usually went up to her room, and, going out a little before her, took up my position on the stairs. "Do you think," I said to her when she appeared, "that I am the dupe of your lies, and that I have not seen perfectly, during the month I have been here, without your speaking a word to me, that you are merely fooling me, as if I were a booby? You lied to me, and now you despise me because I was honest enough to believe your word. Bernard," she said in a cold tone, "this is neither the time nor the place for an explanation." "Oh, I know well enough," I replied, "that, according to you, it will never be the time or the place, but I shall manage to find both, do not fear. You said that you loved me. You threw your arms about my neck, and said, as you kissed me, yes, here, I can still feel your lips on my cheeks, 'Save me, and I swear on the gospel, on my honor, by the memory of my mother and your own, that I will be yours.' I can see through it. You said that because you were afraid that I should use my strength, and now you avoid me because you are afraid I shall claim my right. But you will gain nothing by it. I swear that you shall not trifle with me long." "I will never be yours," she replied with a coldness which was becoming more and more icy, "if you do not make some change in your language and manners and feelings. In your present state I certainly do not fear you. When you appeared to me good and generous, I might have yielded to you. half from fear and half from affection, but from the moment I cease to care for you, I also cease to be afraid of you. Improve your manners, improve your mind, and we will see." "Very good," I said. "That is a promise I can understand. I will act on it, and if I cannot be happy, I will have my revenge." "Take your revenge as much as you please," she said. "That will only make me despise you." So saying, she drew from her bosom a piece of paper and burnt it in the flame of her candle. "What are you doing?" I exclaimed. "I am burning a letter I had written to you," she answered. "I wanted to make you listen to reason, but it is quite useless. One cannot reason with brutes." "Give me that letter at once," I cried, rushing at her to seize the burning paper. But she withdrew it quickly and fearlessly extinguishing it in her hand, threw the candle at my feet, and fled in the darkness. I ran after her, but in vain. She was in her room before I could get there, and had slammed the door and drawn the bolts. I could hear the voice of Mademoiselle Leblanc asking her young mistress the cause of her fright. "It is nothing," replied Edmee's trembling voice, "nothing but a joke." I went into the garden, and strode up and down the walks at a furious rate. My anger gave place to the most profound melancholy. Edmee, proud and daring, seemed to me more desirable than ever. It is the nature of all desire to be excited and nourished by opposition. I felt that I had offended her, and that she did not love me, that perhaps she would never love me. And, without abandoning my criminal resolution to make her mine by force, I gave way to grief at the thought of her hatred of me. I went and leaned upon a gloomy old wall which happened to be near, and burying my face in my hands, I broke into heart-rending sobs. My sturdy breast heaved convulsively, but tears would not bring the relief I longed for. I could have roared in my anguish, and I had to bite my handkerchief to prevent myself from yielding to the temptation. The weird noise of my stifled sobs attracted the attention of someone who was praying in the little chapel on the other side of the wall which I had chanced to lean against. A Gothic window, with its stone mullions surmounted by a trefoil, was exactly on a level with my head. "Who is there?" asked someone, and I could distinguish a pale face in the slanting rays of the moon which was just rising. It was Edmee. On recognizing her, I was about to move away, but she passed her beautiful arm between the mullions and held me back by the collar of my jacket, saying, "Why are you crying, Bernard?" I yielded to her gentle violence, half ashamed at having betrayed my weakness, and half enchanted at finding that Edmee was not unmoved by it. "What are you grieved at?" she continued. "What can draw such bitter tears from you? You despise me, you hate me, and you ask why I am in pain, why I am angry?" "It is anger, then, that makes you weep?" she said, drawing back her arm. "Yes, anger, or something else," I replied. "But what else?" she asked. "I can't say. Probably grief, as you suggest. The truth is, my life here is unbearable. My heart is breaking. I must leave you, Edmee, and go and live in the middle of the woods. I cannot stay here any longer." "Why is life unbearable? Explain yourself, Bernard. Now is our opportunity for an explanation." "Yes, with a wall between us. I can understand that you are not afraid of me now." "And yet it seems to me that I am only showing an interest in you. And was I not as affectionate an hour ago when there was no wall between us?" "I begin to see why you are fearless, Edmee. You always find some means of avoiding people, or of winning them over with pretty words. Ah, they were right when they told me that all women are false, and that I must love none of them." "And who told you that? Your Uncle John, I suppose, or your Uncle Walter, or was it your grandfather, Tristan?" "You can jeer. Jeer at me as much as you like. It is not my fault that I was brought up by them. There were times, however, when they spoke the truth. Bernard, would you like me to tell you why they thought women false?" "Yes, tell me." "Because they were brutes and tyrants to creatures weaker than themselves. Whenever one makes one's self feared, one runs the risk of being deceived. In your childhood, when John used to beat you, did you never try to escape his brutal punishment by disguising your little faults?" "I did. That was my only resource." "You can understand, then, that deception is, if not the right, at least the resource of the oppressed. I understand that I love you, and in that, at any rate, there can be no excuse for your deceiving me." "And who says that I have deceived you?" "But you have. You said you loved me. You did not love me. I loved you because at a time when you were wavering between detestable principles and the impulses of a generous heart, I saw that you were inclining towards justice and honesty. And I love you now because I see that you are triumphing over these vile principles and that your evil inspirations are followed by tears of honest regret. This I say before God, with my hand on my heart, at a time when I can see your real self. There are other times when you appear to me so below yourself that I no longer recognize you, and I think I no longer love you. It rests with you, Bernard, to free me from all doubts, either about you or myself. And what must I do? You must amend your bad habits, open your ears to good counsel, and your heart to the precepts of morality. You are a savage, Bernard, and believe me, it is neither your awkwardness in making a bow, nor your inability to turn a compliment that shocks me. On the contrary, this roughness of manner would be a very great charm in my eyes, if only there were some great ideas and noble feelings beneath it. But your ideas and your feelings are like your manners. That is what I cannot endure. I know it is not your fault, and if I only saw you resolute to improve, I should love you as much for your defects as for your qualities. Compassion brings affection in its train, but I do not love evil. I never loved it, and if you cultivate it in yourself instead of uprooting it, I can never love you. Do you understand me? No. What? No? No, I say, I am not aware that there is any evil in me. If you are not displeased at the lack of grace in my legs, or the lack of whiteness in my hands, or the lack of elegance in my words, I fail to see what you find to hate in me. From my childhood, I have had to listen to evil precepts, but I have not accepted them. I have never considered it permissible to do a bad deed, or at least I have never found it pleasurable. If I have done wrong, it is because I have been forced to do it. I have always detested my uncles and their ways. I do not like to see others suffer. I do not rob a fellow creature. I despise money, of which they made a god at Mauprat. I know how to keep sober, and, though I am fond of wine, I would drink water all my life if, like my uncles, I had to shed blood to get a good supper. Yet I fought for them, yet I drank with them. How could I do otherwise? But now, when I am my own master, what harm am I doing? Does your abbé, who is always prating of virtue, take me for a murderer or a thief? Come, Edmee, confess now. You know well enough that I am an honest man. You do not really think me wicked, but I am displeasing to you because I am not clever, and you like M. de la Marche because he has a knack of making unmeaning speeches which I should blush to utter. And if to be pleasing to me, she said with a smile, after listening most attentively, and without withdrawing her hand, which I had taken through the bars, if, in order to be preferred to M. de la Marche, it were necessary to acquire more wit, as you say, would you not try? I don't know, I replied, after hesitating a moment. Perhaps I should be fool enough, for the power you have over me is more than I can understand, but it would be a sorry piece of cowardice and a great folly. Why, Bernard? Because a woman who could love a man, not for his honest heart, but for his pretty wit, would be hardly worth the pains I should have to take, at least so it seems to me. She remained silent in her turn, and then said to me, as she pressed my hand, You have much more sense and wit than one might think, and since you force me to be quite frank with you, I will own that, as you now are, and even should you never change, I have an esteem and an affection for you which will last as long as my life. Rest assured of that, Bernard, whatever I may say in a moment of anger. You know I have a quick temper that runs in the family. The blood of the Mauprats will never flow as smoothly as other people's. Have a care for my pride, then. You know so well what pride is, and do not ever presume upon rights you have acquired. Affection cannot be commanded. It must be implored or inspired. Act so that I may always love you. Never tell me that I am forced to love you. That is reasonable enough, I answered. But why do you sometimes speak to me as if I were forced to obey you? Why, for instance, this evening did you forbid me to drink and order me to study? Because if one cannot command affection, which does not exist, one can at least command affection, which does exist, and it is because I am sure yours exists that I commanded it. Good, I cried in a transport of joy. I have a right, then, to order yours also, since you have told me that it certainly exists. Edmee, I order you to kiss me. Let go, Bernard, she cried. You are breaking my arm. Look, you have scraped it against the bars. Why have you entrenched yourself against me? I said, putting my lips to the little scratch I had made on her arm. Ah, woe is me! Confound the bars! Edmee, if you would only bend your head down, I should be able to kiss you as my sister. Edmee, what are you afraid of? My good Bernard, she replied, in the world in which I live, one does not kiss even a sister, and nowhere does one kiss in secret. I will kiss you every day before my father, if you like, but never here. You will never kiss me? I cried, relapsing into my usual passion. What of your promise? What of my rights? If we marry, she said in an embarrassed tone, when you have received the education I implore you to receive. Death of my life! Is this a jest? Is there any question of marriage between us? None at all. I don't want your fortune, as I have told you. My fortune and yours are one, she replied. Bernard, between near relations as we are, mine and thine are words without meaning. I should never suspect you of being mercenary. I know that you love me, that you will work to give me proof of this, and that a day will come when your love will no longer make me fear, because I shall be able to accept it in the face of heaven and earth. If that is your idea, I replied, completely drawn away from my wild passion by the new turn she was giving to my thoughts, my position is very different. But, to tell you the truth, I must reflect on this. I had not realized that this was your meaning. And how should I have meant otherwise? She answered. Is not a woman dishonored by giving herself to a man who is not her husband? I do not wish to dishonor myself, and since you love me, you would not wish it either. You would not do me an irreparable wrong. If such were your intention, you would be my deadliest enemy. Stay, Edmee, stay, I answered. I can tell you nothing about my intentions in regard to you, for I have never had any very definite. I have felt nothing but wild desires, nor have I ever thought of you without going mad. You wish me to marry you? But why? Why? Because a girl who respects herself cannot be any man's except with the thought, with the intention, with the certainty of being his forever. Do you not know that? There are so many things I do not know or have never thought of. Education will teach you, Bernard, what you ought to think about, the things which must concern you, about your position, your duties, your feelings. At present you see but dimly into your heart and conscience, and I, who am accustomed to question myself on all subjects and to discipline my life, how can I take for master a man governed by instinct and guided by chance? For master, for husband, yes, I understand that you cannot surrender your whole life to an animal such as myself, but that is what I have never asked of you. No, I tremble to think of it. And yet, Bernard, you must think of it. Think of it frequently, and when you have done so, you will realize the necessity of following my advice and of bringing your mind into harmony with the new life upon which you have entered since quitting Mauprat. When you have perceived this necessity, you must tell me, and then we will make several necessary resolutions. She withdrew her hand from mine quickly, and I fancy she bade me good night, but this I did not hear. I stood buried in my thoughts, and when I raised my head to speak to her, she was no longer there. I went into the chapel, but she had returned to her room by an upper gallery which communicated with her apartments. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Chapter 10, Part 3 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Ginny Rosario. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 10, Part 3. I went back into the garden, walked far into the park, and remained there all night. This conversation with Edmee had opened a new world to me. Hitherto, I had not ceased to be the Mauprat man, nor had I ever contemplated that it was possible or desirable to cease to be so. Except for some habits which had changed with circumstances, I had never moved out of the narrow circle of my old thoughts. I felt annoyed that these new surroundings of mine should have any real power over me, and I secretly braced my will so that I should not be humbled. Such was my perseverance and strength of character that I believed nothing would ever have driven me from my entrenchment of obstinacy, had not Edmee's influence been brought to bear upon me. The vulgar comforts of life, the satisfactions of luxury, had no attraction for me beyond their novelty. Bodily repose was a burden to me, and the calm that reigned in this house, so full of order and silence, would have been unbearable, had not Edmee's presence and the tumult of my own desires communicated to it some of my disorder, and peopled it with some of my visions. Never for a single moment had I desired to become the head of this house, the possessor of this property, and it was with genuine pleasure that I had just heard Edmee do justice to my disinterestedness. The thought of coupling two ends so entirely distinct as my passion and my interests was still more repugnant to me. I roamed about the park, a prey to 1,000 doubts, and then wandered into the open country unconsciously. It was a glorious night. The full moon was pouring down floods of soft light upon the plowed lands, all parched by the heat of the sun. Thirsty plants were straightening their bowed stems. Each leaf seemed to be drinking in, through all its pores, all the dewy freshness of the night. I, too, began to feel a soothing influence at work. My heart was still beating violently, but regularly. I was filled with a vague hope. The image of Edmee floated before me on the paths through the meadows, and no longer stirred the wild agonies and frenzied desires which had been devouring me since the night I first beheld her. I was crossing a spot where the green stretches of pasture were here and there broken by clumps of young trees. Huge oxen with almost white skins were lying in the short grass, motionless, as if plunged in peaceful thought. Hills sloped gently up to the horizon, and their velvety contours seemed to ripple in the bright rays of the moon. For the first time in my life, I realized something of the voluptuous beauty and divine effluence of the night. I felt the magic touch of some unknown bliss. It seemed that for the first time in my life, I was looking on moon and meadows and hills. I remembered hearing Edmee say that nothing our eyes can behold is more lovely than nature, and I was astonished that I had never felt this before. Now and then I was on the point of throwing myself on my knees and praying to God, but I feared that I should not know how to speak to him, and that I might offend him by praying badly. Shall I confess to you a singular fancy that came upon me, a childish revelation, as it were, of poetic love from out of the chaos of my ignorance? The moon was lighting up everything so plainly that I could distinguish the tiniest flowers in the grass. A little meadow daisy seemed to me so beautiful, with its golden calyx full of diamonds of dew, and its white collarette fringed with purple, that I plucked it and covered it with kisses, and cried in a sort of delirious intoxication, "It is you, Edmee! Yes, it is you! Ah, you no longer shun me!" But what was my confusion when, on rising, I found there had been a witness of my folly. Patience was standing before me. I was so angry at having been surprised in such a fit of extravagance that, from a remnant of the hamstringer instinct, I immediately felt for a knife in my belt. But neither belt nor knife was there. My silk waistcoat with its pocket reminded me that I was doomed to cut no more throats. Patience smiled. "Well, well, what is the matter?" said the anchorite, in a calm and kindly tone. "Do you imagine that I don't know perfectly well how things stand? I am not so simple but that I can reason. I am not so old but that I can see. Who is it that makes the branches of my yew shake whenever the holy maiden is sitting at my door? Who is it that follows us like a young wolf with measured steps through the copse when I take the lovely child to her father? And what harm is there in it? You are both young, you are both handsome, you are of the same family, and, if you choose, you might become a noble and honest man, as she is a noble and honest girl." All my wrath had vanished as I listened to Patience speaking of Edmee. I had such a vast longing to talk about her that I would even have been willing to have heard evil spoken of her for the sole pleasure of hearing her name pronounced. I continued my walk by the side of Patience. The old man was tramping through the dew with bare feet. It should be mentioned, however, that his feet had long been unacquainted with any covering and had attained a degree of callosity that rendered them proof against anything. His only garments were a pair of blue canvas breeches, which, in the absence of braces, hung loosely from his hips, and a coarse shirt. He could not endure any constraint in his clothes, and his skin, hardened by exposure, was sensitive to neither heat nor cold. Even when over 80, he was accustomed to go bareheaded in the broiling sun and with half-open shirt in the winter blasts. Since Edmee had seen to his wants, he had attained a certain cleanliness. Nevertheless, in the disorder of his toilet and his hatred of everything that passed the bounds of the strictest necessity, though he could not have been charged with immodesty, which had always been odious to him. The cynic of the old days was still apparent. His beard was shining like silver. His bald skull was so polished that the moon was reflected in it as in water. He walked slowly, with his hands behind his back, and his head raised like a man who was surveying his empire. But most frequently his glances were thrown skywards, and he interrupted his conversation to point to the starry vault and exclaim, "Look at that! Look how beautiful it is!" He is the only peasant I have ever known to admire the sky, or at least he is the only one I have ever seen who was conscious of his admiration. "Why, Master Patience," I said to him, "do you think I might be an honest man if I chose? Do you think that I am not one already?" "Oh, do not be angry," he answered. "Patience is privileged to say anything. Is he not the fool of the chateau?" "On the contrary, Edmee maintains that you are its sage." "Does the holy child of God say that? Well, if she believes so, I will try to act as a wise man, and give you some good advice, Master Bernard Mauprat. Will you accept it?" "It seems to me that in this place everyone takes upon himself to give advice. Never mind, I am listening." "You are in love with your cousin, are you not?" "You are very bold to ask such a question." "It is not a question, it is a fact. Well, my advice is this. Make your cousin love you, and become her husband." "And why do you take this interest in me, Master Patience?" "Because I know you deserve it." "Who told you so? The abbé?" "No." "Edmee?" "Partly. And yet she is certainly not very much in love with you, but it is your own fault." "How so, Patience?" "Because she wants you to become clever, and you would rather not. Oh, if I were only your age, yes, I, poor Patience, and if I were able, without feeling stifled, to shut myself up in a room for only 2 hours a day, and if all those I met were anxious to teach me, if they said to me, 'Patience, this is what was done yesterday. Patience, this is what will be done tomorrow.' But enough! I have to find out everything myself, and there is so much that I shall die of old age before finding out a 10th part of what I should like to know. But listen, I have yet another reason for wishing you to marry Edmee." "What is that, good Monsieur Patience?" "This Lamarche is not the right man for her. I have told her so. Yes, I have. And himself, too. And the abbé. And everybody. He is not a man, that thing. He smells as sweet as a whole flower garden. But I prefer the tiniest sprig of wild thyme." "Faith, I have but little love for him myself. But if my cousin likes him, what then, Patience?" "Your cousin does not like him. She thinks he is a good man. She thinks him genuine. She is mistaken. He deceives her, as he deceives everybody. Yes, I know, he is a man who has not any of this." And Patience put his hand to his heart. "He is a man who is always proclaiming, 'In me behold the champion of virtue, the champion of the unfortunate, the champion of all the wise men and friends of the human race,' etc., etc. While I, Patience, I know that he lets poor folk die of hunger at the gates of his chateau. I know that if anyone said to him, 'Give up your castle and eat black bread, give up your lands and become a soldier, and then there will be no more misery in the world, the human race, as you call it, will be saved,' his real self would answer, 'Thanks, I am lord of my lands, and I am not yet tired of my castle. Oh, I know them so well, these sham paragons. How different with Edmee! You do not know that. You love her because she is as beautiful as the daisy in the meadows, while I love her because she is good as the moon that sheds light on all. She is a girl who gives away everything that she has, who would not wear a jewel, because with the gold in a ring a man could be kept alive for a year. And if she finds a footsore child by the roadside, she takes off her shoes and gives them to him, and goes on her way barefooted. Then, look you, hers is a heart that never swerves. If tomorrow the village of Saint Sever were to go to her in a body and say, "Young lady, you have lived long enough in the lap of wealth. Give us what you have, and take your turn at work." "That is but fair, my good friends," she would reply. And with a glad heart she would go and tend the flocks in the fields. Her mother was the same. I knew her mother when she was quite young as yourself, and I knew yours too. Oh yes, she was a lady with a noble mind, charitable and just to all. And you take after her, they say. Alas! No, I answered, deeply touched by these words of Patience. I know neither charity nor justice. You have not been able to practice them yet, but they are written in your heart. I can read them there. People call me a sorcerer, and so I am in a measure. I know a man directly I see him. Do you remember what you said to me one day on the heath of Velide? You were with Sylvain, and I with Marcasse. You told me that an honest man avenges his wrongs himself. And, by the by, Monsieur Mauprat, if you are not satisfied with the apologies I made you at Gazeau Tower, you may say so. See, there is no one near, and, old as I am, I have still a fist as good as yours. We can exchange a few healthy blows. That is nature's way. And though I do not approve of it, I never refuse satisfaction to anyone who demands it. There are some men, I know, who would die of mortification if they did not have their revenge, and it has taken me, yes, the man you see before you, more than 50 years to forget an insult I once received, and even now, whenever I think of it, my hatred of the nobles springs up again, and I hold it as a crime to have let my heart forgive some of them. I am fully satisfied, Master Patience, and in truth I now feel nothing but affection for you. Ah, that comes of my scratching your back. Youth is ever generous. Come, Mauprat, take courage. Follow the abbé's advice. He is a good man. Try to please your cousin. She is a star in the firmament. Find out truth. Love the people. Hate those who hate them. Be ready to sacrifice yourself for them. Yes, one word more. Listen. I know what I'm saying. Become the people's friend. Is the people, then, better than the nobility, Patience? Come now, honestly, since you are a wise man, tell me the truth. Aye, we are worth more than the nobles, because they trample us underfoot, and we let them, but we shall not always bear this, perhaps. No, you will have to know it sooner or later, and I may as well tell you now. You see yonder stars? They will never change. 10,000 years hence they will be in the same place, and be giving forth as much light as today. But within the next 100 years, maybe within less, there will be many a change on this earth. Take the word of a man who has an eye for the truth of things, and does not let himself be led astray by the fine airs of the great. The poor have suffered enough. They will turn upon the rich, and their castles will fail, and their lands be carved up. I shall not see it, but you will. There will be 10 cottages in the place of this park, and 10 families will live on its revenue. There will no longer be servants, or masters, or villain, or lord. Some nobles will cry aloud and yield only to force, as your uncles would do if they were alive, and as M. de la Marche will do in spite of all his fine talk. Others will sacrifice themselves generously, like Edmee, and like yourself, if you listen to wisdom. And in that hour, it will be well for Edmee that her husband is a man and not a mere fop. It will be well for Bernard Mauprat that he knows how to drive a plough or kill the game which the good God has sent to feed his family. For old Patience will then be lying under the grass in the churchyard, unable to return the services which Edmee has done him. Do not laugh at what I say, young man. It is the voice of God that is speaking. Look at the heavens. The stars live in peace, and nothing disturbs their eternal order. The great do not devour the small, and none fling themselves upon their neighbors. Now, a day will come when the same order will reign among men. The wicked will be swept away by the breath of the Lord. Strengthen your legs, Signor Mauprat, that you may stand firm to support Edmee. It is patience that warns you, patience who wishes you naught but good. But there will come others who wish you ill, and the good must make themselves strong. We had reached Patience's cottage. He had stopped at the gate of his little enclosure, resting one hand on the crossbar and waving the other as he spoke. His voice was full of passion, his eyes flashed fire, and his brow was bathed in sweat. There seemed to be some weird power in his words, as in those of the prophets of old. The more than plebeian simplicity of his dress still further increased the pride of his gestures and the impressiveness of his voice. The French Revolution has shown since that in the ranks of the people there was no lack of eloquence or of pitiless logic. But what I saw at that moment was so novel, and made such an impression on me, that my unruly and unbridled imagination was carried away by the superstitious terrors of childhood. He held out his hand, and I responded with more of terror than affection. The sorcerer of Gazeau Tower, hanging the bleeding owl above my head, had just risen before my eyes again. End of Chapter 10, Part 3.
Chapter 11, Part 1 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Mauprat by George Sand, translated by Stanley Young. When I awoke on the morrow in a state of exhaustion, all the incidents of the previous night appeared to me as a dream. I began to think that Edmee's suggestion of becoming my wife had been a perfidious trick to put off my hopes indefinitely, and, as to the sorcerer's words, I could not recall them without a feeling of profound humiliation. Still, they had produced their effect. My emotions had left traces which could never be effaced. I was no longer the man of the day before, and never again was I to be quite the man of Mauprat. It was late, for not until morning had I attempted to make good my sleepless night. I was still in bed when I heard the hoofs of M. de la Marche's horse on the stones of the courtyard. Every day he used to come at this hour, every day he used to see Edmee at the same time as myself, and now, on this very day, this day when she had tried to persuade me to reckon on her hand, he was going to see her before me, and to give his soulless kiss to this hand that had been promised to myself. The thought of it stirred up all my doubts again. How could Edmee endure his attentions if she really meant to marry another man? Perhaps she dared not send him away. Perhaps it was my duty to do so. I was ignorant of the ways of the world into which I was entering. Instinct counselled me to yield to my hasty impulses, and instinct spoke loudly. I hastily dressed myself. I entered the drawing-room pale and agitated. Edmee was pale too. It was a cold, rainy morning. A fire was burning in the great fireplace. Lying back in an easy chair, she was warming her little feet and dozing. It was the same listless, almost lifeless attitude of the days of her illness. M. de la Marche was reading the paper at the other end of the room. On seeing that Edmee was more affected than myself by the emotions of the previous night, I felt my anger cool, and, approaching her noiselessly, I sat down and gazed on her tenderly. "Is that you, Bernard?" she asked without moving a limb, and with eyes still closed. Her elbows were resting on the arms of her chair, and her hands were gracefully crossed under her chin. At that period it was the fashion for women to have their arms half bare at all times. On one of Edmee's I noticed a little strip of court plaster that made my heart beat. It was the slight scratch I had caused against the bars of the chapel window. I gently lifted the lace which fell over her elbow and, emboldened by her drowsiness, pressed my lips to the darling wound. M. de la Marche could see me, and in fact did see me, as I intended he should. I was burning to have a quarrel with him. Edmee started and turned red, but immediately, assuming an air of indolent playfulness, she said, "Really, Bernard, you are as gallant this morning as a quarter bay. Do you happen to have been composing a madrigal last night?" I was peculiarly mortified at this jesting. However, paying her back in her own coin, I answered, "Yes, I composed one yesterday evening at the chapel window, and if it is a poor thing, cousin, it is your fault." "Say rather that it is the fault of your education," she replied, kindling, and she was never more beautiful than when her natural pride and spirit were roused. "My own opinion is that I am being very much over-educated," I answered, "and that if I gave more heed to my natural good sense, you would not jeer at me so much." "Really, it seems to me that you are indulging in a veritable war of wits with Bernard," said M. de la Marche, folding his paper carelessly and approaching us. "I cry quits with her," I answered, annoyed at this impertinence. "Let her keep her wit for such as you." I had risen to insult him, but he did not seem to notice it, and standing with his back to the fire, he bent down towards Edmee and said, in a gentle and almost affectionate voice, "What is the matter with him?" as if he were inquiring after the health of her little dog. "How should I know?" she replied in the same tone. Then she rose and added, "My head aches too much to remain here. Give me your arm and take me up to my room." She went out, leaning upon his arm. I was left there stupefied. I remained in the drawing-room, resolved to insult him as soon as he should return. But the Abbé now entered, and soon afterward my uncle Hubert. They began to talk on subjects which were quite strange to me. The subjects of their conversation were nearly always so. I did not know what to do to obtain revenge. I dared not betray myself in my uncle's presence. I was sensible to the respect I owed to him and to his hospitality. Never had I done such violence to myself at Roche-Mauprat. Yet, in spite of all my efforts, my anger showed itself. I almost died at being obliged to wait for revenge. Several times the Chevalier noticed the change in my features, and asked in a kind tone if I were ill. M. de la Marche seemed neither to observe nor to guess anything. The Abbé alone examined me attentively. More than once I caught his blue eyes anxiously fixed on me, those eyes in which natural penetration was always veiled by habitual shyness. The Abbé did not like me. I could easily see that his kindly, cheerful manners grew cold in spite of himself as soon as he spoke to me, and I noticed, too, that his face would invariably assume a sad expression at my approach. The constraint that I was enduring was so alien to my habits and so beyond my strength that I came nigh to fainting. To obtain relief, I went and threw myself on the grass in the park. This was a refuge to me in all my troubles. These mighty oaks, this moss which had clung to their branches through the centuries, these pale, sweet-scented wildflowers, emblems of secret sorrow, these were the friends of my childhood, and these alone I had found the same in social as in savage life. I buried my face in my hands, and I never remember having suffered more in any of the calamities of my life, though some that I had to bear afterward were very real. On the whole, I ought to have accounted myself lucky, on giving up the rough and perilous trade of a cutthroat, to find so many unexpected blessings. Affection, devotion, riches, liberty, education, good precepts, and good examples. But it is certain that, in order to pass from a given state to its opposite, though it be from evil to good, from grief to joy, from fatigue to repose, the soul of a man must suffer. In this hour of birth of a new destiny, all the springs of his being are strained almost to breaking, even as, at the approach of summer, the sky is covered with dark clouds, and the earth, all a-tremble, seems about to be annihilated by the tempest. At this moment, my only thought was to devise some means of appeasing my hatred of M. de la Marche without betraying, and without even arousing a suspicion of the mysterious bond which held Edmee in my power. Though nothing was less respected at Roche-Mauprat than the sanctity of an oath, yet the little reading I had had there, those ballads of chivalry of which I had already spoken, had filled me with an almost romantic love of good faith, and this was about the only virtue I had acquired there. My promise of secrecy to Edmee was therefore inviolable in my eyes. However, I said to myself, I dare say I shall find some plausible pretext for throwing myself upon my enemy and strangling him. To confess the truth, this was far from easy with a man who seemed bent on being all politeness and kindness. Distracted by these thoughts, I forgot the dinner hour, and when I saw the sun sinking behind the turrets of the castle, I realised too late that my absence must have been noticed, and that I could not appear without submitting to Edmee's searching questions and to the Abbé's cold, piercing gaze, which, though it always seemed to avoid mine, I was suddenly surprised in the act of sounding the very depths of my conscience. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Read by Jade Leah Pilling.
Chapter 11, Part 2 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Christine Rucker. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 11, Part 2. I resolved not to return to the house till nightfall, and I threw myself upon the grass and tried to find rest for my aching head in sleep. I did fall asleep, in fact. When I awoke, the moon was rising in the heavens, which were still red with the glow of sunset. The noise which had aroused me was very slight, but there are some sounds which strike the heart before reaching the ear, and the subtlest emanations of love will at times pierce through the coarsest organization. Edmee's voice had just pronounced my name a short distance away, behind some foliage. At first I thought I had been dreaming. I remained where I was, held my breath, and listened. It was she, on her way to the hermit's, in company with the abbé. They had stopped in a covered walk 5 or 6 yards from me, and they were talking in low voices, but in those clear tones which, in an exchange of confidence, compels attention with peculiar solemnity. "I fear," Edmee was saying, "that there will be trouble between him and M. de la Marche. Perhaps something very serious. Who knows? You do not understand Bernard." "He must be got away from here at all cost," answered the abbé. "You cannot live in this way, continually exposed to the brutality of a brigand." "It cannot be called living. Since he set foot in the house, I have not had a moment's peace of mind. Imprisoned in my room, or forced to seek the protection of my friends, I am almost afraid to move. It is as much as I dared to do to creep downstairs, and I never crossed the corridor without sending Leblanc ahead as a scout. The poor woman, who has always found me so brave, now thinks I am mad. The suspense is horrible. I cannot sleep unless I first bolt the door. And look, Abby, I never walk about without a dagger, like the heroine of a Spanish ballad, neither more nor less. And if this wretch meets you and frightens you, you will plunge it into your bosom? Oh, that must not be, Edmee. We must find some means of changing a position which is no longer tenable. I take it that you do not wish to deprive him of your father's friendship by confessing to the latter the monstrous bargain you were forced to make with this bandit at Roche-Mauprat. But whatever may happen, my poor little Edmee, I am not a bloodthirsty man, but 20 times a day I find myself deploring that my character of priest prevents me from challenging this creature and ridding you of him forever." This charitable regret, expressed so artlessly in my very ear, made me itch to reveal myself to them at once, were it only to put the abbé's warlike humor to the proof. But I was restrained by the hope that I should at last discover Edmee's real feelings and real intentions in regard to myself. "Have no fear," she said in a careless tone. "If he tries my patience too much, I shall not have the slightest hesitation in planting this blade in his cheek. I am quite sure that a little bloodletting will cool his ardor." Then they drew a few steps nearer. "Listen to me, Edmee," said the abbé, stopping again. "We cannot discuss this matter with patience. Let us come to some decision before we put it aside. Your relations with Bernard are now drawing to a crisis. It seems to me, my child, that you are not doing all you ought to ward off the evils that may strike us, for everything that is painful to you will be painful to all of us, and will touch us to the bottom of our hearts." "I am all attention, excellent friend," answered Edmee. "Scold me, advise me as you will." So saying, she leant back against the tree at the foot of which I was lying among the brushwood and long grass. I fancy she might have seen me, for I could see her distinctly. However, she little thought that I was gazing on her divine face, over which the night breeze was throwing now the shadows of the rustling leaves and now the pale diamonds that the moon showers down through the trees of the forest. My opinion, Edmee, answered the abbé, crossing his arms on his breast and striking his brow at intervals, is that you do not take the right view of your situation. At times it distresses you to such an extent that you lose all hope and long to die. Yes, my dear child, to such an extent that your health plainly suffers. At other times, and I must speak candidly at the risk of offending you a little, you view your perils with a levity and a cheerfulness that astound me. That last reproach is delicately put, dear friend, she replied, but allow me to justify myself. Your astonishment arises from the fact that you do not know the Mauprat race. It is a tameless, incorrigible race, from which naught but the head-breakers and the hamstringers may issue. Even in those who have been most polished by education, there remains many a stubborn knot, a sovereign pride, a will of iron, a profound contempt for life. Look at my father. In spite of his adorable goodness, you see that he is sometimes so quick-tempered that he will smash his snuff-box on the table. When you get the better of him in some political argument, or when you win a game of chess. For myself, I am conscious that my veins are as full-blooded as if I had been born in the noble ranks of the people, and I do not believe that any Mauprat has ever shone at court for the charm of his manners. Since I was born brave, how would you have me set much store by life? And yet there are weaker moments in which I get discouraged more than enough, and bemoan my fate, like the true woman that I am. But let someone offend me or threaten me, and the blood of the strong surges through me again. And then, as I cannot crush my enemy, I fold my arms and smile with compassion at the idea that he should ever have hoped to frighten me. I do not look upon this as mere bombast, abbé. Tomorrow, this evening perhaps, my words may turn to deeds. This little pearl-handled knife does not look like deeds of blood. Still, it will be able to do its work. And ever since Don Marcos, who knows what he is about, sharpened it, I have had it by me night and day, and my mind is made up. I have not a very strong fist, but it will no doubt manage to give myself a good stab with this knife, even as it manages to give my horse a cut with the whip. Well, that being so, my honor is safe. It is only my life which hangs by a thread, which is at the mercy of a glass of wine more or less that M. Bernard may happen to drink one of these evenings, of some chance meeting, or some exchange of looks between de la Marche and myself, that he may fancy he has detected. A breath of air, perhaps. What is to be done? Were I to grieve, would my tears wash away the past? We cannot tear out a single page of our lives, but we can throw the book into the fire. Though I should weep from night till morn, would that prevent destiny from having, in a fit of ill humor, taken me out hunting, sent me astray in the woods, and made me stumble across a Mauprat who led me to his den, where I escaped dishonor and perhaps death only by binding my life forever to that of a savage who had none of my principles, and who probably, and who undoubtedly I should say, will never have them? All this is a misfortune. I was in the full sunlight of a happy destiny. I was the pride and joy of my old father. I was about to marry a man I esteem and like. No sorrows, no fears had come near my path. I knew neither days fraught with danger, nor nights bereft of sleep. While God did not wish such a beautiful life to continue, His will be done. There are days when the ruin of all my hopes seems to me so inevitable that I look upon myself as dead, and my fiancée as a widower. If it were not for my poor father, I should really laugh at it all, for I am so ill-built for vexation and fears, that during the short time I have known them, they have already tired me of life. This courage is heroic, but it is also terrible, cried the abbé in a broken voice. It is almost a resolve to commit suicide, Edmee. Oh, I shall fight for my life, she answered with warmth. but I shall not stand haggling with it a moment if my honor does not come forth safe and sound from all these risks. No, I am not pious enough ever to accept a soiled life by way of penance for sins of which I never had a thought. If God deals so harshly with me that I have to choose between shame and death, there can never be any shame for you, Edmee, a soul so chaste, so pure in intention. Oh, don't talk of that, dear Abbe. Perhaps I am not as good as you think. I am not very orthodox in religion, nor are you, Abbe. I give little heed to the world. I have no love for it. I neither fear nor despise public opinion. It will never enter into my life. I am not very sure what principle of virtue would be strong enough to prevent me from falling if the spirit of evil took me in hand. I have read La Nouvelle Héloïse, and I shed many tears over it, but because I am a Mauprat and have an unbending pride, I will never endure the tyranny of any man. The violence of a lover no more than a husband's blow. Only a servile soul and a craven character may yield to force that which it refuses to entreaty. Saint Solange, the beautiful shepherdess, let her head be cut off rather than submit to the seigneur's rights. And you know that from mother to daughter the Mauprats have been consecrated in baptism to the protection of the patron saint of Berry. Yes, I know you are proud and resolute, said the abbé, and because I respect you more than any woman in the world, I want you to live and be free and make a marriage worthy of you, so that in the human family you may fill the part which beautiful souls still know how to make noble. Besides, you are necessary to your father. Your death would hurry him to his grave, hardy and robust as the Mauprat still is. Put away these gloomy thoughts, then, and these violent resolutions. It is impossible. This adventure of Roche Mauprat must be looked upon only as an evil dream. We both had a nightmare in those hours of horror, but it is time for us to awake. We cannot remain paralyzed with fear like children. You have only one course open to you, and that I have already pointed out. But, Abbé, it is the one which I hold the most impossible of all. I have sworn by everything that is most sacred in the universe and the human heart. An oath extorted by threats and violence is binding on none. Even human laws decree this. Divine laws, especially in a case of this nature, absolve the human conscience beyond a doubt. If you were orthodox, I would go to Rome. Yes, I would go on foot to get you absolved from so rash a vow. But you are not a submissive child of the Pope, Edmee, nor am I. You wish me then to perjure myself? Your soul would not be perjured. My soul would. I took an oath with full knowledge of what I was doing, and at a time when I might have killed myself on the spot, for in my hand I had a knife 3 times as large as this. But I wanted to live. Above all, I wanted to see my father again and kiss him. To put an end to the agony which my disappearance must have caused him, I would have bartered more than my life. I would have bartered my immortal soul. Since then, too, as I told you last night, I have renewed my vow, and of my own free will. Moreover, for there was a wall between my amiable fiancé and myself. How could you be so imprudent, Edmee? Here again I fail to understand you. That I can quite believe, for I do not understand myself, said Edmee with a peculiar expression. My dear child, you must open your heart to me freely. I am the only person here who can advise you, since I am the only one to whom you can tell everything under the seal of a friendship as sacred as the secrecy of Catholic confession can be. Answer me, then. You do not really look upon a marriage between yourself and Bernard Mauprat as possible? How should that which is inevitable be impossible? Said Edmee. There is nothing more possible than throwing oneself into the river, nothing more possible than surrendering one's self to misery and despair, nothing more possible, consequently, than marrying Bernard Mauprat. In any case, I will not be the one to celebrate such an absurd and deplorable union, cried the abbé. You, the wife and the slave of this hamstringer? Edmee, you said just now that you would no more endure the violence of a lover than a husband's blow. You think he would beat me? If he did not kill you. Oh, no, she replied in a resolute tone with a wave of the knife. I would kill him first, when Mauprat meets Mauprat. You can laugh, Edmee? Oh, my God, you can laugh at the thought of such a match? But even if this man had some affection and esteem for you, think how impossible it would be for you to have anything in common. Think of the coarseness of his ideas, the vulgarity of his speech. The heart rises in disgust at the idea of such a union. Good God! In what language would you speak to him? Once more I was on the point of rising and falling on my panegyrist. But I overcame my rage. Edmee began to speak, and I was all ears again. I know very well that at the end of 3 or 4 days I should have nothing better to do than cut my own throat. But since sooner or later it must come to that, why should I not go forward to the inevitable hour? I confess that I shall be sorry to leave life. Not all those who have been to Rochemoupoix have returned. I went there not to meet death, but to betroth myself to it. Well, then, I will go on to my wedding day, and if Bernard is too odious, I will kill myself after the ball. Edmee, your head seems full of romantic notions at present, said the abbé, losing patience. Thank God your father will never consent to the marriage. He has given his word to de la Marche, and you too have given yours. This is the only promise that is valid. My father would consent, yes, with joy, to an arrangement which perpetuated his name and line directly. As to de la Marche, he will release me from any promise without my taking the trouble to ask him. As soon as he hears that I passed 2 hours at Rochemoupoix, there will be no need of any other explanation. He would be very unworthy of the esteem I feel for him if he considered your good name tarnished by an unfortunate adventure from which you came out pure. Thanks to Bernard, said Edmee, for after all I ought to be grateful to him. In spite of his reservations and conditions, he performed a great and inconceivable action for a hamstringer. God forbid I should deny the good qualities which education may have developed in this young man, and it may still be possible by approaching him on this better side of his to make him listen to reason. And make him consent to be taught? Never. Even if he should show himself willing, he would no more be able than patience. When the body is made for an animal life, the spirit can no longer submit to the laws of the intellect. I think so too, but that is not the point. I suggest that you should have an explanation with him, and make him understand that he is bound in honor to release you from your promise and resign himself to your marriage with de la Marche. Either he is a brute unworthy of the slightest esteem and consideration, or he will realize his crime and folly and yield honestly and with good grace. Free me from the vow of secrecy to which I am bound. Authorize me to deal plainly with him, and I will guarantee success. And I will guarantee the contrary, said Edmee. Besides, I could not consent to this. Whatever Bernard may be, I am anxious to come out of our duel with honor. And if I acted as you suggest, he would have cause to believe that up to the present I have been unworthily trifling with him. Well, there is only one means left, and that is to trust to the honor and discretion of de la Marche. Set before him the details of your position, and then let him give the verdict. You have a perfect right to entrust him with your secret, and you are quite sure of his honor. If he is coward enough to desert you in such a position, your remaining resource is to take shelter from Bernard's violence behind the iron bars of a convent. You can remain there a few years. You can make a show of taking the veil. The young man will forget you, and they will set you free again. Indeed, that is the only reasonable course to take, and I had already thought of it. but it is not yet time to make the move. Very true. You must first see the results of your confession to M. de la Marche. If, as I make no doubt, he is a man of mettle, he will take you under his protection, and then procure the removal of this Bernard, whether by persuasion or authority. What authority, Abbe, if you please? The authority which our customs allow one gentleman to exercise over his equal, honor and the sword. Oh, Abbe, you too then are a man with a thirst for blood. Well, that is precisely what I have hitherto tried to avoid, and what I will avoid, though it cost me my life and honor. I do not wish that there should be any fight between these two men. I understand one of the two is very rightly dear to you, but evidently in this duel it is not M. de la Marche who would be in danger. Then it would be Bernard, cried Edmee. Well, I should hate M. de la Marche if he insisted on a duel with this poor boy, who only knows how to handle a stick or a sling. How can such ideas occur to you, Abbe? You must really loathe this unfortunate Bernard, and fancy me getting my husband to cut his throat as a return for having saved my life at the risk of his own. No, no, I will not suffer anyone either to challenge him or humiliate him or persecute him. He is my cousin, he is a Mauprat, he is almost a brother. I will not let him be driven out of his home. Rather, I will go myself. These are generous sentiments, Edmee, answered the Abbe. But with what warmth you express them, I stand confounded, and if I were not afraid of offending you, I should confess that this solicitude for young Mauprat suggests to me a strange thought. Well, what is it then? Said Edmee with a certain brusqueness. If you insist, of course I will tell you. You seem to take a deeper interest in this young man than in M. de la Marche, and I could have wished to think otherwise. Which has the greatest need of this interest, you bad Christian? Said Edmee with a smile. Is it not the hardened sinner whose eyes have never looked upon the light? But come, Edmee, you love M. de la Marche, do you not? For heaven's sake, do not jest. If by love, she replied in a serious tone, you mean a feeling of trust and friendship, I love M. de la Marche. But if you mean a feeling of compassion and solicitude, I love Bernard. It remains to be seen which of these two affections is the deeper. That is your concern, Abbe. For my part, it troubles me but little, for I feel that there is only one being whom I love with passion, and that is my father, and only one thing that I love with enthusiasm, and that is my duty. Probably I shall regret the attentions and devotion of the Lieutenant General, and I shall share in the grief that I must soon cause him when I announce that I can never be his wife. This necessity, however, will by no means drive me to desperation, because I know that M. de la Marche will quickly recover. I'm not joking, Abbe. M. de la Marche is a man of no depth, and somewhat cold. If your love for him is no greater than this, so much the better. It makes one trial less among your many trials. Still, this indifference robs me of my last hope of seeing you rescued from Bernard Mauprat. Do not let this grieve you. Either Bernard will yield to friendship and loyalty and improve, or I shall escape him. But how? By the gate of the convent or of the graveyard. As she uttered these words in a calm tone, Edmee shook back her long black hair, which had fallen over her shoulders and partly over her pale face. Come, she said, God will help us. It is folly and impiety to doubt him in the hour of danger. Are we atheists, that we let ourselves be discouraged in this way? Let us go and see Patience. He will bring forth some wise saw to ease our minds. He is the old oracle who solves all problems without understanding any. They moved away while I remained in a state of consternation. End of Chapter 11, Part 2. Chapter 11, Part 3 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Christine Rucker. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 11, Part 3. Oh, how different was this night from the last. How vast a step I had just taken in life, no longer on the path of flowers, but on the arid rocks. Now I understood all the odious reality of the part I had been playing. In the bottom of Edmee's heart, I had just read the fear and disgust I inspired in her. Nothing could assuage my grief. Nothing could now arouse my anger. She had no affection for M. de la Marche. She was trifling neither with him nor with me. She had no affection for either of us. How could I have believed that her generous sympathy for me and her sublime devotion to her word were signs of love? How, in the hours when this presumptuous fancy left me, could I have believed that in order to resist my passion she must needs feel the love for another? It had come to pass, then, that I had no longer any object on which to vent my rage. Now it could result only in Edmee's flight or death. Her death! At the mere thought of it, the blood ran cold in my veins, a weight fell on my heart, and I felt all the stings of remorse piercing it. This night of agony was for me the clearest call of Providence. At last I understood those laws of modesty and sacred liberty which my ignorance had hitherto outraged and blasphemed. They astonished me more than ever, but I could see them. Their sanction was their own existence. Edmee's strong, sincere soul appeared before me like the stone of Sinai on which the finger of God has traced the immutable truth. Her virtue was not feigned. Her knife was sharpened, ready to cut out the stain of my love. I was so terrified at having been in danger of seeing her die in my arms. I was so horrified at the gross insult I had offered her while seeking to overcome her resistance, that I began to devise all manner of impossible plans for righting the wrongs I had done, and restoring her peace of mind. The only one which seemed beyond my powers was to tear myself away from her. For while these feelings of esteem and respect were springing up in me, my love was changing its nature, so to speak, and growing vaster and taking possession of all my being. Edmee appeared to me in a new light. She was no longer the lovely girl whose presence stirred a tumult in my senses. She was a young man of my own age, beautiful as a seraph, proud, courageous, inflexible in honor, generous, capable of that sublime friendship which once bound together brothers in arms, but with no passionate love except for deity, like the paladins of old who, braving 1,000 dangers, marched to the Holy Land under their golden armor. From this hour I felt my love descending from the wild storms of the brain into the healthy regions of the heart. Devotion seemed no longer an enigma to me. I resolved that on the very next morning I would give proof of my submission and affection. It was quite late when I returned to the chateau, tired out, dying of hunger, and exhausted by the emotions I had experienced. I entered the pantry, found a piece of bread, and began eating it, all moist with my tears. I was leaning against the stove in the dim light of a lamp that was almost out, when I suddenly saw Edmee enter. She took a few cherries from a chest and slowly approached the stove, pale and deep in thought. On seeing me, she uttered a cry and let the cherries fall. "Edmee," I said, "I implore you never to be afraid of me again. That is all I can say for now, for I do not know how to explain myself, and yet I had resolved to say many things." "You must tell me them some other time, cousin," she answered, trying to smile. But she was unable to disguise the fear she felt at finding herself alone with me. I did not try to detain her. I felt deeply pained and humiliated at her distrust of me, and I knew I had no right to complain. Yet never had any man stood in greater need of a word of encouragement. Just as she was going out of the room, I broke down altogether and burst into tears, as on the previous night at the chapel window. Edmee stopped on the threshold and hesitated a moment. Then, yielding to the kindly impulses of her heart, she overcame her fears and returned towards me. Pausing a few yards from my chair, she said, "Bernard, you are unhappy. Tell me, is it my fault?" I was unable to reply. I was ashamed of my tears, but the more I tried to restrain them, the more my breast heaved with sobs. With men as physically strong as I was, tears are generally convulsions. Mine were like the pangs of death. "Come now, just tell me what is wrong," cried Edmee with some of the bluntness of sisterly affection, and she ventured to put her hand on my shoulder. She was looking at me with an expression of wistfulness, and a big tear was trickling down her cheek. I threw myself on my knees and tried to speak, but that was still impossible. I could do no more than mutter the word tomorrow several times. "Tomorrow? What of tomorrow?" said Edmee. "Do you not like being here? Do you want to go away?" "I will go if it pleases you," I replied. "Tell me, do you wish never to see me again?" "I do not wish that at all," she rejoined. "You will stop here, won't you?" "It is for you to decide," I answered. She looked at me in astonishment. I was on my knees. She leant over the back of my chair. "Yes, I am quite sure that you are good at heart," she said, as if she were answering some inner objection. "A Mauprat can be nothing by halves, and as soon as you have once known a good quarter of an hour, it is certain that you ought to have a noble life before you." "I will make it so," I answered. "You mean it?" she said with unaffected joy. "On my honor, Edmee, and on yours. Dare you give me your hand?" "Certainly," she said. She held out her hand to me, but she was still trembling. "You have been forming good resolutions, then?" she said. "I have been forming such resolutions," I replied, "that you will never have to reproach me again. And now, Edmee, when you return to your room, please do not bolt your door any more. You need no longer be afraid of me. Henceforth, I shall only wish what you wish." She again fixed on me a look of amazement. Then, after pressing my hand, she moved away, but turned round several times to look at me again, as if unable to believe in such a sudden conversion. At last, stopping in the doorway, she said to me in an affectionate tone, "You too must go and get some rest. You look tired, and for the last 2 days you have seemed sad and very much altered. If you do not wish to make me anxious, you will take care of yourself, Bernard." She gave me a sweet little nod. In her big eyes, already hollowed by suffering, there was an indefinable expression, in which distrust and hope, affection and wonder were depicted alternately or at times all together. "I will take care of myself. I will get some sleep, and I will not be sad any longer," I answered. "And you will work?" "And I will work. But you, Edmee, will you forgive me for all the pain I have caused you? And will you try to like me a little?" "I shall like you very much," she replied, "if you are always as you are this evening." On the morrow at daybreak I went to the abbé's room. He was already up and reading. "Monsieur Aubert," I said to him, "you have several times offered to give me lessons. I now come to request you carry out your kind offer." I had spent part of the night in preparing this opening speech, and in deciding how I best comport myself in the abbé's presence. Without really hating him, for I could quite see that he meant well and that he bore me ill will only because of my faults, I felt very bitter towards him. Inwardly, I recognized that I deserved all the bad things he had said about me to Edmee. But it seemed to me that he might have insisted somewhat more on the good side of mine, to which he had given a merely passing word, and which could not have escaped the notice of a man so observant as himself. I had determined, therefore, to be very cold and very proud in my bearing towards him. To this end, I judged with a certain show of logic that I ought to display a great docility as long as the lesson lasted, and that immediately afterwards I ought to leave him with a very curt expression of thanks. In a word, I wished to humiliate him in his post of a tutor, for I was not unaware that he depended for his livelihood on my uncle, and that, unless he renounced his livelihood or showed himself ungrateful, he could not well refuse to undertake my education. My reasoning here was very good, but the spirit which prompted it was very bad, and subsequently I felt so much regret for my behavior that I made him a sort of friendly confession with a request for absolution. However, not to anticipate events, I will simply say that the first few days after my conversation afforded me an ample revenge for the prejudices, too well founded in many respects, which this man had against me. He would have deserved the title of the just, assigned him by Patience, had not a habit of distrust interfered with his first impulses, the persecutions of which he had so long been the object, had developed in him this instinctive feeling of fear, which remained with him all his life, and made trust in others always very difficult to him, though all the more flattering and touching, perhaps, when he accorded it. Since then, I have observed this characteristic in many worthy priests. Generally, they have the spirit of charity, but not the feeling of friendship. I wished to make him suffer, and I succeeded. Spite inspired me. I behaved as a nobleman might to an inferior. I preserved an excellent bearing, displayed great attention, much politeness, and an icy stiffness. I determined to give him no chance to make me blush at my ignorance, and, to this end, I acted so as to anticipate all his observations by accusing myself at once of knowing nothing, and by requesting him to teach me the very rudiments of things. When I had finished my first lesson, I saw in his penetrating eyes, into which I had managed to penetrate myself, a desire to pass from this coldness to some sort of intimacy. But I carefully avoided making any response. He thought to disarm me by praising my attention and intelligence. "You are troubling yourself unnecessarily, monsieur," I replied. "I stand in no need of encouragement. I have not the least faith in my intelligence, but of my attention I certainly am very sure. But since it is solely for my own good that I am doing my best to apply myself to this work, there is no reason why you should compliment me on it." With these words I bowed to him and withdrew to my room, where I immediately did the French exercise that he had set me. When I went down to luncheon, I saw that Edmee was already aware of the execution of the promise I had made the previous evening. She at once greeted me with outstretched hand, and frequently during luncheon called me her dear cousin, till at last M. de la Marche's face, which was usually expressionless, expressed surprise or something very near it. I was hoping that he would take the opportunity to demand an explanation of my insulting words of the previous day, and, although I had resolved to discuss the matter in a great spirit of moderation, I felt very much hurt at the care which he took to avoid it. This indifference to an insult that I had offered implied a sort of contempt, which annoyed me very much, but the fear of displeasing Edmee gave me strength to restrain myself. Incredible as it may seem, my resolve to supplant him was not for one moment shaken by this humiliating apprenticeship which I had now to serve before I could manage to obtain the most elementary notions of things in general. Any other than I, filled like myself with remorse for wrongs committed, would have found no surer method of repairing them than by going away, and restoring to Edmee her perfect independence and absolute peace of mind. This was the only method which did not occur to me, or if it did, it was rejected with scorn as a sign of apostasy. Stubbornness, allied to temerity, ran through my veins with the blood of the Mauprat. No sooner had I imagined a means of winning her whom I loved than I embraced it with audacity, and I think it would not have been otherwise, even had her confidences to the abbey in the park shown me that her love was given to my rival. Such assurance on the part of a young man who, at the age of 17, was taking his first lesson in French grammar, and who, moreover, had a very exaggerated notion of the length and difficulty of the studies necessary to put him on level with M. de la Marche, showed, you must allow, a certain moral force. I do not know if I was happily endowed with the matter of intelligence. The abbé assured me that I was, but, for my own part, I think that my rapid progress was due to nothing but my courage. This was such as to make me presume too much on my physical powers. The abbé had told me that, with a strong will, any one of my age could master all the rules of the language within a month. At the end of the month, I expressed myself with facility and wrote correctly. Edmee had a sort of occult influence over my studies. At her wish, I was not taught Latin, for she declared that I was too old to devote several years to a fancy branch of learning, and that the essential thing was to shape my heart and understanding with ideas rather than to adorn my mind with words. Of an evening, under pretext of wishing to read some favorite book again, she read aloud, alternately with the abbé, passages from Condillac, Fénelon, Bernardine de Saint-Pierre, Jean-Jacques, and even from Montaigne and Montesquieu. These passages, it is true, were chosen beforehand and adapted to my powers. I understood them fairly well, and I secretly wondered at this, for if during the day I opened these same books at random, I found myself brought to a standstill at every line. With the superstition natural to young lovers, I willingly imagined that in passing through Edmee's mouth, the authors acquired a magic clearness, and that by some miracle my mind expanded at the sound of her voice. However, Edmee was careful to disguise the interest she took in teaching me herself. There is no doubt that she was mistaken in thinking that she ought not to betray her solicitude. It would only have roused me to still greater efforts in my work. But in this, imbued as she was with the teachings of Emile, she was merely putting into practice the theories of her favorite philosopher. As it was, I spared myself but little, for my courage would not admit of any forethought. Consequently, I was soon obliged to stop. The change of air, of diet, and of habits, my lucubrations, the want of vigorous exercise, my intense application, in a word, the terrible revolution which my nature had to stir up against itself in order to pass from the state of a man of the woods to that of an intelligent being, brought on a kind of brain fever which made me almost mad for some weeks, then an idiot for some days, and finally disappeared, leaving me a mere wreck physically, with a mind completely severed from the past, but sternly braced to meet the future. End of Chapter 11, Part 3.